down memory lane, back to the times when our life was a breeze. Feel the freedom again, my mind was at ease. The sky was so blue when we rolled down the street. So, hey, I just wanna touch your vibe, I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal, move through songs we played together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal, move through songs we played together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Living the dream, everything's clear, but the lines on the freeway. Let's do it again, like back in the day. Nothing can stop us from living the feeling. Hey, I just wanna touch your vibe, I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. Driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal, move through songs we played together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good feeling. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal, move through songs we played together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day, good day.
Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm back like black tracksuit with a black top cap. People love to try, people love to lie. People forget stuff, remember that. We done them good, do you remember that? We needed someone, here's the facts. But people love to try, people love to lie. Yeah, this is London, mind the gap. Living life just multitasking. Smile like a horror movie, I'm laughing. Motivated and focused, crafting. Dash something in a break, all your eggs in a basket. Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Please don't try it. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm right. Vibes are here when I am outside. Born for the flows to keep the flows tight. Tell me why they love to lie. Soul is dark but the mind is bright. Nocturnal, we live for the night. You wanna try but yeah, not quite. Monster with the bars, yeah, I might bite. If I have to, I tighten up the mic. See me, I don't do it for the likes. Keep an Air Max, yeah, like my knives. Ooh, I like to plan before I strike. But what do they know? Frequency's high, it never gets low. But yeah, what do they know? You're dripping in drama from head to toe. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really,
can chase me, but I make you starve. You're a pawn, bitch. Just a pawn, bitch. Run for your life, I seek you hide. You can chase me, 'cause I'm right behind. You're a pawn, bitch. Just a pawn, bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life. You're a pawn, bitch. Just a pawn, bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life. You're a pawn, bitch. Just a pawn, bitch. Shoot me, you can't afford it. I am the pilot, you're just a tourist. I threw a decoy in a valley, and if it's Sunday a while, so don't panic. No, what better than dancing was said. Better be safe to get into heaven. Just be yourself and you end up in hell. Do as I say and I might break the spell. Run for your life, I hunt your heart. You can chase me, but I make you starve. You're a pawn, bitch. Just a pawn, bitch. Run for your life, I seek you hide. You can chase me, 'cause I'm right behind. You're a pawn, bitch. Just a pawn, bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life. You're a pawn, bitch. Just a pawn, bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life. You're a pawn, bitch. Just a pawn, bitch.
Run for it, run. Yeah, hey, okay, I'm fresh up out the package. Time I did, I pay my dues. Affiliated to this paper, I need freedom for my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping off just an unfamiliar coordinates. Hopped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Red, it's not one trillion. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing, I'm so wavy, I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated, forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, right. West side, born maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My lungs clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it. Run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing. Looking for the funds. Run for it. Run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing. Looking for the funds. Run for it. Run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing. Looking for the funds. Run for it. Run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing. Looking for the funds. You ain't recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay, I'm versatile and my slang was different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound. Got a target back on my backside. The cat peeling with the cast iron. Better run for it.
Hello, beautiful people. It is playoffs time here at Challengers North and East. I'm so excited to get things going. My name is Pavlos, and we'll be breaking down the action today. I've got Summer by my side to help me do that. This is going to be an awesome day. It all starts with 2 best of 3s, followed by another 2 best of 3s tomorrow. We're just going to see all the teams that have made it to this point. And yeah, this is where the real grind actually starts. I feel like, Summer, this is where things actually get exciting.
I mean, we've had the upper Swiss, we've had Loris, we've had qualifiers. Yeah. None of that matters anymore, right? It's just how you got here. We don't care. It's the fact that you're here. We're in playoffs, finally starting, and I am super excited, especially with what we actually saw during that upper Swiss stage, and some of the matchups that we actually got to see transpire, and a couple of upsets, I will admit, on the way to get to this top 8. And yeah, you can see it here, the ones that we made it through up at the top in that beige color, but look at the ones that actually left, Pavlos.
Yeah, some crazy ones, right? Things didn't really transpire the way they did last time around. But yeah, some great results getting from Enterprise. They turned the table completely. Go Next as well, follow them in that 3-0. Then you have ESC, BFG, Sweet and Sour battling out at the end with Zero Tenacity, Pixelumina, and Bonk making it out in that 3-2, clutching their way through. So yeah, a grindy sort of situation. And the last time you have seen us on broadcast, folks, it was during the first matches played from the Swiss stage. So if you haven't kept up with the action, a lot has happened. A lot. But I want to kind of preface that things have changed a lot from the previous split. Let's bring over the graphic from the previous split, shall we? Because, yeah, things looked normal, I guess, in a way. We had some highlight teams, seeing Liquid Academy showing up, Go Next, who was Shaq Matt previously, doing really well. The rookie teams, sure. Some teams like Zero Tenacity have found the same difficulty in making it to the same stage like before. But yeah, things look different.
And also, like, looking at the Enterprise and obviously Shaq Mac or the Go Next team, they're the ones that we saw progressing into that EMEA Challengers one, and they performed not necessarily the best of the best, but they had their highlight moments there. So especially when we were looking at how competitive stage 1 was, when we got to those top 8, the ones who made it through into those playoffs, and obviously when we crowned our victors, Team Liquid Academy, there's definitely some bright spots when we're looking at what actually happened in stage 2, because Pavlos, there's some people missing, right? Talking about winners, top 4, what happened?
I don't know, but try and look carefully for these next few names. Team Liquid Academy and Metasport. Just saying, where on earth are they? What's going on?
I can't see them in this
I can't
top
see them
8.
either. They've disappeared. Team Liquid Academy won the previous stage of the Challengers North and East split 1, and in split 2 they don't even make it to playoffs. Metasport made it into the top 4, got themselves a lovely point into the Ascension points. Again, not making it into playoffs. So what is going on? When we've got teams like Bonk making it in, Pixelumina making it in, crazy stuff going on.
And also ESC, right? They wouldn't necessarily, obviously it's a massive overhaul of that roster, and the fact that they were able to re-qualify into the upper Swiss bracket, but also make it through with that sort of 3-1 record is definitely giving a little bit of promise for this roster. Like, you have massive names on that team, but coming into this playoff bracket, I have high hopes for them.
Oh yeah. I mean, we see also some similar trends, right, with the likes of Zero Tenacity going 3-2, barely making it in, but end up being a little bit more dangerous in playoffs. I think that's what we saw from Team Liquid Academy as well last time around. They barely made it in 3-2. It seems like they struggle most on those best of ones when you kind of need to unleash your best potential from the get-go, and you know, those difficult situations leave you in an unfortunate situation and not contending in playoffs. So maybe that's a topic of discussion further along the line, but I think it's time to break down the first match of the day. First seed and against the last seed of playoffs is Enterprise Esports playing up against Bonk in the first match. Bonk, it's the first time this 5 set of players have made it into playoffs, let alone main Swiss, right? They made it into the main Swiss finally, and they actually make it into playoffs. Incredible, right?
Yeah, I'm super happy to see them coming into this, right? Like, you have those players who not necessarily us that are core, right? Because we are having like a lot of different changes coming in, and also the fact that they did relatively well in that upper Swiss bracket, right? Had that loss against Zero Tenacity and Wild, but giving the benefit of the doubt that they are BO1s, when it did get to those BO3s though, they were definitely looking a lot cleaner.
And while the second match of the day is going to be Sweet and Sour versus Zero Tenacity, again, we did touch upon the Zero Tenacity factor that they make it in but end up being a little bit more dangerous as they go on. Sweet and Sour, on the other hand, they've always got that dark horse potential, right? They're always dangerous, these young players that if you were tuned in to the previous season of Challengers North, you'd know them from, you know, Peanut Orchestra, Sweet and Sour, Requiem, all these rosters that had some young, untrained potential, to be fair, right? Unseasoned, and now they're starting to gain those reps and becoming that extra punchy, that extra dangerous, that are bringing logic around their madness. But a lot of interesting stuff coming today. Is there favorite match here for you, Summer, do you reckon? Is there one that you favor more than the other that you want to get your hands on quickly?
The Enterprise matchup, right? And I don't think it's necessarily more of the comparison to Bonk themselves in regards to the matchup in particular, but I just want to see that team and how they've actually evolved into playoffs. Same goes for Sweet and Sour though as well, because they struggle with having a regular game of Valorant, right? I think that's easily said. Like we get in 2 10 halves, 9-3, 3-9s, like 11-1s. Like I want to see a little bit more of a regular game of Valorant, or like a complete shutout from their side. It's more of this, the momentum team, in the sense of like you have super dominant halves, but then something switches and then there's that massive turnaround. And I think they've progressed in the sense that they have the mental tenacity, right? Like you have to have good mental to be able to go from 2-10 to winning 13-11, right? So I think for me, I want to see them actually having improvements in regards to getting those relatively easy rounds on the board, not letting the opponent snowball in particular, and just being able to stop the opponent's momentum as well, because we know how important their momentum is because we've seen it time and time again. But just as the overall blanket, I want a normal game of Valorant that I'm not sort of scratching my head after, of like how we've gone from a 4-0 lead to a 4-8 lead to a 13-8 game. What is happening?
Yeah, crazy stuff, crazy stuff. Maybe we see some sense of normality come for them. But before we get to that, we've got our first game of the day, and that's going to be Enterprise Esports against Bonk. Now, for that one, I think it's safe to say that eyes are on Enterprise when it comes to knocking performance out of the park in general for this season, right? Given the fact that from the start of the year, you know that this roster is stacked. You've got players that have been around the world playing this game at the highest level of play, and are slowly improving. It hasn't been the knockout performance from the get-go, but getting that 3-0 on the main Swiss has got to tell you that there's something going right for them now.
Yeah, for sure. And like, it's one of the top teams that were expected to go far in this playoff bracket. So for the side of Bonk, like matching up against these, it's them with something to prove, right? And especially with how we saw Split 1 transpire, how we saw Challengers EMEA, they are someone to contend for those top places, and getting a victory this early on into this playoff bracket is going to be super important to them, especially when you're looking at the difference of the seeding coming into this matchup. And for me in particular, I really want to just have a look at how well we can see Doma play in this matchup, because in the groups, in the Swiss stage, in the upper Swiss stage, he was fragging, right? And definitely a turning point for a lot of these games on that initiator as well, on the flashes, being able to not only support his duelist, but also putting himself in the best spot to, well, get multi-kills.
Yeah, I will mention one more thing as well from Enterprise. Even though they did get a 3-0 into this playoffs, get a nice clean sheet on the main Swiss, their rounds weren't as successful or clean, right? Out of the rounds they played, they won 55 and lost 43. It doesn't exactly paint a clean picture, right? There were overtimes in there, there were 13-11s, close scores all across the board. So maybe, just maybe, Bonk, the next team that will have to compete against them in a best of 3, may have a chance. Now, we dabbled a little bit with that subject early on. They haven't even made the main Swiss as a roster together, yet alone playoffs. So this is a big step from them. Some really strong potential players, mostly from the UK, but also you got the Jasiek Polish potential coming in from them as well. I'm excited about this because last season we did have the likes of Team Liquid Academy, we had the likes of Chak Mat showing up when it comes to untenured experience. Now we get to see some extra talent coming in from this region.
And again, talking about the players in particular and talking about talent, again, it's the initiators on this team that have the ability to step up, right? In the best of 1 that we casted at the very start of the stage, we had Chaza obviously on that ISO having a shutout performance. But when we got further into that upper Swiss, sometimes they were starting to falter in some of the matchups, which of course that can happen, right? Because you're not always going to be the top of the board. The players that actually got to step up were those initiators, and also onto the Astra of Waddles and Jasiek. So definitely looking at those two to not only be the supporting pieces for Chaza on that duelist, but also just to be their amazing selves in regards to what we've seen in that upper Swiss.
Yeah, they've shown promise for sure on the supporting line as well as their front lines. This is some brilliant stuff shown from Bonk and exceeding expectations. Whether they'll continue to do that is another question. But what's important about this series is the fact that we're playing about a best of 3 now. It's no longer BO1 territory. Things get exciting when we look at the maps. And when you play up against a team like Enterprise, there's not many places you can hide in terms of your map pool.
Yeah, just looking at the differences of where we're liking to go, one thing that I do want to mention is you can see that Icebox has been that perma-ban for Enterprise so far, and especially that you're talking about the BO3, you get one ban before the picks. It'd be interesting to see if they do keep to sticking with that Icebox, they risk it against Bonk, who have only played it that one time, but it's almost like 90% sure that we're going to be seeing Lotus come through because it's a map for Bonk that they absolutely love in regards they played it 11 times, they've won it 9 for that 82% win rate. And looking at Lotus for Enterprise is a little bit more of a dodgy place to go. And then going into the further and further on into the series, you're looking at possibly seeing the Havens or the Splits as well.
Yeah, that's an interesting discussion. It feels like Ascent is an inevitability, but at the same time, you know that the fact that Enterprise haven't played it much, then that's where the questions arise. It's a little bit tough to see where these teams will prioritize bans. Obviously, Enterprise have kind of seemed to look at themselves a little bit more, you know, ban the ones that they've been a little bit shaky on and play their own game and see how they progress from there. While Bonk may want to do a bit of targeting. That's, I think, something that we'll be looking at here as we jump into the veto altogether. What do you expect? Do you reckon we'll be seeing some targeting? We're already seeing a fracture ban here from Bonk. It's kind of to be expected given what they played so far.
Yeah, I'm expecting like the ban like I was talking about before, Icebox coming through for EP, but okay, they want to take Pearl off the board. They're risking that Icebox being floated through. Realistically, it's going to be coming in that second ban phase anyway. Bonk should be picking into this Lotus because it's a map that they absolutely love. Saying that, they want to risk it on Haven, a map that, well, Enterprise have actually been relatively decent on, right?
Yeah, it kind of goes to show that maybe, okay, we looked at your VODs, we're not that scared of your Haven, because also Haven is one of those maps that individual play can play quite a big role, right? You know, if you're able to get those early pickups, play off numbered advantages, that's something you might want to consider. Enterprise, on the other hand, are the ones walking into Lotus, and we were looking at the stats earlier, you know, hasn't been the easiest of times on that map, has it?
I mean, Enterprise for Lotus, they played it 3 times, won it once, lost it twice, and the fact that they're picking that into Bonk, who have, well, played it 11 times, won it 9, have that plus 80% win rate. There's definitely some scratchings of the head going on in my brain, at least, to how we've gotten to the point where I'm expecting EP to be picking the Haven, Bonk to be picking the Lotus, but like you said, they obviously definitely looked at the bots because there's a lot to look at for Bonk on Lotus, so maybe that is that sort of preparation game that they're coming into it, or they just feel confident in the adaptations and the changes and the revisitations that they've made themselves on Lotus, that they feel like they fixed, well, those problem areas that we saw in those up to Swiss stage.
Sure. In other words, it makes us scratch our heads, wonder if the names on top of the graphic there are kind of switched up, right? You kind of you wonder, you know, probably Enterprise would have picked up Haven and vice versa, but no, seems like this is the case. Ascent will be the decider, the map that will, if needed, will be where we'll be heading for a third map altogether. Now, you mentioned players from Bonk that we've celebrated, Shazza, Waddles really being the standout ones for Bonk. Who do you think can match them from Enterprise? Who do you think is the one responsible in shutting them down?
Jazz, obviously, on that tier list. We saw how impactful he's been with the operator across the upper Swiss stage, especially on maps like Split, but also Doma, like I said before, is like, I feel like he has such a firepower to bring in to be in that pack in the sense of the duelists and the initiators, being that main spearhead going into those attack rounds in particular, but also on the defense, right? On Split in particular, we saw so many trap plays that they were able to run, especially over towards the B heaven, into mid, and they were just constantly being proactive. But then on some of the maps, they had a little bit of lack of proactiveness, so I hope that's something that they have been able to fix and really progress going into this matchup in particular, because Bonk aren't just going to sit around and wait for you. They're going to be up in your face throughout this matchup.
Yeah, they are. Something else that also troubles me a little bit here. You did mention that Enterprise did play this map 3 times. All 3 times they've had a different comp. It makes you wonder, they've been playing around with it a lot. Are they comfortable in something? Have they decided that something is better than the other one? And the last time they played it was against BBL Pacific, and they lost 3-13. BBL Pacific, mind you, being the team that ended up winning the first split of Challengers EMEA, but also did say that Enterprise could be a future threat. So I don't know, man. This seems a little bit weird, wonky, and maybe they've got something else planned that could catch their opponents off guard. On the other hand, even though we've seen 3 other iterations of comps for Bonk altogether, they've been a little bit more consistent. They've been playing one for a little while, featuring the ISO, the Teo, and yeah, they started to find a groove with that. Albeit, the last 2 maps they played were fairly close.
I mean, you're talking about the comps, right? They're a team that changed the comps so often, not even just on Lotus in particular.
Sure.
Like you look at Split, they had 3 out of the 4 matches they played this year, they've had 3 different comps. So they're definitely not shy to changing up the compositions, and especially leaning into the metas or trying to see where their playstyle actually fits in this meta. Because we've been seeing the resurgence of 2023 compositions on Ascent with that double Sentinel. So it is really interesting to see what they're actually going to bring out. Are they going to stick to what they've had in the most recent match? Well, recent match against BBL Pacific was some time ago now, or just over a month, but it is just more of it's going to be what we see coming into this matchup, right? They haven't played it so far in Split 2. There's less VODs for Bonk to be reviewing here, which they're going to be sticking to their game plan. It's been working for them so far, right, with that massive win rate. So looking to EP in this first matchup, in particular on the first map, how well their prep game is, for one, and also what are they actually going to be bringing out on this map? How has their identity shifted or necessarily improved from that BBL matchup?
Yeah, some fair assessments to make, and some queries in our minds when it comes to this matchup altogether. I think for Enterprise, they've got the most pressure on to perform. I feel for Bonk, they don't really need a win here. They'd love to, but they've already exceeded expectations, right? This is their first split competing at a challengers level, and they've already made it into playoffs. That's already a tremendous feat. Now, getting a win to Enterprise, I just imagine a world where Bonk win the first map of this series and then are like, yeah, I think we can run away with the series. Like, there's literally no pressure on them. While on Enterprise, on the other hand, we've seen it. The moment they feel threatened by a team, when they start, second guessing themselves, we've seen it both in this region and in Challengers EMEA. It starts crumbling out of control. They start losing, in horrendous fashion, to be fair. I wonder if that will be the case here today. But for Enterprise, they need to get a good start going for them. And on Lotus, rather, it's got to be good.
Yeah, and for me in particular, right, when you're looking at the expectations, I think is a good word to use here for like Enterprise, right? They've already made it to that Challengers EMEA before after Split 1. They had then the added expectations of being sort of praised by the winners of BBL Pacific, and then they've come back into their own region. They've done extremely well, right, in the upper Swiss bracket, getting that flawless run through. But then also it was more of the questioning now, when they make it to playoffs, will we be able to keep that streak alive and keep, well, not necessarily the dominance, but at least the winning streak alive. Because like you mentioned, some of the maps have been really, really close. And even against Sweet and Sour, a team that we're going to be seeing later on today, they were sort of toe-to-toe on maps like Split.
Yeah, and it's not so much about the pressure that, from the outside, from the expectations. It's pressure from themselves, right? You've got world champs with Killers and Zeke. You've got Doma that has played at a high level for a good while, and also been absent from that level for a couple of years as well, even though it's very early doors in his career. It feels like it's a bit of, it's a bit of an unfortunate turn of events for him to be in a situation where he's got to qualify all over again. So for a lot of these players, you just want to make it back quickly, and you're struggling so much throughout the year that you wonder, do we actually have the chance? You need to be persistent here. You need to keep up that healthy attitude, and you mustn't let teams like Bonk mess you around. There needs to be a decisive victory. We should be getting started with the game soon, folks, and getting into Agent Select. There seems to be some sort of interaction. So interruption there. So thank you very much for your patience overall. But it gives us some extra time to talk about the tournament as a whole. Here, out of the teams that have made it into playoffs, who are you most excited to see, Winterio? Is there one in particular that's catches your eye?
I think this is going to be agreed on by you in particular, just because of a specific player. I'm not going to mention it. I'll let you guess who I think you're a super fan of, possibly, but ESC, right? We saw them coming back. Like, it is the revamp of the roster. We're having such big names, I think, when we're looking at the first iteration of like the first cycle of pros in Valorant. But you're talking about Link, right? You were happy to see him back. We saw him at the top, very top of the top at Masters, at Internationals, on Liquid. Had a little bit of a fall from grace, right? When we're talking about coming back down into the tier 2, being around the tier 2 scenes, not really finding much success on a couple of teams, whether it's the Petit Buffons in Polaris, as we were known previously for, or also when he was looking into the Spanish leagues as well on Case. And now they've seemed to turn a new leaf with this iteration of ESC.
Finally, you know, I got a glimpse of what could be with Le Petit Buffon. If anybody was around during that time watching challenges, when it was still Polaris, you knew that there was something special about them. I think they caused the most trouble to Apex that year in Split 1, but then fell off in Split 2, and then Focus took that second place. There are so many opportunities for these players to make it through, and it's a testament to how competitive the scene is. This tier 2 space is. You've got so much talent around, so many great teams, so much potential for some of these rosters, but only one can complete the dream. Only one can get that final win and ascension. And from each of the teams that have tried to make it every single time, you can't be that most of the time, right? Odds are stacked up against you, which is why this is such a big dream, which is why that's the goal for so many.
Yeah, I mean, nobody wants to stay in tier 2, right? You don't want to be stuck in that cycle. It's not necessarily the best place to stay, because you want to be going for the tier 1, you want to be competing in Berlin, and then also thinking as that bigger and beyond of going into internationals, playing against like America's team, and just being awakened, I guess, to that other realm of Valorant that you have. Because when we're looking at tier 2, especially in our league, right, we have Northeast, like that's already broadened the horizons of different sort of play styles we're seeing coming in from some of the East teams compared to what we had as just the Polaris before. So that's a nice adaptation. We can see how some of the East teams have actually shaped up compared to the Polaris teams when we're looking at the ones going into challenges EMEA. But it is a learning curve, I think, for a lot of these teams coming into this split too. Like, well, we look at, we're talking about the fact that we don't have Liquid Academy. Like, teams are improving. It
doesn't make sense.
Such an exponential rate that we're in a position, we're going to have a new champion, right? Like, we're already guaranteed a new champion. And when you're looking at, who can we guess? Like, maybe Enterprise, maybe go next. But then at the same time, the other teams that you're looking at in this player bracket aren't that far behind.
It's a very competitive league, very, very competitive when it comes to level between you. We wouldn't have that one standout team. Sure, Team Liquid Academy was that for a few of the games. Wasn't from the get-go, wasn't from the start, and was never dominating from the very beginning. And I think that's what's different when you compare us to leagues like Turkey, right? When you've got BBL Pacific and Eternal Fire completely taking over in that region. You've got, and no one is really there to contest. Maybe sure, get a map off them here and there, but it's never going to be a long-term conversation of who's at the top. But for this one, anybody could be there, which early doors doesn't give us a chance to show off, what this region is made of. But in the long run, when you've got this competition testing you throughout, able to help you figure out all of your mistakes, all of your wrongdoings, and constantly be on the grind and on your feet, it's going to test you, and it could potentially lead to great results as we go on. Let's have a look at the agent select over here. We got ourselves, what do we have ourselves? Any changes?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the Enterprise composition. Currently, they have gone through yet another change. But for the side of Monk, they're looking to keep the same sort of identity coming into this. Enterprise, the last composition they ran was the Yoru, Breach, Teo, Omen, Viper. So it is that sort of change up coming into this one.
Indeed. Slight little change. We'll see if it makes much of a difference overall. But yeah, Haven to be our first map to be played is going to be an interesting one. We already talked about the fact that Bonk have got themselves a lot to do. Enterprise Esports definitely the heavy favorites, but they've got the pressure to perform. They're the favorites, like we said. They're the players with international and global experience. So for Bonk, this is just another day of playing Valorant. Maybe if they get a good start rolling for them, they can just roll it all the way.
And I'll put my hand up. I lied. I was getting ahead of myself. I was so ready for Lotus, our second map, but they have actually changed their composition right on Haven. They're running the same.
Okay.
So I was too ready to know what the I was too ready to know what was the composition coming onto Lotus. I was too concerned with the fact that they've had a different composition every time they've run, but this is the map that they stick to their composition on, and it's a map that they've had relatively decent success. It's not like a crazy win rate on this one for Enterprise. It's that 4-3 for win-loss. So a lot of these games have been close. Like they've lost 2 times to Zero Tenacity, so it does bump up the numbers a little bit in that respect. But it's going to be interesting to see how the difference of approach from EP and Bonk coming into this with that double duelist setup.
Well, without any further ado, let's get right back into the action as Enterprise Esports on this attacking side. Bonk will be taking on the defensive, and we already see a quick stack up towards its right-hand side.
Just who's going to be the first to pull the plug? You can obviously see Waddles there with that paranoia ready and rearing to go, and it should actually hit both of these players. But when will Karu and Corsa want to approach into this? When will they want to take the fight to EP?
It's a matter of timing. And Enterprise is slowly walking their way into B. If they meet no resistance, now they break the trip. That could cause some rotations, but also an extra peek here from Karu. Goes in for the shot, a little bit rough around the edges, but Corsa is able to pick it up. Now Chazza is forced to take on the task himself. Goes in aggressive, so many shots exchanged, but it's Killers to come out on top, and Enterprise has switched their focus back to A.
And not even seeing those players, just shooting them through the wall, and especially with those 2 kills over towards A, they're gonna be a little bit more comfortable walking into this stack with the paranoia and arrow. You don't even have to see your enemy to get that one for Waddles, but still there's too many players to deal with. Although Zeke and Kyles are on super low HP, it's still 3 warm bodies to deal with.
Well, Jasiek,
right here.
Paul left to do a 1v3. The thing is, Zeke and Killers are low. Could be better picking. 67 points of health down with that shock dart thrown at his feet. Does hinder his chances as the smoke fades. Locked in for a peek or two, but Enterprise not giving him an each. As soon as he pokes his head around the corner, Zeke is able to make sure that head drops to the ground as Enterprise grab themselves the quick pistol round.
Yeah, this engagement here, it's just a little bit awkward, right? You didn't have the paranoia that they had set up for because of the pressure that EP were able to put over towards B main. So when eventually Bonk had that pressure, they had the push and pull, they wanted to take some sort of space because they were losing it over towards B and mids. They just walk right into that sort of bait setup from Enterprise, and unfortunately the trades do not go their way, and then left A site free for the taking.
They do indeed. Early lookout for Bonk as well from long, but Enterprise move in there quickly. Bonk respect it. And if you look towards the left-hand side, Jasiek already gone for a small lurk. He's broken the trip, so that's going to ask Enterprise some questions.
That's something before that I want to see Enterprise do a lot more, is breaking the utility over towards Garage and onto B in particular, when we're seeing the differences between some teams playing the Killjoy and also the Cypher. Something that I'd noticed was when they were trying to put some pressure towards mid and eventually fall back to attack over towards A, the Garage utility and also on B were still up, so that meant the defenders had a lot of quick rotations. Thankfully, they don't necessarily have the best utility in this one, so when Enterprise do pull that plug over towards A, they don't necessarily have that many people on site to help with, but the rotations are close.
They are indeed. Will they be impactful though? Lap King on the weaponry department isn't going to be that helpful. Smoke job, so Enterprise do respect it, but they do drop one of their own, and you can see Bonk now grouping up together.
30 seconds left.
But the fact that Enterprise hold their corner for a little more, it begs the question, have they moved out of position still? Enterprise making steady footwork forwards. Karu and Waddles, Chazza as well, all chime in for some kills of their own. Waddles backline with a shorty, gets so much stand. That is going to be a piss around conversion for Bonk to get things going from the get-go.
This was something that I wanted to praise Enterprise for, is how well they were on the eco rounds. They normally invest absolutely absolutely nothing, right? They just come for the pistols, they're coming, but they make it expensive and sometimes win the round. But Bonk have just taken a page from their book. Sure, they had a little bit more investment. You had a couple of sheriffs coming in, but the fact that Enterprise waited so long to go out onto site and the smokes that delayed, especially coming in from Waddles for that survival smoke on site, meant that Bonk were able to just run onto site and be a problem for Enterprise to deal with and obviously hit some nice shots.
Ah. They
Is this what
quickly
you were
return the
expecting?
favor. No, not at all. Not at all. Starkey, this is not what I expected either. Walks all the way through Sewers. Might be able to find a double kill freebie. Come on. This is maniacal. This is insane. It makes no sense. Waddles tries to get back onto the point of crime. Try to get some vengeance for his team, but Balk already on the back line. Enterprise have got themselves a numbers advantage and site control.
And also an upgrade for Z coming in with the Vandal. Kyle's obviously has that Guardian, but they are still susceptible to this Outlaw if they get the peaks, but he's to be spotted out over towards Heaven, so it might not necessarily get the chance. Kyle shuts it down, and Pavlos, what's happening? We've had ecos back and forth. Starkey's managed to walk down A and get a double kill over towards Long with a classic. Props and kudos to him for waiting to make sure he had the best sort of lineup possible, because it is going to be that double headshot with a classic each, and I hope we can see this in the replay because it's absolutely absurd that you have two people holding Long. Starkey gets the best timing, probably a TP over onto short, and he is just absolutely in the back lines.
It was just a gift laid out in front of him. How could
Early
he not
birthday.
take it?
Is it his birthday? Starkey, is it your birthday soon? Like, you're cashing in on the early birthday gift, honestly, or a late Christmas. But honestly,
Late or early Christmas, depends. I don't know when you celebrate it.
True. Let's get some normality back into this one, EP. Let's get a nice anti-ego.
Let's get a round win.
Yeah.
With the eco advantage.
Let's get a follow-up round win, right? Because we've had 1-1-1 back and forth. Let's change some rounds together, and this is relatively the best chance to do it, but there's a shorty in the smoke.
Yeah, Bonk know exactly what's going on, given the fact that Yasek pushed out through mid, knowing that the A site's going to be hit. We've already got plenty of defenders. Yas is able to get one. Kara trying to return the favor, but Chaz's Sheriff is hitting. Oh, it's getting uncomfortable, but the fact that Yas is continuing his realm over this A site, there's not much that can be done. Killers as well secures a final pickup. It always gets scary when the Sheriff hit so hard, but Enterprise bring things to the realm of normality.
Yeah, I'll admit, Bonk have been really well playing around that survival smoke on site, right? Just whether it's with the shorty inside it or just being able to come out CT and support. Like, you can see that position straight over towards short just being a massive problem because, well, especially on the eco disadvantage, you don't want Enterprise players just running into the smoke because, well, we had the hindsight there's a shorty there, and they're also worried about close range classic burst or the shorty itself, and it allows that position to be so dangerous. But thankfully, normality EP were able to deal with it.
Indeed. Quick initialization of the Hunter's Fury. Only finds a tag onto Corsa. And information of his presence towards the right-hand side, but that's going to quickly change. You can see Corsa's backed out completely, being the transition player between the sites, while Enterprise try to cook up something towards the left, making their way into garage.
And especially since Enterprise have been finishing over towards A so often, especially in this mid-round now, there you go, breaking the trips as much as they can. They think are in garage, breaking the one over towards B. That's going to raise a couple of questions for Bonk. Is there going to be some proactive push? Because currently, all these 5 players are in that sort of default line. No one's doing any sort of information gathering. They've already given up all of long and short because, well, Enterprise have sort of been consistent in their pressure over towards A, not only with the early aggression, but also the late finishes.
Well, the one part will be permitted.
30 seconds.
Yas gets caught from sewers.
Planted.
And while the dimensional drift is going to clear out the site, Enterprise vacate the premises. They want to hold out from mid. All of their players stacked up together here. And sure, you've got Zeke on the backline control.
Put down.
The
quick
post
trades as well.
isn't that good as well. They don't have Zeke's ultimate on board, so it's going to have to be the gunfights. And while Doma puts his best foot forward, but waddles, there's too many players of Bonk to deal with. And he cleans up the rest of the Enterprise players. It's a nice idea, right? They put some pressure over towards A early on. You can see how reserved Bonk were playing. They had a player Heaven and a player close towards CT, but you get the loot caught out from Jazz. That's your duelist off the board. And then when you go into the B, you've already used the Hunters very early on. Doma didn't have his ult up online either, and it's more of they didn't have crazy utility to be able to have that B post plan without having someone on site, because, well, Kara's ultimate cleared all of that out, which meant the rest of the Bonk players could flood in and then deal with front B, which, well, there's too many players to deal with for the EP.
Enterprise are going to be pacey about this one. Trying to see if they can catch someone on the push from A long. Doesn't happen. They drop noise. And they're tiptoeing their way into the A site.
Not again.
They do reveal their presence using both Sova's abilities, but no one else has used much. But now they will. Rolling Thunder instantly in. Bonk read it, so they vacate the area. And now the A site taking over, the spike going down. This is going to be a 5v5 retake.
Yeah, and look at what Bonk have for this. You have Chaz's ultimate as well if they want to get an early pick to clear out towards Hell, especially with the double player setup here, it could go overlooked by EP.
You've already seen the kill contract come out from Chazza, finding the outside angle into Starkey. That's already the numbers advantage for Bonk. Can they break through? Kill is holding down the line, disallowing anybody the cross from Heaven. Yes, chimes in that effort as well, but he's on site, locked in, and has to switch his attention to multiple directions at the same time. Killis is the only one left. The touch of the spike is insane from Yasiek as he walks past of it for just a meter, gets the headshot, and gets the round win for Bonk as well.
Evening up the scoreline with a nice retake, right? Especially when we were talking about the kill contract, clearing at least one of those players underwards. Hell, they do re-clear it as well, thinking that there's going to be a second player. You can see this one, but then it was the breach underneath that could have been such a problem. Like you said, Jazz putting his best foot forward, trying to just be that stopping power over towards side, getting a kill towards Heaven, peeking towards CT, but there was too many players for Enterprise to deal with, and that's something that's been a recurring theme already. The fact that Bonk are getting not necessarily just the early kills, but when they're starting off the retakes, they're starting the trade game.
Yeah, they are indeed. I'm not sure where we're heading here. It feels like Bonk, when it comes to these retakes, have been very, very successful. The shaky start, sure, we can ignore what happens to anyone. Enterprise drop a pistol, a bonus rather, and then they win a pistol round themselves. That's wonky. But when it comes to the buy rounds, these retakes from Bonk have been immaculate.
Yeah, I think we can just ignore the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, just put them behind us.
For the benefit of the both of the teams, right? When we're talking about when it comes to the gun rounds, like you said, A has been a constant presence. It had a little bit of a mishap on B in regards to the ultimates that Bonk have used. But that's another thing. The ultimates of Chazza and Kari for the retake, both your duelists, who are going to cycle those ultimates relatively quick, they are very liberal with using these ultimates. As soon as they get them, they want to use it for the retake or to get an early pick or to get some sort of information, which is going to be such a good boost to the economy. The quicker you use them, the quicker you can get them back.
Value min-maxing. And space min-maxing here from Enterprise as they put Keelays out in mid on a little bit of a journey of his own. Does get caught while the rest of the team gains control of the A site. Not without the casualties though. Bonk could arrive here quickly before.
And again, on this one now, you're looking at Corsa has the ultimate as well. They have the advantage in the power. There's a lot of utility that's not going to get used.
You've got a lot of crosshairs here from Enterprise, though. You've got the crossfires, which could catch them off guard, but you're lacking the players now. 2v3, Starkey finds the right timing across. That's 2 players to nothing. Chazza, though, is able to turn the tides around. Has the time to get the defuse as well. Bonk continue with the successful trade on the post plant.
Yeah, I'm just looking now. We've got, I'm getting a tally going for how successful these A retakes have been, just because of how often Enterprise are actually ending A. Like, A seems to be their home, but the only issue, they're getting vacated time and time again by Bonk. It's like 3-1 for the A retakes when we're talking about gun rounds. Again, I'm ignoring the first 2 rounds. They don't count, right? When we're talking about the back and forth, the gun rounds, you can see in a timeline, retake after retake after retake. And for the side of Enterprise, what is the next thing to do? Where are you going to start looking? Because currently it's been an A party and a B sort of side salad, right?
Sure. Maybe they did try and change things up a little bit by placing Zeke a little bit further forwards on that retake, try to disrupt the setup. Didn't quite work, but this A site, they find it open more times than not. So they try it again. Maybe this time they can stick the landing.
Chaz's ultimate is back up. So again, when we're talking about the retakes, you have so many ultimates. You have Corsa that can stop the spike plant itself, and you can see how deep he's playing over towards CT. Looks like he wants to use it. They're just holding for the A flood out, which EP might want to do. Look at towards the smoke.
Hunter's Fury will deny the spike plant. You're looking for the tag, seeing how aggressive EP are looking to push in, but all they're doing is holding the smoke. Bonk, look how much they're respecting it. They sort of know that EP are going to change up their antics. Aldrona is going to reveal 1 at least, maybe 2. So Bonk are going to be a little bit extra careful. That's going to be the kill contract, making sure that 1 more player is out of there. Starkey is able to find the kill and the trade, but still Bonk have got 1 more player in this. Yasik through the chaos is able to find 1. Neural theft available for him, but Yas is on the case. Enterprise able to finally hold down the A-site fort.
And that's the adaptation of fighting deeper towards CT, because before, the setup that they were playing was holding hell, playing onto default, playing towards short and long. Even after losing this entry onto Doma, you can see how ready these players were to fight over towards CT. Even Chaza being, well, failed in that ultimate, keeping the fight up and in the faces of EP into Bonk, and that's something that I mentioned that Enterprise have to deal with, because Bonk are ready to be in your faces, especially when it comes to pulling the plug on the retakes. They are ready and relatively fast going for these retakes, and majority of the time the timing is right for the double peaks from CT, from Heaven, and the utilities on point. So it's nice to see EP disrupting that by fighting before it, fighting ahead of it, and finally a round on the board for this A. They were finally able to defend their spike plan.
Putting a check mark finally on that A site. We saw a couple of giggles from Zeke as well. There's some humor in the situation. And like we said, look, there is pressure on Enterprise, but they're not going to walk into this game with that type of pressure. You know, the whole pressure of the season on their shoulders. They've got a long way to go, game by game. They're using every single match they play as practice, as an improvement session. Bonk is just a step in the right direction for them, but Bonk also going for a crit collapse in mid, but it's just a shooting gallery for EP instead.
Yeah, nice anti-eco from Enterprise. Bonk wanting to exploit the gap that Enterprise have left open majority of these rounds when they're going for a slight pressure B with Kyle's, but it's mainly A that an A lobby that they're looking towards. So trying to be a little bit cheeky, trying to push the gap, but Enterprise were ready for it. Takes 2 down off the boards. The only thing that could be a scary thing for them now is Yasir over towards short with that shotgun, but he's not going to have anyone anywhere close to help support, not even with utility either, right? You can't even get a survival smoke from Waddles, he's already gone. It's just how well Enterprise are dealing with the unknown of short, because you can see a heavy push over towards long. You just don't want a gun to be given away by Kyle's, but instead it's a shot in the back.
It is. I believed in the Yasik dream. Never mind. No, I didn't. I'm lying. Yeah, blatant lies. Sorry about that. Well, Enterprise will be able to find the lead again after what has been a bit of a turbulent first half, I'd say.
I think that's a good word for it. Turbulent, unexpected.
Shaky.
Shaky, yeah, and something that is shaky is the economy. So if Chazo are able to get a couple of kills on this exit, it could be massive. Is able to pick one onto Zeke. That's a trade for his teammate.
That's the thing about these rookies, right? That's the thing about these players that are just mechanical machines. Always got to respect them on Sheriffs. Always got to respect them in these like limited situations, because that's when they create the most pressure. And I feel we've already seen that from round number 2 with the bonus. Cool stuff, cool stuff. But it's Enterprise, inevitably, that are ahead. Let's see if now Bonk's buy round is enough to stop that.
And not too much damage done to Enterprise, right? They're starting to build up that money. They only lose 1 on that hunt. And now it's a little bit of a different look. And look at the Bonk's reaction to this. They have 3 players fighting towards A. They've popped Yasiak over towards C, and he's going to be in a full 5-man fight here.
Whoa, for a moment there, I thought Yaps was going to land in the smoke. Never mind, overshot it. Still ended up with the pick. I think that surprised Yasiak as much as it did myself. Lovely stuff shown here from Enterprise. And now Bonk on the back foot trying to retake.
Can you see how the adaptation has caught Bonk by surprise, right? It's the conditioning that EP have been giving over towards A. They love to end A. They constantly end A, even if they look towards mid at the start.
But you've got Corsa just meddling with the back line, getting a pickup, while Kyra also front-lining, getting his successful picks as well. They're running out of time, though, therefore the pace needs to be amped up. Doma does get dealt with, meaning 2 players left here from Enterprise. You do have shock darts, you've got an Aldrone, you've got, most importantly, a Hunter's Fury, and then rushing into Starkey's position. Time is not in their favor either. So Enterprise, albeit looking scary for just a little bit, are still able to grab the win.
And time being a factor is massive, right? When you look at how the round transpired, Enterprise put full foot to the pedal and ran it into C. And because of the conditioning that they were doing previously in the previous 7 rounds, right, of always wanting to finish A, whether it was a failed retake or they started to get a couple of successes on it, Bonk wanted to meet them at the door. They had 3 players ready to fight over towards A long, and it's at that moment Enterprise run it into C. And sure, Bonk had the right ideas, fighting over towards flank, getting some pressure to Garage, but there was not enough time because half of the team was over towards A as the spike was going down.
Yeah, probably an unsung hero, I think, from Enterprise if you look at all the players available to them and all the highlights and all that. Is Starkey. 2nd overall when it comes to rating in the main Swiss. And it's not only just because of the fragging, it's because of the assists he provides.
And again, EP having a little bit of pressure towards mid. They're getting a little bit of information towards long. Although saying that, Corsa has been able to get that arrow over and the recon towards A, so they have a little bit more confidence looking into this B here or towards C.
Karu is still on the back line, unchecked, uncleared, and gets a pick up onto Yas. Dimensional Drift can also get him out of dodge here. He has escaped his own jail. And now, he's thinking of finding himself to the back line. He's got to be careful, though. There's so many players around, but he's just going to act as a distraction so the rest of Bonk can walk in.
Let's see if this Enterprise defense of the B side is a little bit more successful. And as I say that, 3 players of Bonk drop. Make it 4.
Recon out, giving Corsa the idea of where 2 players are. Shocked at as well, landing to the feet of 1, but it's not going to be good enough. He doesn't really have the space to do this. He doesn't have the time. Corsa is a dead man walking, and Keyless knows it. He's going to be the Grim Reaper in this situation, creating and starting to gap their opponents.
Starting to stretch their legs a little bit, right? We can see from round 5 to 7, Bonk were kind of hitting the nail on the head, right? For those retakes, they had players in the right places, and not only in the right places, but within the right timings as well to make it. They weren't running out of time for the retakes. They weren't having the wrong reads necessarily onto Enterprise, but in the last couple of rounds, it feels like they've started kicking it up a gear. Killy's especially getting some nice entries over towards mid and just being a problem for Bonk to deal with.
Indeed, and talking about Starkey being a legend, he's shown that again with a first pickup. Now Bonk have got themselves presence in sewers as well, 1 in backside. They've got West for wear weapons, but Yas is able to read that position. Pre-flash to the smoke, no travel at all, but the most danger is faced against Karu. Corsa left here. Smoke fades, shown, and knows that. Oh, Zeke is low in sewers as well. Gets another pickup, come on! Spike hasn't even gone down yet, and Course has completely traversed this round for his team. What can he do here? He's got a recon. Time is in his favor, but the weaponry lacking. Gets the better angle and just shocked up, makes his opponent low. The Stinger will be able to complete the job for him. Corsa closes out the half of Bonk in a high.
3 with the Guardian wasn't enough to keep that weapon. He's playing gun game out here, switching into that Stinger, and that's what he needs to close out with some support from his Shock Dart. But we're going to be seeing if there's any sort of comeback possible for Bonk going into that second half after a short break.
Well, it might be Enterprise in the lead by the end of the first half. Bonk have shown some signs of life, to be fair. When it comes to that fragging department, not lacking at all. And a 2-round difference, I don't think is going to make much of a difference at all.
Might not make a difference, but the difference in approach of Bonk, they're keeping that spike over towards Garage, but this fight's going over towards A. Enterprise sticking to that mantra of A is best. Whether it's on the attack, wanting to finish a majority of those rounds, or just being a front issue for Bonk to deal with already.
Yeah, Bonk, albeit showing their presence early towards the right-hand side, they do opt for taking up space into Garage. Now, Enterprise have also switched their position.
Yeah, look at this mid-walk as well from 3. They're going to catch the player over towards window, but Garage players are ready to peek off of it. That's going to sort of pull the plug. They have to start speeding up over into C.
Yeah, Bonk react off the back of that quickly into the C site. There is one player into the back line. Zeke is able to get a pickup off the Shock Dart, and no one from Bonk has entered the site just yet. It's Karu that is on the verge, just looking in as if it's a fishbowl, but just can't enter. And Bonk have completely switched up their minds. The C site is not happening for them. They've got to break through into B. Yas appears himself, and Waddles is able to make sure that he is no more.
Yeah, that spike's going to be going down over towards B, and especially with the trip being destroyed on C, they're going to be scared of a player lurking back up, which you can see Karu wants to do now. Might get them in the back.
Karu, oh my word. Do you expect that it's going to be 3 grouped together? Not really, right? So we still get surprised with a turnaround, but it's enough of a delay for Bonk to set and know what is happening, where to place your players. Chazza just backs off, gets the pick up of Doma on the retreat, and Starkey, he's got to give it a go, right? It's the pistol round, a 1v3 asked of the legend. And he's able to make some work out of it. But Chazza, individual peek there. I was wondering, is that really necessary? Still gets it done though, as Bonk retrieve themselves the pistol.
Yeah, just a couple of those kills in that round, right? You're seeing the look through C, getting a player in the back, and also having been already on that angle over towards A-Link when Jazz tries to peek for any sort of information, which, again, EP Enterprise were getting starved of, right? Like, they had a redrone out towards C, so when Jazz was playing towards A-Link, he was the B and A sort of guardian, right? So him falling down relatively early on, it's a little bit difficult for them to pull back, although they did try their best. And this time, let's see what they can do with 3 classics and 2 sheriffs.
Well, Starkey's aware of presence. Not only does he hear the movement, but the recon revealed one of his opponents. He knows an Omen is nearby, so switches his attention back to the door. Come on. There's no way we see another bonus round lost. I mean, last time Enterprise didn't make it work. They won the pistol, lost the second round. Is Bonk gonna fall victims to the same thing?
I mean, I said Enterprise are so good at making pistols work, especially when they're on the attack side. They run 5 pistols into a site. I'm
2 players
scared.
now in garage. They're waiting. This could be a quick breakthrough. Kara ends up getting the pickup onto Yas. But they're able to isolate the 2 players, creating a crossfire. That is not going to work in favor of EP, though. You realize their intent. The round should be falling safely into the hands of Bonk.
Yeah, Starkey, one of the players who were able to just be a little bit of an issue towards the start, has been able to pick up that Spectre, but a 1v4 is a little bit too much asked of him, especially with how Bonk are playing this, but maybe looking for a couple of exits or to go down to that spike, not wanting to give too many ult orbs over to Bonk already, because just look at the ultimates that we have online or close to coming in. Like Karu's 3 away, Chaza is only 2, and they're the 2 of the ultimates that can be so devastating on this attacking half, right? When we're looking at Chaza being able to just sort of yoink a player off site and be able to put the number advantage in favor of the team a lot more when they're going for the site hits in particular, or you're looking at Karu being able to be a walking sober drone, being able to gather so much information that they can, whether they want to get some blinds, some paranoias off of it to get Karu a pick when he comes out, or just so that the rest of the team can scale up behind. And that's something that Enterprise have to start worrying about, because, well, because the pistol in the second went over to Bonk, theirs is lagging behind a little bit.
Well, the buy from Bonk isn't that bad. Weapons capable of damage. And with the right picks, in the right moments, there's a real chance. Waddles illustrates it. Perfection from him already. Spike left behind, but you've got the pickup now. You've got to make the choice of where you want to break through.
And you're talking about choice of where you want to go through. There's a trip to be hit, but it's going to get a TP back out from Karu, so they have information of where it is.
Yeah. Damn, I'm barely not getting that pickup. That's unfortunate. But Bonk have made the decision. They're heading to A.
The rotates have come in. You see Doma and Zeke just putting them onto the site itself, especially in this close corner that they're going to have to use the arrow to get it out, because they don't have the drone online. May go overlooked, and especially with a couple of supporting pieces of util from Doma.
Oh. Well, Recon drops. Yas is quickly nearby, but the fact that Bonk get 2 pickups, this is incredible stuff. Yas, though, backside, switches up the position with the dash, but there's just too many players around, too many corners to account for. Bonk are making the shaky buy work out. And Enterprise scratching their heads, trying to figure out how to get back into the game. Maybe this is it, because the 2 players remaining are low. Killers, don't be a madman now, really. Is this the time for it? Maybe. Chooses to break Yasiak's skull. And now Corsa, the only player remaining, is down to 20 points of health himself. Switches a position up entirely. He's being toyed with, played with, but he knows where Corsa is shocked up going to land. No, it's a recon instead. Revealing Killers, and he's being toyed with. Corsa, knowing he's got the delicacy of playing with time, Killers is in trouble, knowing that if he gets on the spike, he's dead. If he goes towards his opponent, he's dead. If he sticks the defuse, he is most likely dead. Corsa, what a steady hold. Not allowing his opponent to get in his head. Bonk stay ahead here.
Guessing just overpiece just so cool so you can get the highlight reel, right? Because closing that out, like mind games, realistically playing with them. But Achilles does put his best foot forward, gets the first two, but yeah, Corsa just playing with the 6th man of time, hiding deep towards short, nothing for Achilles to really work with in regards to utility to push him out or to force that engagement. And it's a lead again for Bonk.
Oh, Starkey. Sneaky boy. Not going to work out. Waddles, he's been the master of these first picks lately, hasn't he? The past couple of rounds. Delivering with the first blows.
It's just dealing with this anti-EQ that's going to be important for Bonk. We've seen both these teams struggle with the lower weaponry, and getting that first initial kill over onto Starkey. Again, the Omen dying so early on this defense half for Enterprise is just not the position that you want to be, especially when you have the lower weaponry. You want to try and be able to cut off certain angles or get like a cheese smoke somewhere, or the survival smokes on both C and A, just to be able to get those closer range engagements, because long range, right? We have Kara with an outlaw, the rest of the players with rifles. You're just not looking at the Sheriffs to be winning those.
You don't expect them to win them. And especially when you're up against an outlaw, it's not going to really help your case. But the fact that Bonk get a pickup, they don't maintain the same idea. They use from the shadows to gain back access sight. And pull the team in with you. Why take any chances? You know, Enterprise are a bunch of aimers. Don't give them a chance.
Yeah, and especially since they got the early kill over towards long, and then Domo wanting to re-clear, it's safe to say, especially with the TP not seeing anyone on site itself, that the rotates were over towards B, over towards C, because they had, well, at the time, a lot of information that there was absolutely nobody over towards A. Well, one quick Omen TP from the shadows can change that. And back over to the A, it seems a favorite for both of these teams. And Enterprise likely playing for those exits, just doing as much economical damage as they can.
Not going to be allowed, though, are they? Nothing much given. Bonk, on the other hand, have not dropped a single round since the start of this attacking side for them. The opposite could also be said about Enterprise, but now's their chance. Buy about to come in for them. Can they make it work? They started off this half with a 2-round advantage. Now they are 2 rounds behind. They gotta get things going for them quickly.
And now we're coming into this rifle round, even an operator being brought out for Jazz. Be interesting to see if Carrie does switch over from that outlaw to a rifle, because, well, everybody has full shields bar Jazz, who's fully invested into that half armor operator. But it's more important of the ultimates that I was talking about earlier, the Yoru and the ISO ult both online, so there's a lot of variability that Bonk have to work with. And realistically, from round 13 to 16, we've been seeing different things from them, and keeping Enterprise guessing, it's going to be important, although they're not guessing where anybody is towards the start of the round. That arrow has hit 4 people, I would say. No arrow shooters on Bonk, they just shoot the heads.
They've got all the info they need, clear picture. Although, with time passing by, the more movements have come about. Enterprise, on the other hand, have left killers to the left-hand side extremity. Well, Bonk have found the gap into the A site, dimensional drift, revealing Yas's position. He knows there's 2 players nearby. He's asking his team to be cautious about this, but he breaks out of the other dimension from spawn. He's going to be a big interruption to Enterprise's play. All he has to do is be there.
There's also a TP back over towards long, right? So if things do get precarious, or the players on site fall relatively easy, but they are not falling, Pavlos. They are not falling. It is a 4v2. Both of the Enterprise players are split up, although they find success.
They might actually have a chance here. Given the fact that Killers and Starkey have gotten 2 kills, there might just be an opportunity. Starkey drops below. Korza making that site his own. It got scrappy, it got messy, but Bonk always had the upper hand.
And continuing their streak. It's like a sweet and sour cosplay over here. It's just that switch of something, and then we just see domination, right? Sure, the rounds get close. But still, when you're looking at that bigger picture, it was a 4v2. Both players split up. It's... hard to be able to isolate all of those 1v1s, especially being able to scale up onto the site because time is always ticking. And actually forced Enterprise to take a timeout of their own. First time out of the game. Obviously, Bonk, you're going to have a chance to talk over stuff as well, but it's more important for Enterprise. What are they going to do with one regards to their money? Because some people can buy, some people are on the lower end. Are we going to see a hero rifle possibly coming in from Jazz, who's close to the Blade Storm that we could be seeing in round 19? But there's questions that right now Enterprise don't have the answers to.
Yeah, I mean, they can at least say, look, we didn't pick this map, we can go to Lotus, but we also got a little bit confused about who picked what and why, right? There were those situations where Lotus is actually a really strong pick for Bonk.
Lotus
Enterprise
is scary.
haven't had the best of success there, yeah.
Lotus has been played so many times by Bonk. That's why I assumed that's where we'd be going as that first map when Bonk are going to be picking into it. And instead, they pick into a map that we were looking at was favourite for Enterprise coming into this. And, well, in the last 5 rounds, they've shown us why it should not be considered that, at least in this matchup.
Oh, for a moment I thought Yasiek got away with his life, but never mind. Yas is able to double down on that position. In the meantime, Bonk create an opening of their own. That's a bit overzealous. Walking through smokes, Doma gets given an opportunity to get a pickup. Rifle in close proximity, and Bonk not quite allowed to cross into sight. Doma respects the position, knowing that Waddles could actually post up closely. Oh, that's some great shooting there from Doma, the ex-Fnatic player. But can Bonk continue the pressure onto C? Only one player remaining. Paranoia, I think it connects with both players. He can just TP out of there while the spike is getting touched down on. Still, Enterprise not slowing down a bit. Sure, they've got Zeke approaching from the other side.
And there's also weapons that have been picked up right from those Sheriff kills. Zeke and Jazz now have Vandals on the board. Jazz putting his to work.
Shazza, good for the first pickup. He needs 2 more, but Zeke is able to go ring around the Rosie across the entire map, create another extra angle of approach. And Enterprise, who would have thought? It's a pistol round that gets them a round win.
Yeah, off the back of Doma as well, in particular, some of those sharp shots. Nice to see the hero rifle does come into play for Jazz with that reveal. We said it got a little bit precarious when we were watching. We were like, oh, has he managed to make it behind the wall? It's taking a little bit too long to kill this guy, but no, they are able to do it. That's also the utility for Yasiek down off the board relatively early on, so it meant that Zeke was able to get a relatively fast flank over towards C and pick up the weapon.
Look at the ultimates. Enterprise have got 4 of them.
That's not good. It's not a good story for Bonk. We saw how well they were with the ultimates for retakes, but the issue is they don't even want to let it get to a retake.
Enterprise completely switch up the pace, go in aggressive, but Bonk are ready for it. They've got all of their players nearby. Not only that, they've got Yasiek on the lurk. Enterprise looking to see if anybody has walked by. Yasiek is able to get the pickup on Killers crossing forwards. Bonk have got angles to this. They've got layers to this. This is 4D chess being played out right now. Enterprise trying to break through with sheer force, but it's just not working. 2v3. At least Spike isn't in the hands of Bonk.
But look where Starkey is.
Bullseye.
And look where Yasiek isn't anymore. Corsa finds the pickup on a Starkey. That's so smart, but you knew the From the Shadows was used. Therefore, they were very diligent with looking around.
Yeah, I was worried that he was possibly going to be able to get a shot in the back for Chaza in particular, but yeah, you're looking at this, a 1v2, Chaza has the ultimate. Realistically, you should not be losing this for the sides of Bonk, right? Even if you get Corsa spotting or one person spotting you out, you go for the ultimate, but I don't even think it's going to come to that because Zeke's wanting to go for the flank, although...
Timing, man! What on earth? Recon can reveal exactly Chaza's position. Wait, Zeke, no way. No way you have a chance here, mate. Corsa trying to hide. No, not even trying to hide. Holding that position himself. Gives the fight to Zeke. There was no way Enterprise should have a way in this round.
They shouldn't have.
Chaza was holding the right angle. He had the kill contract. Just looking away, pure timing led Enterprise to winning this round and still having an in this game.
But to know, they were playing so far away from each other, right? We were talking about how you would necessarily be able to use this. You have one player holding the flank, hoping that maybe you put Corsa over towards Cubby, like you play off the spike plan. No. no tap needed onto that spike. It was, he just fought his way through.
It's ridiculous. And Chazza gave them the fight as well. Everything aligned for Zeke. Okay. Got a game on the hands. Anything can happen. Enterprise put a lot of focus towards Garage, but not exactly where they want to end up.
Yeah, you might be seeing the overconfidence of some of the Bonk players shining through, especially after how dominant they have been on this attacking half so far. Just a little bit of a different look. Looking over towards Garage in particular.
Rolling Thunder is enabled. It's Yas and Starkey that get the pickups. There's one left behind, and it's Karu that gets knocked out of life completely. This is a clean round as any. It's flawless, but also no damage taken. Enterprise are definitely back in the game.
Yeah, nice use of ultimate over towards Garage as well, right? They know that was a point of contention in a couple of rounds when they're going for those C splits, and unlike them on the attack, Bonk are exploring the different sites. They are exploring over towards Garage, and off the back of the Rolling Thunder from Doma, a Paranoia from Starkey, it sort of shuts down that area and also enables them to push further, not only from A itself, but coming out from mid and Garage, and well, the rest of the Bonk players are stuck in spawn.
How about that, huh? How about that for a change of pace?
Your fault. One enemy remains.
I think when Enterprise remember that they're the type of players that they are, they can just disrespect them and take fights like that, you know?
I mean, we've seen a couple of rounds of Enterprise, whether it was also on the attack or onto the defense side, of randomly, they're just like, what should we do now? Do you know what? Run at them. That is our plan. We will W key, whether it's down mid, or when we saw on the attack, when they decided they've been conditioning a lot over towards A, time for C. 4-5-C here, and you can see how disrupting that is for Bonk, whether it's them on the defense trying to rotate, scramble, get everyone back over to where the action is happening. But then at the same time, when they're on the attack, they're getting corralled into a corner because Enterprise are fighting on so many different fronts.
Indeed they are. Still not out of it. Waddles has his hands on the bucky while the rest of the team have got their rifles. But on the attack, you kind of need to create these situations for yourself. Again, looking to take some early Garage control as two players tend to the right-hand side, making sure that Enterprise don't walk too far forwards. But that's a lot of space control gathered up. Knowing that no one's tempting the A site, you do have three players opting to defend the left.
Time to jump.
They are going to be going in to C. There's a couple of kill trips for Achilles to work with. It's only going to hit the clone.
It's you and me.
Spike down.
Kill contract. It's found someone. Waddles closed down the distance. And an upgrade as well. Low on health. Chazza does win the 1v1. Hunter's Fury not really finding its mark just yet. Waddles is so close to death, he doesn't even know it. Plays all across. He takes a step forward, trying to deny the blades. Gets Zeke down. There is no way he made that happen. Still a 2v2 though. Anyone could take this. Killers walking out of Garage, not quite the pickup. At least there's information, but Dimensional Drift gets Karu a get out of jail free card. Killers low. Easy pickings. Karu has revealed everyone from the opponents. Chazza can just walk in, aim in the approximate direction of his teammate. That is played superbly. Yas is low. 30 points of health. His opponent is TP'd away. Karu is toying with them. This is incredible.
It's mind
Yas
games.
knows there's no way he's going to win this. Toyed with, played with, antagonized. Chazza gets the final pickup. It's Bonk that get themselves the lead back.
And Karu just buys so much time. Not only with the ultimate pop as well, just stood on site watching plays. Oh, wait, they're peeking here, peek here. Chazza swings off it, gets the first, but also the fact that he comes out of his ultimate over towards Garage. Jazz wants to try and isolate that 1v1 he thinks he can get, but, well, Karu's not sticking around. He's already back on long, teamed up with his teammate, with Chazza, and it's just a point in the round where there is no way Jazz can win it unless Bonk throw, and thankfully they didn't over peak, and they hit their shots over towards the end for the exit kill.
Yeah, it's in the kill that corrals that Bonk are able to find these minor advantages, but always under control for some reason. Never shaken. From the shadows, enabled but quickly counteracted. Bonk seemed to fancy the C site, putting 4 of their 5 players towards long.
And this is the best time to do that because, well, the Cypher setup has now been switched over towards A. They should have a free run into this site, bar the players.
But Enterprise exactly have got 3 players available. Flash already used, Starkey revealing his ground, gets dealt with, 55 seconds, Bonk can switch things up.
It's just silence. They've managed to put Yasik over into Garage, so any sort of sound calls that he can start picking up on rotations. My only confusion is if they do start going into A, there's going to be an issue with the setup, but it looks like a re-hit of C is on the horizon, especially with no smokes now to stop and cut off certain angles.
Ooh, you try and pick with the operator, Corsa will completely destroy you. Doma, they know he's here. He's able to find the first pickup as a flood from Garage comes his way, but there's no one to double it up. He has to deal with the players shooting out from long. He is going to be doing so much damage here. Brilliant on the anchor position. And he's also got friends now. He's got reinforcements. 10 seconds on the clock. Pressure on Bonkaru. Can't break through. Only one player remains. Enterprise keep things competitive.
And we've tied up again. Time and time again, we're seeing flurry of rounds from both of these teams. But it's been stopped by Enterprise. They were not in a position to win this, but looking at Doma, 0 utility left for these gunfights, by the way. He was just buying time for the rotates to come through. Karu does have a chance, but there's too many players to deal with. It's 1v3. He gets the first 2, but the third is too much to ask, and now we're in a position. Look at the money of Bonk.
Yikes. How the turntables, right? At a moment where Enterprise could potentially get themselves a 13-11 if Bonk can't get any damage here. They may be permitted to plant, never mind. Doma, so dangerous! Back-to-back rounds, he saves a day.
They just don't even want to clear him out. He's just a mainstay of that B site.
The mainstay of any position he chooses. And that provides the confidence for the rest of the team to just flood in and do the rest. Bonk don't get anything secured this round. It was a shaky buy to begin with. The chances were low, but Enterprise will be the team not only in the lead, but on map point on their opponent's map pick.
I'm just looking at what Bonk have to deal with into this last round, right? Sure, they took the half buy in this one just to make sure they can bolster themselves up and have everything that they want in the last one, but they are a couple of half armors. It shouldn't be too detrimental though. But the question is, there's not many ultimates online, and you look aside of EP, Doma's one away. They fed that defuse also onto him, and especially off the back-to-back multi-kill rounds of just being a rock onto C and B site themselves, I have no doubt that we're going to be seeing at least 1 kill from Doma into this one to get this ultimate online in the last round.
Yeah, it's likely we'll be seeing that. But for now, Bonk playing a little bit more steady, wanting to see if Enterprise are going to go for something aggressive themselves. Nothing of the sort happens apart from a bit of poking and prodding from Yaz. Garage exploration, but quickly backtracked from Karu.
But that's also a lot of information from the side of Bonk that there is no utility in Garage itself, so they have to be wary of the sites themselves. Yes, there haven't been much utility on B throughout this half, but the C site and A site have both been homes to Achilles.
You've got a feeling that Yas could be really dangerous here. Enterprise seem to have the right idea, but they've got 3 players around. Sure, Rolling Thunder can't be used for a few seconds, but it could quickly be utilized as soon as Yas gets the call that there's players crossing through. Doma gets dealt with, no Rolling Thunder potential. This is Bonk's breakaway. Yas stuck. They know he's around, but they haven't been able to deal with him. A 1 peek will not suffice. Trying to put the spike down and put the pressure on their opponents. Enterprise, unrelenting, unfazed, are able to close out the map. God, that got close. Zeke on his feet. That was not an easy map to secure, but one that Enterprise will put in their pocket nevertheless.
And coming into that, it's their opponent's map pick, right? And going on to the next map onto Lotus, it gets a little bit scary for them as well. And just looking at this whole map in general, we've seen some scary rounds, some unusual rounds, especially when we're looking at the start of this match when we had Eco followed by an Eco, followed by a walkthrough and double kill along by a classic against yeah, there was a lot going on. But when we got into the rifle rounds, we saw a lot of different identities from both of these teams, right? A was heavily contested. Yeah, that's the kill that I'm talking about over towards Long. It was scary. But one thing that I want to highlight for Enterprise is how well their retakes actually were. Same goes for Bonk when we were looking at their defensive half over towards A. Their retakes look super, super clean. But Enterprise, they just wanted to be in your face, especially with flood retakes over towards C, and also just fighting heavily into Gary's, like in that round in particular. They don't want to let Bonk get comfy anywhere.
Completely right. Yeah. It was a tough game for either of the teams to kind of break away from. Bonk got teased the opportunity, the chance to break through, but no, and Enterprise to come away with a win. Even though I feel, you know, when you look at the kills all across the board, Yas is, you know, topping the charts. I feel like the most impactful ones came from Doma and Starkey. They were the ones that were able to completely change the tide of the game on numerous occasions.
Yeah, my only grudge for Starkey in this one is the amount of times he got picked off as that entry kill, right? That is the only thing that I think I can say towards him in this one, because like you said, the paranoias were great, the utility usage, and also the impact kills that he was actually able to get. But have a little look at Jazz as well. Those 8 first kills just being a spearhead for the side of Enterprise, and obviously have those players like Doma to fall back on when they do finally go into that site.
Yeah, a competitive game all across the board, and I hope the rest do follow suit in the same fashion. We've got Lotus up next, and I can't not wait to get going on that one. Any thoughts you'd like to share before we throw this one to a break?
Let's see if the research that Enterprise have done into Lotus is actually worth it, because this is, for me, this should be Bonk's map pick, right? They played it 11 times, 80% win rate. Let's see what Enterprise have cooked up.
Well, let's wait and see how that goes. We'll see you right in a bit.
I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, hit me a chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Just I get a plot, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show and she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, that for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I needed from Charlotte. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging their darts, make them reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Dre with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I spit it from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like it's surgery. She be curving you just to flirt with me. Totally tucked off, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. If they ain't ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me a chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. This for sure, get a plot, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Really outside with it. Run with it. Run with it. Run with it.
Out here on the street, I'm losing my way. You've gotten to me, and that's my mistake. Some might say I can't get too far without what's in your face. Oh, you gave me your heart and took it away. I'm going underground, going underground. Say your loving comes around, loving comes around. Going underground, going underground. 'Cause your love is not around anymore. Going underground, 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 yeah. Going underground, 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 yeah. I hide in the dark, nowhere to be found. Where there was a spark, there's now only doubt. No, no, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Oh, I thought you were sure, now you're a losing. I'm going underground, going underground. Say your loving comes around, loving comes around. Going underground, going underground. 'Cause your love is not around anymore. Going underground, underground, yeah. Going underground, underground,
Run for it, run. Yeah, hey, okay, I'm fresh up out the package. Sign my deal, I pay my dues. Affiliated to this paper, I need freedom for my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping off just an unfamiliar coordinates. Hopped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Red is not one trillip. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing, I'm so wavy, I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated, forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, right. West side, born maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My lungs clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it, run for it, run. I might take paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I might take paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I might take paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I might take paper chasing, looking for the funds. Game recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay, I'm versatile and my slang was different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound. Got a target back on my backside. Took a cat peeling with the cast iron. Better run for it, run before I catch you. Pick it out, ball it, block it. Trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life. Don't bet it, don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing. You do best not to test it. Yeah, you right. Real all in my blood supply. Take it ball up top, finna make a play. I cast a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. If I say it twice, then I meant it right.
My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. You know, co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign.
Run for it, run for it, run. I might take paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I might take paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I might take paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I might take paper chasing.
for the funds.
Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm back like black tracksuit with a black top cap. People love to try, people love to lie. People forget, stop, remember that. We done them good, you remember that. We needed someone, here's the facts. But people love to try, people love to lie. Yeah, this is London, mind the gap. Living life just multitasking. Smile like a horror movie, I'm laughing. Motivated, I'm focused, crafting. Dash something in a break, all your eggs in a basket. Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Please don't try it. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm right. Vibes are here when I am outside. Born for the flows to keep the flows tight. Tell me why they love to lie. Soul is dark but the mind is bright. Nocturnal, we live for the night. You wanna try but yeah, not quite. Monster with the bars, yeah, I might bite. If I have to, I tighten up the mic. See me, I don't do it for the likes. Keep it Air Max, yeah, like my nights. Ooh, I like to plan before I strike. But what do they know? Frequency's high, it never gets low. But yeah, what do they know? You're dripping in drama from head to toe. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always?
Clean, smoke
Well, it's time to get going for the second map of the series here at Challengers Northeast. It's going to be Bonk versus Enterprise Esports for this match, as it was the match before. Now, it was a very close one, wasn't it, Summer? It was 13-11 by the end, and honestly, it could have gone either way. Too many swing rounds.
Yeah, and it was a massive back and forth game, not only just in regards to some of the rounds when we were looking at this first half of the map, but also when we were looking at that second, we had a couple of rounds back to back and a chain of rounds for both teams where we saw that momentum shift back and forth. And in the end, it was looking over towards Doma to really lock in the momentum back in favor of Enterprise to be able to close that out in that 13-11 fashion and take their opponent's map pick.
Indeed, indeed. So we also had a bit of a conversation about, you know, why did teams select the maps they did, right? And I think the biggest one is Lotus, given that historically it's been pretty damn good for Bonk, one of their most played, one of their most successful. Why do you think Enterprise have gone into it?
I think, and I want to hope it's because of how much prep that they can actually do on this, right? And it's been 11 matches that Bonk have played, and they also play into that double duelist of the Raze ISO. It's not necessarily the most meta comp, although they are finding their way around making it work on that map, especially since they've been playing it with actually an Astra as well. So it is interesting. I do like how they sort of adapting the meta to work for them and what they want to bring into the map. But hopefully for the side of Enterprise, because there's so much to work on, especially off of tapes of others, but also the fact that they haven't actually played this map yet in this split. The last time they played it, we mentioned it was against BBL Pacific. It was a dominant affair for BBL. It was a 13-3. So a lot of tape to go over for Enterprise, not only to work on themselves, but also what they can do to counteract what this composition Bonk are bringing in.
Well, Enterprise has switched up their play again. On Lotus, they go for the Vice this time around, get rid of the Teo, think that Viper and Fade are the way to go. This is really interesting. Bonk, on the other hand, stick to the well-known and tested. Yeah, they're exactly the same thing as before. Fourth time playing this year for Enterprise, fourth different comp.
Yeah, and it's not as if they're following any sort of set meta into this one. It's not as if they're going at that tried and tested current meta of like a Raze, a Breach, a Teo, a Vise, an Omen, that sort of composition. Oh, we're straight into the game, and well,
nice, okay.
4 kills have already happened. Blink and you'll miss it. And
jump scare.
Jump scare, indeed. And Enterprise have found their way onto C, got a double entry, and now we're in a post-plant situation, just like that.
Still level-footed. There's both teams on 3 players per side. Bonk opted to place 2 players holding hands across Mount, now looking across through, but they've also got the player walking through spawn. Waddles is able to get a nice early pickup. Starkey hiding behind the smoke, playing a trigger discipline game, not shooting across the first player he's spotted, but Karu is able to wrap around that smoke and not be phased at all by his opponent's shenanigans, leaving Bonk to win the first round of the game.
I wonder if we'll see in the replays the first 2 kills. Oh, I think we will. So it was just TP into sight. Corsa tries to go up and above, just doesn't get an opportunity. Yapsik does actually get a couple of kills before falling, so that's actually what made that round so equal footing and actually successful for Bonk coming in for that retake. Starkey tries to play the trigger discipline, but it's just such an awkward position to do that in, especially being the second player being in and out of that smoke just close to his right. But either way, it's a pistol for Bonk. In the first map, we actually saw them trade pistols, so it's 2-1 currently for Bonk in this series.
Lotus has changed a lot. I was about to say, looking at that screen. Yeah. Everything's turned to dust, grayed up.
It's like,
Ashes.
guess where on the map you are.
Has there been a fire? Yeah. I don't think we'd have been able to guess very well, very successfully. Bonk alerted of early presence towards C, but yeah, this is a tough round for Enterprise to uncover. The best chance is to find their strength in numbers.
Yeah, I will go back to the point of Enterprise are so scary on these eco rounds. Like, even if there's 4 classics, don't count them out. Not necessarily for the round win in particular, but making it as expensive as possible. And with Bonk bringing in like 3 Spectres, it's not as if they're going to be having that sort of FPX by coming into that 3rd round for a strong bonus.
Yasiek back of sight. You can see Enterprise already teeping forwards. Spectre doing so much, and the smoke flood hasn't given Enterprise a thing. Corsa also had the right position there to set himself up nicely for the triple. Therefore, Bonk get themselves a pretty simple 2-0.
Yeah, nice and clean. No upsets or scary moments for them in this round. They've had enough of those on the first map, right?
True.
And it's nice to see the playing off each other here. Corsa doesn't even turn to help Yasik get that kill onto Zeke. Knows what his job is in that situation and, well, absolutely executes it down to the T. My thing for this map is, for Bonk, is how well that the C players were working out for them with the Astra Killjoy, but they are swapping that up and trying to make a trap play over towards C now.
Indeed, and it might just be paying dividends. Waddles is able to find the early pickup as they regain control over Mound. They take up a lot of space, and Enterprise asks the question, do we hold our ground or rotate towards A?
Well, it's looking like they've already made up that decision. The spike going over towards A, but there is a player of Bonk ready and waiting, especially with a couple of bits of utility off the contact. That Molly's going to get popped, and also Stays is watched by this alarm bot, so that's early warning signs for Corsa.
Yeah, forced out of the angle. But then again, with the reinforcements that Chaz is providing, he's telling his teammate, okay, post up again, go for the deep angle, and you're... Ooh, the nano swarm as well could force a threat, but instead, Enterprise are able to pick it up instead. A site to be taken over. No casualties as of this engagement, but Bonk with the advantage when it comes to numbers.
Just where they're going to set it for this reset. You can see some of the players rotating over now, so you're going to have 2 coming from that dark position and also towards main from Stairs. The only issue is there's only 1 player towards Heaven and there's 2 players in drop.
And crucially, not much utility available. Some, you know, on the likes of Waddles, maybe the boombot from Caro as well, but how much more can you break through? You sort of want to be able to explode into sight. And Enterprise have set up all across this area. Doma, the only one in tree, but it's not quite tested. He knows There is players near him. The boombot doesn't explode on time. Dome is able to find one. Kills on the other hand, opening a different front, but Chazza is still around. Can still cause pressure, and now he's got the reinforcements of Karu. Bonk are taking over, taking this one on as a stack. Starkey tries to close in the distance, and he's able to do it just in time. 3 kills to his name, no survivors this round, but it's Enterprise to get the dub.
And I was looking at the post-one setup that Bonk were going for in regards to the retake aspect of it. They took so long. I was even thinking in the back of my mind, maybe they played for exits, trying to do as much damage as they can. But it's noticed that late push through from door, and they get onto the spike. Sure, they don't win the round, but how much damage have they done to Enterprise? Every single player falls. And sure, you can reinvest into a couple. Even gone outright for Zeke, but Jazz is down onto that Guardian. So if Bonk can walk away with this one when they are fully equipped to do so with weaponry, can look at the snowball coming in.
Nightmare's over.
Might. Bakara opens things up nicely. Ooh, might be able to be given an extra chunk. An extra bite. Oh, first bullet doesn't do the job, but the second one is there for a reason on that Outlaw. Nicely done by Karu. 2 kills to nothing. Enterprise trying to lurk all across the map, but can't get anything done. Karu's the only player that has done something for Bonk this round, and he's done it superbly. The timing doesn't favor him this time around, but he's done his job. He can rest in peace.
Well, let's see if the rest of his team can rest, because Jazz does want to be starting to push the issue, especially with an A site open. They have an opportunity to pivot, especially now with Doma regaining and coming back to rejoin with his teammate over towards A. A spike plant should be guaranteed.
It should. And Bonka very much respecting it, not wanting to hold the sites, knowing that Enterprise can get given the situation, but having the kill contract, oh, denies it. Oh, the timing of it, man. Oh, that is rough. And Chazza not going to lose that with a buff, with a shield. Dome all by himself, surrounded. He knows this player is approaching from spawn. Chazza again taking the advantageous trade. And Bonka come out on top.
I said the spike plant should be guaranteed, but Chazza, he doesn't want to let that happen. He's just going to take the ultimate, get it off on offline already so early on. Like, we're on round 5 and he's already at 2 ultimate points ready to get the next cycle up. Like, we saw in the first BO1 that we actually broadcasted back like 2 weeks ago, and it was Chazza who was absolutely insane with getting kills on this ice. Not necessarily crazy kills, but the fact that he was consistently racking them up, had like 3 ultimates in 1 half, and it's just something that was so hard for EXO to deal with in that match in particular.
But Bonk here seem to have been able to find their footing. Not only that, but could be creating quite a lead for themselves on this defensive side. Enterprise, though, are looking to walk into a very fortified site. There are a ton of players here that can just spray down with their Vandals for days. Nothing much can be done apart from finding a pickup onto Corsa. And sure, the Enterprise players, you know, there's 2 of them left, but don't even have full health.
Feels like a formality at this point, especially with Kara getting that kill onto Doma. Last player spotted out, hits the seconds, but it's 4 rounds now on the board for Bonk. And one thing I have noticed, right, is with the difference in composition that Enterprise are coming into this one, shock horror is another one, but it's more of the fact that we're looking at this isn't a super heavy brawl comp, right? When we're looking at some of the more meta, like super leaning into the meta compositions, you have the Raze, the Breach, the Taylor, the ones that want to fight and be up in your face, especially over towards A. Well, Bonk don't have that either. They like to play relatively reserved over towards Hobbit on A. And with this Viper wall as well, it really helps Bonk be able to play into the positions that they want to play with, because they're not fighting deep for rubble, so they're not necessarily losing anything early on.
No, they're not. Enterprise, on the other hand, should be given free access to this A site. Bonk completely averting focus elsewhere.
Face your fear.
drone broken, and they sort of realize what Enterprise inevitably going for. Nightfall drops, but they won't be finding anyone off the back of it.
Welcome to my world.
Planted. Recovering it.
That's aggressive by Yas.
Yeah, is it going to pay off though? Because Yasik seems to be thinking of this as a possibility.
And you've also got Karo on the back line sort of troubling Zeke's position. He's hiding in an off-angle position where the toxic screen could be concealing his angle as well, which is why he's able to get the pick up onto Karo. Now, Enterprise, the rest of the team hiding within the Vice pit. No reason to take any aggressive steps. Still Garden dropping though, and that could also put Bonk further behind. Corsa is able to find the pickup, able to use his rifle, but there is no way they're going to move into the treacherous site. That is allow the bomb to explode, and that's going to be a quick win for Enterprise. Whether they survive is another story, but they do get the win.
2 rounds on the board, 2-round wins, but also 2 rounds, Pavlos, that they have had 0 players surviving. Enterprise have struggled not only one to get the rounds on the board, right, we're seeing that 4-2 deficit, but also when they finally do able to get the rounds on the board, Bonk are just there ready to do so much economical damage. And the fact that we're looking into this one, they won the round, but would you expect that when you're looking at the difference in ults, difference in weaponry and shields as well? No. No, you wouldn't, right?
They used 3 out of their 4 ultimates there, and they still couldn't get away alive. You know, that's hard. But can you, if you start to chain things together, if you get the numbers advantages, maybe there's something here for Enterprise. Maybe that's the way in. And first things first, Yas does get the early collection.
It feels like doesn't matter what prep Enterprise have done coming into this, we're kind of on the regularly scheduled broadcasting of Bonk just loving playing onto this map as well. And again, the utility over towards A, it's not doing much in regards of the forcing out utility to clear out behind the Spiker walls, because Bonk don't like to play for it.
Yeah, leaving Waddle's heel to himself. He's kind of got the idea now. Threatened by a lot. Paranoia thrown in his direction, but he's able to switch up a position. Guided salvos dropping nearby, but Enterprise haven't dropped in just yet. He's calling for reinforcements, but he still has to handle this with care. Getting the drop on Doma is huge. They know the cross towards B is happening now, and that's exactly, we've got 2 players hiding. Showstopper enabled from Karu, misses the mark, but Yasik is quick on the trade there. Enterprise, they can't really plant onto B anymore. They have to rotate back into A, where Waddles is still hiding. They're running out of time. This is not going to plan. Flash completely left. 10 seconds. Sure, you can get the spike down, but you're up against 3 and only 10 points of health. You got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Can't even punch the spike into the ground. Bonk are quick on the case.
You can't even get the spike down. There's no extra injection of cash, injection of credits into your economy that was already awful. It's not even teetering on the edge of the cliff, Pablo. It's just at the bottom of the cliff. It's at the bottom of the cliff, like sort of like a car crash on fire. There's like lightning hitting it. Like, it's not good. It's not a good. Anymore. You wouldn't be. It's just a black sort of it's on the floor. Like, you can't no, there's no sort of facial recognition going on it. No, it is a abysmal situation for Enterprise to be in. Especially the fact that they picked into this map. They wanted to face Bonk here. They thought they could just diff them on a map that Bonk has been Bonk's home.
And they're just walking into the Lion's Den right now. And if you do that, expect your head to be ripped to shreds. And that's exactly what happens, although I did get scared for a second, I'm not going to lie. Still, though, Zeke and Killers remain, and there's a bit of an upgrade, and we know Zeke, and Killers both can bring world champion qualities. Oh, but Yasiek, that explosive peak just speaks volumes to how Bonk have been playing this game. Full confidence, full disrespect. They don't care they're up against ex-world champs. They don't care they're up against ex-EMEA players, VCT EMEA players at that. They're here to play their own game. They're here to have some fun and play how Valorant is supposed to be played.
How Valorant is supposed to be played. and playing it with an ISO, Raze, double duelist setup, Teo solo initiator, right? It's not the most great comp. It's not the one that you see all the VCT teams running. It's not the one that everybody's gravitating to, and yet they still make it work time and time again, even against those heavy brawl comps. And now against a composition that's struggling on the attack, which relatively we should see them perform a lot better on the defense. But Bonk are just licking their lips right now.
Yeah. Oh. They might just be given a taster as well. The entree, if you will. But Corsa will deny any further more pickups for Enterprise so far. The lockdown does come in. The spike can't quite get planted. Enterprise know they have to play aggressive here. That's exactly what they do. But Bonk are completely waiting for it. They've got a smoke lined up. They've got the corner favoring them. Longer distance towards the engagement. Favorable trades galore. Yas instantly finds himself in a 1v3, wondering what he could do. Stuck behind. Drone reveals him. Bonk are not pressured at all. They're chilling. Calm.
And especially with the gate crash gone now, expended, there's no way out except to either fight your way through or start running your pretty little legs to a different site. And realistically, you already have Kara that's rotated back over towards A, so that line's going to be covered. The other two players playing a double, but although there might be an opportunity to isolate one.
Oh, there is. 1v2, still a hard ask, but not impossible anymore.
10 seconds left.
But at least Bonk group up here. Paint shells to try and do extra damage, but Yas is out of dodge. He's escaped. TP, where's it gone? You've got to expect it towards Mound, but you've always got that inkling back of your mind thinking it could be Spawn. Never mind. They engage completely. Yas, can he find a headshot here? He can! Yes! The 1v3 clutch, but the quadra overall, that is superb. A lifeline into the game for EP.
A 1v3 is what is needed to keep a round on the board and a player alive, even though it is only one, Pavlos. And still, again, the money situation is going to be in the back of their minds, but at least that's broken through onto this defensive wall that Bonk are putting up, right? Even on the rounds that they have lost, round 3, it was a bonus. They killed everyone. Round 6, it was a full buy coming in from EP. They got everyone again, and now into this one, you're not favoring the money. EP need to get a clean round sooner rather than later to have an opportunity to bring this half back into not only a competitive scoreline, but have an opportunity to get an equal half going into realistically what should be their favorite side of defense.
Realistically.
Can't use that.
Although there hasn't been much normal the past couple of maps. Even especially, I think, Bonk here have shown some control on the defensive side. Enterprise taking over the safe side. Bonk in close proximity, though. They could quickly bunch in.
Yeah, and look at the ultimates as well that they can do that with. Also, Chaz's ultimate, Waddles as well. It can be super aggressive when they're going for this retake, right? Waddles with that again, it puts them into a certain situation. It can clear out all of tree, and then they can focus their main sites over towards site. And especially with the salvos back up now, there's a lot of things that can do damage to these Enterprise players.
That one way could delay them a little bit. Got some guided salvos landing in position. TP will get your opponent out of dodge, but Zeke has been dropped into the kill contract. Still won by Bonk here, 2v2. The trades have gone equal, but the time is oppressing. Bonk, can you close the distance on time? Frantically getting closer and closer to its explosion. The spike will get there eventually, but it's the collections by EP that finish this round in their favor.
It's an improvement as well, right? Round 3, round 4, 0 survived. Round 9, 1 survived. Round 10, 2 survived. Okay, so we're starting to get there for the side of Enterprise. There's improvements coming. Maybe they just needed to warm into the map a little bit. They haven't played it for well over a month. There's another new comp that they're bringing out, and that's something that I was looking at Bonk in particular at the very start of the Upper Swiss, in the sense that they revamped their composition to this double duelist for this split, and it's been really good for them, and it looks like they understand the map so well. Now Enterprise need to prove the same thing.
Ooh, Caro is taken low. Oh, barely avoiding the snake bite there, down to 28 points of health altogether. Enterprise not willing to take that engagement again, or are they? Second attempt at it, why not? Ikari, though, won't be sticking around in the same corner, makes the wise decision to escape.
And this is actually the first time Bonk have even placed someone deep into that rubble position early on in the round. And the fact that you saw they swat out the operator, they do a lot of damage, but it's still nothing like major for Enterprise to be working with because of the side of Bonk in regards to how deep they're playing for heavy holding onto C. They're going to be a complete slam door in the face if they start going there with the Killjoy utility and also the Astra utility, which unfortunately it seems like they're going to be running right into.
Yep, right into a trap. Oh, I'm scared for Enterprise here, but Zeke is able to escape. Nano Swarm's doing some damage to him, but it's caused her to get the pickup early. Zeke, oh, the reaction timing on him is insane. Paintshell's trying to be avoided. Starkey gets a pickup through the nick of all that damage. Still, all the players from Enterprise are low. Could be easy pickings for the rest of the Bonk killers is all that remains, but he's got limited time to work with. He's got to get quickly to the site. Boombot on his case as well. Paintshell, 7 seconds. He's got to get on there quickly. He knows he doesn't have a chance. He's conceded it. And Bonk know that there's no need for them to pressure anymore. How about that?
It is. It's walking into the meat grind on C, even though Yasiek wasn't able to necessarily put up numbers that we've seen previously in the sense of peeking from backside, getting the kill onto Zeke in particular on that TP into the corner. You can see even being pinged out now on the map. That was an issue for them. They get past that hurdle, but the only issue is there's another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hurdles to deal with in regards to the utility, the players, and also the fast rotations that Bonk have had the right reads so many times in this half, and the rotations are in place.
Force now from Enterprise, not looking pretty. Especially when Kara gets the early pickup like that. 4v5 and then you're lacking the weapons as well. Tough times.
Tough times, but it might start to catch a break over towards A. Again, it's one of the sites that Bonk have been leaving open because they're confident in retakes. This time they don't actually have that many ults. Well, technically 0 ults to work with and none unnecessarily that close. Enterprise, you have Zeeks, but is that really something you want to be relying on to try and get this round 12 over the board and bring the gap up to 2, or like risk it getting to an 8-4 half?
Bonk is starting to move in a little bit quicker with their pace. Timing has been an issue for them over these retakes before. Will they be able to solve this issue? They've got more players to throw at this, better guns. This should favor them, but Dom has got the right line of fire here. Starkey able to double down as well. Bonk in trouble, can't really find the openings. Finally, Corsa gets a pick up through the smoke. Dox's screen fades. Yasik and Waddles break through. Doma cannot keep them back. Bonk on the final mark in the final seconds get the defuse and get themselves the last round of the half, doubling the score of Enterprise on Lotus. Their opponents' map pick not going to plan as they get themselves ahead and looking to see if they can seal the deal and take things to Ascent when it comes down to a third map.
Some might say I can't get too far without what's in your veins. Oh, you gave me your heart and took it away. I'm going underground, going underground. Till your loving comes around, loving comes around. Going underground, going underground. 'Cause your love is not around anymore.
First half successful for Bonk on their opponent's map pick. They're already one map down, so safe to say, not many margins left for them to get things going. Enterprise, on the other hand, have struggled a little bit, and it makes us wonder, maybe Ascent is inevitable at this point.
It does feel like it, especially when you have in the back of your mind that for the side of Bonk, they have a double duelist setup. They've excelled on this defensive half already, and now switching over onto attack, a half that they have like a 60% win rate, I want to say, for rounds in regards to this comp in particular, is looking scary for Enterprise. And I will give them the benefit of the doubt with the composition that they are bringing into this one. You've opted for that Viper Vise. You can look into that being sort of like a triple pseudo Sentinel in the sense of you have the Vise and the Viper to be able to lock down a lot more areas across the map. I'm just scared about areas that they're wanting to fight on, especially on a map like Lotus. They cannot fight for A main, and if they do, I will shut up. But like, it definitely looks like such a hard position to fight against. The composition that we're bringing in, like for Bonk, double duelist with Teo as well, is going to be difficult.
Indeed, indeed, and look. You do also look at the successes that Bonk have had on Lotus when you look on the other side, the second half as well. It's not going to look pretty as well, right? It's not going to be an easy thing for Enterprise to deal with, given that there's been so much success. And again, you know, it returns to that question we had at the start of the day, right? Why do you risk going into a match like this, right? Jumping to the lower bracket instantly, you know, is not something you really want on your hands, especially how they didn't manage to make it work the previous split, right? Dropping into that third spot, because Team Liquid Academy did drop to the lower bracket and dealt with them. You don't want to be forced into that lower run, right? Sure, you've got the buffer of that one map success on Ascent, knowing that there's a possibility, not Ascent, sorry, Haven, knowing that there's a possibility that your team opponents could be picking that one up, but yeah, always a coin flip. Who knows? Who knows? There's still things that should be seen here from Enterprise, and that's that they still have to show. Well, we also need to show you the game, folks, and that's not going to be happening for a little bit. Hoping that we can get this game to you shortly. Stay with us. Stay tuned. We'll be back as soon as we can.
We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs. Sun going down, living the dream. Everything's clear, but the lines are the freeway. Let's do it again, like back in the day. Nothing can stop us from living the feeling. Hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. Driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good feeling. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day, good day.
See a thirsty beach, wanna visit your dreams. You can see you here, you know that she's near when you sleep. I be under your bed and I hear your fear. Shake a thirsty beat, I'm a thirsty beat, real thirsty, like a snitch in me. Now wake up, wanna hear you scream. It's not a dream. Run for your life, I hunt your heart. You can chase me, but I make you starve. You're a punk bitch.
Hey, and we're back, everybody. It's time to get going again. We do love our little Tacti Bear plushies. Do you have any, Summer? Do you have any Tacti Bears?
I do need to get some, though, because they honestly are adorable. But in the meantime, while we're in the break, we did not get to see the pistol round, but looking like it, Bonk did get that conversion, and now they're wanting to convert this anti-eco as well. A little bit of poking and prodding out towards B main, and well, there's a rotation from EP completely to the direct opposite side that Bonk is going towards. So they're going to be absolutely getting A for free, and it's going to be a full 5v5 post plan. And Enterprise are just walking around, collecting orbs, having a leisurely stroll for a team. They're trying to warm back into this one. Hot girl walk.
Yeah, well, pace yourself into the game, if you will. But yeah, you got to take a gamble in moments like this. And it just happened to be the wrong site of choice here for Enterprise. Bonk, on the other hand, have had a steady Lotus game, continuing the trend of being pretty damn good on this map. And looking like a steady situation for them as well. It's just a matter of being able to carry on those weapons to the next round and how many they'll be able to get through. But they're all pressuring together. They've realized there's a lot of presences in Hobbit, so a lot of players looking in that direction. Yasik will lose the Spectre, but other than that, clean sheet for Bonk.
And also double digits hit. So not only is that both pistols now for Bonk, but also 2 clean conversions in this second round. And if they can repeat something that we saw on round 3 with the amount of damage that they're able to do to Enterprise on the bonus rounds, then this could be a shutout for them in this half, and we could be booking a ticket to Ascent really, really soon.
Yeah, we could be. That's the trouble with situations like this, but never count Enterprise out. They've got guns now, proper buy up. And Yas going in with an aggressive angle. Not affected at all by the util, instead triples up. 3 bullets, 3 kills. That is spicy.
That is one way to keep as many players for Enterprise alive in this bonus round. Quickly deals with the main prong of this attack for Bonk, gets the raise and the tail out of the way, and also the smokes off the board. So definitely favoring Enterprise for the rest, and it seems just a formality now. Chazza, I know you're great on the ISO and all, you've played really good on Lotus so far, but I think this is just a little bit too far beyond what you're expected to win. Maybe good for 1.
Maybe. Okay. Is that where you're putting your bets?
I think if Enterprise let more than 1 away, there's issues.
Yeah, I think he had a chance there, but it's just Enterprise toying with them. They also don't want to make any more mistakes. They can't afford them. They've got to respect Chazza here. And that's exactly what they do. No unnecessary fights, no solo engagements. Instead, Enterprise players handholds together on their effort to close into their opponent's position. They win themselves around, keep all rifles in play. This is the best step they could have possibly had to start a potential comeback.
Yeah, this is massive for Enterprise on so many levels. Not only one, it's putting the best foot forward for future rounds, but it's also showing that they are starting to correct mistakes that we've seen in that first half, right? Of not necessarily keeping all the players alive or keeping them in the best situation to put rounds on the board back to back. And coming into this one, it's looked like they're wanting to fight over towards A. Gets the reveal from the Fade and a run down from the breach from the Omen and Yoru. Saying that, Jas has already TP'd back to C. He's left Zeke on his own.
Yeah, at least he has some util in his own little kit that can allow him to escape. Shrouded Step and Paranoia to let him do just that. Bonk, on the other hand, they've gone through a few isolated fights. 2 players out in B, 2 players looking to now explore towards Mound. What's the game plan here for Bonk? Maybe a potential explosion onto C once you've tried to lure a second player towards that B site?
I think it's more about the poking and prodding, especially over towards B.
Oh, that's a very visible gun. Starkey ready for that engagement. Not only 1 pickup, but 2. 2 is twice as spicy. And now, no, Corsa, what? No! Get out out of this world. That just is illegal.
30 seconds left.
He can do you one better. It's back into the equal count, but now the scythe is actually coming through. Jazz starts it off with a good kill, but Corsa, you can get 2, doesn't matter. He's gonna put 4 on the board. Sure, it costs him majority of his HP, but Zeke's already quick on the flank. He wants to get this possible ace now on the board for Corsa.
It's doable for Zeke. Like you said, Corsa low. Yasik holding the right angle is just about Zeke able to isolate these fights. Nebula drops, and Yasiak there to collect. My goodness, Corsa, I want to see those kills again. I want to see those picks because the bravado in which he crossed through those smokes, I've never seen.
And it's off the back of the double from Starkey. You're talking about the bravado. That double spray down from Starkey was clean, but the only issue is he was one up by Corsa. I do hope we get to see it because it's the kills on B, transition to the double on C as well. We are starved of seeing it again. Corsa, please.
Disappointment.
Round 17, do it again. How repeatable is performances like that for you?
Heck the replays, just Corsa, do it again. Bring back time. Show us how it's done. Blimey. Yeah, no, we've been played with a few tech issues. No wonder we're not able to bring that replay straight to our screens. It's all right. Hopefully things get fixed as we go on, but thankfully we've got the game going and rolling and get to see things in real time. Killers is the first one to get a pickup here for Enterprise. Strong stuff to get things going. Trying to juggle the rifle out of reach for your opponents. But I don't know, man. Bonk being on 11 is very scary.
Benefit for Enterprises, they were able to net that early kill onto Chaz. It's not going to take off any sort of duelist prowess because they do have that backup of Karu.
Well, Starkey has been able to find one, sure. He's able to escape the vines for now, but the Dimensional Drift is revealing all of the opponents' positions. Therefore, there could be a quick collapse from Enterprise here, and exiting the Dimensional Drift. Not quite the successful pick from Yas, but he still has his teammates to back him up. Suddenly, Enterprise find themselves miles ahead, but they've not just gifted Karu something. You've given away information. Oh my goodness, Karu, no way. You've got to close up the gap and find the spike instead. Seals the deal with a triple collection of his own. What on earth is going on?
1v3 Pavlos, and every single kill was an isolated 1v1. Enterprise, it doesn't feel like they want this. They have the time in their favor. They have the positions in their favor. They have weaponry in their favor. Carrie did that with a Guardian. A 1v3 with a Guardian all solo. Peeks from Enterprise, and he collects, and it puts them up onto 12.
This is ridiculous. You think you've got it for a moment, then Bot comes and rips it out of your hands. Not fair. It's just not fair. If you're a P here, you've had the advantage 2 rounds in a row. I'm seeing an advantage now, but does it matter if Bonk do bonkers things? Yas gets destroyed. Showstopper now in the hands of Karu. Short off the mark. Starkey asked to get a 1v1. Doesn't get it. Go figure. Still 2v4 Enterprise. This is for you remain in this game. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Bonk take over. This is a Bonk map. They knew it. They just wanted us to know it. They just wanted Enterprise to know it. That is nuts.
That is the most bonkers, dare I say, way to close out that map. Not only just in the last round, like it was just aggression on aggression, but also just the last 4 or 5 rounds that we actually got to see. I have no words. It comes down to individual excellence, sure, for some of those shots that were hit, but also the fact that Enterprise not only made mistakes in that game that were capitalized on every single step of the way by Bonk, right? And you talked about 1v3s or quick turnarounds that we're getting from Corsa as well with his 4K coming into it. but also the fact that we even got to see this map. This shouldn't have been a map that Enterprise, one, let through in a veto, or two, picked into to face bunk onto this one, given their track record. And well, they've just extended it now to 10 wins and 2 losses.
Look, we kind of get the idea why they went for it. They had another switch in them. They wanted to try out a different composition, something that might work for them a little bit better than it used to. Maybe it worked out really well in scrims, but you're still playing on Bonk's home ground where they feel comfortable. But look, I don't care if it's Lotus, Ascent. I don't care if it's a map out of rotation like Anubis. If you've got players like Karu, like Corsa that play the way they did this map, you're going to win anyway. Like, come on. What?
Not only do you have to go past them playing their normal game, right? But you have those pop-off moments that it feels like Bonk players have just been having exponentially, not only in this matchup, but through the upper Swiss. I said coming into it before, even when your duelist isn't necessarily fragging like he normally is, that was just the first step of the plan for them, right? You already then have Corsa and Yasik as well. You have Chaza on the second duelist onto Yoru, who's honestly making my mind change a little bit about his place possibly in this map in particular, but also Waddle. So you have to give credit where credit is due to all of these players bringing up rounds out of their hat, right? Like an absolute magician. And let's see if the magic can continue for them going on to the third and final map of this best of 3.
Been on it, drum on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me a chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I gotta show it, she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, that for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I needed from Shawty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging in darts, make him reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Dre with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I push it from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like a surgery. She the curve at you just to flirt with me. Fully tucked off, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. It ain't ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me a chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. This facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Really outside with it. Run with it. Run with it. Run with it.
Loading, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. Don't wanna listen, but I told him one more time. Your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. These vibes here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit bars at the club, zoning. TikTok come to London, get ripped off. Man get pissed off when I start lift off. Sweet like flavors, cookie and biscuit. Planted, yeah, the bars I get ripped off. Picked up my song, yo, every time I tripped up. Little petty told the big rock. Me and my G's do everything mix up. Full circle, that everybody linked up. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating and boom, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, turn a mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, I don't mind, I'll do it for the hell of it, yeah. Elevate bars, I regulate, yeah. UK, wheel up the tune, just meditate. If he didn't get it by 9, then it kinda late. Man thinks he's a bad man, but he's kinda bait. Live every day like it's my last, celebrate. Mind on the task, we calibrate. Loading, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. Didn't wanna listen, but I told him. One more time, your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. Too bad, these vibes here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit bars at the club, zoning. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these sheets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating them boom, she's back again. Oh, cause the little fire on the track again. Turn the music on, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, turn the mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Who's the icon? Who's the icon? Icon. Who's the icon? Who's the icon? Icon.
We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Challengers North and East. It's time to get going for the third map and of the series of Enterprise Esports versus Bonk. And let me tell you, Bonk went berserk on the previous map, making Lotus go their way, their apprentice's map pick, although we had questions about it. But now we're entering a new frontier, the Decider. As we thought it might not come down to it, it definitely will. Ascent will be where we'll be playing.
Yeah, and Ascent, I think, is a relatively decent common ground for both of these teams, right? Enterprise have only played it actually once. They did win it, though, so give them props where props is due. But for the side of Bonk, they played it twice, lost both times, but relatively close games, right, coming into it. So I think this is one of the perfect places to actually battle it out for both of these teams, because we've seen a close map on Haven. We've seen why Bonk should be crowned sort of home turf warriors when we're looking at Lotus, but Ascent, I think we're going to be in for a really nice close match 3 to really duke out and figure out who is going to go into the lower bracket this early on.
I think you're right that Lotus was definitely Bonk's for the taking, and that they just stated, don't pick this against us because we'd love to pick it anyway. I think, on the other hand, though, Bonk have given us a reason and an understanding of why they did get through the main Swiss stage, right? Why the fact that they got themselves to playoffs to begin with. They're just playing the way they want to play. Free, unexpected for, you know, the seasoned players. Make moves that you know, is always going to catch some people off guard and just perform and shoot heads, right? Because that's exactly what they've done. It was some crazy Valorant thrown from them. And look, I don't know how much that can be replicated, but the fact that they've been brought to playoffs has shown that at least to some level, they can bring that to the table. There is some consistency to this. I just want to see them do it on Ascent, right? On the other hand, though, the conversation goes to Enterprise. What happened? Why did it fall flat so much? Why wasn't it as competitive as the first pick? Will they be able to bring back their A game onto this map?
Yeah, and I think they're definitely going to have at least a little bit of confidence coming into this one that like they have reps on it, or a rep on it, and that it was against ASK, which we saw they were relatively impressive on this map, in particular when we saw them in the opening stages of the upper Swiss stage against Metasport, right? And it's something that they've been confident to go to. The fact that we saw Enterprise walk away with a victory there, admittedly it was a close game, but still a victory nonetheless. So hopefully they're going to have a little bit more confidence going into that one, because after what we saw on Lotus, you have to be thinking, do they still have the momentum as well going into this last map, having lost the previous one, but also in the fashion that they lost? Are they going to be able to pick up the pieces and hit the ground running going into Ascent?
That's a great question, right? Will they be able to carry on with that pace? It's something I guess we'll wait and see, but it all just kind of happens with a pistol. I think if you look back to the first map, Bonk lost the first pistol, but ever since, I don't think they've dropped one, and I think that's kind of kept them some momentum. They've kind of kept it going from there. It's sort of given them a way into the half, and it's allowed them to progress. You know, I'm picking a scraps here. This is not something that tends to happen, but look, if you win the pistol and follow up, it's gonna go a lot more in your favor than otherwise, right? You're less reliant on getting a dominating half on your, you know, sort of reliant on those buys altogether. So yeah, we'll see if Bonk can continue with that trend. But overall, look, we thought Waddles will come in and do great. We thought Chazza would come in and do great. But I think the biggest surprise to us today was Karu, sorry.
I do like when we do see a little bit more of the, not necessarily the players that don't get the light shone on them, but more of the putting up numbers in particular as well, when they don't necessarily always get the best opportunity to do them as well. But running this double tier list, Karu has been that spearhead both on Haven and Lotus. Obviously, it has been a little bit more of that supportive piece of the follow-up with the ISO without those movement to get up in the faces of EP. And it's just more of the fact that the entries that he is going for, admittedly, he's like 5 and 8 right now, so it's not the best stat line, but it's more of the pressure that he's putting on EP, right? He's always in their face, always ready to take those engagements. And I think that's something that's going to be super important when we're coming on to Ascent, because they run the double sentinel composition with the Yoru as the duelist. So we're going to be seeing Karu going back onto that, and hopefully he can have a similar stat line as we saw on Haven, because he was frying.
Well, will we see the trend of switching up compositions for Enterprise continue? The answer is no. For once, sticking... No, never mind. I got too quick. I got ahead of myself. Jet is no longer in there. Instead, we got the Waylay. So Enterprise continues switching things up while Bonk stay on the tried and tested.
Fortunately, there's only one agent that's being swapped, so it's not a complete overhaul, but
no.
Yeah, it comes into question what is going on with Enterprise, right? In the account, they keep wanting to change compositions on multiple different maps, whether even if it is just with the swap of a duelist or stuff like that, it does impact the way they necessarily go for entries as well. So there is a question to how Enterprise are wanting to approach this one. And I will admit, I have seen some really nice Waylay self-initiation lineups, especially over towards B main with the stun and slow over into market. You get the dash up and you're able to isolate a kill there relatively easy. But at the same time, how repeatable is stuff like that, especially with the composition that we're going to be seeing Bonk come in with a double sentinel? It's going to be difficult for the Waylay to really find value if they're not clearing out utility early on, or at least identifying weak points in this double sentinel setup.
Okay. Could the Waylay's ultimate could also be sort of in the conversation as one of the reasons why you go for this pickup, you think?
Yeah, it's not necessarily the best ultimate. A lot of the time when you're looking at some of the stuns and the slows, you can make the conversation of breach ult is the cosmetic ult and stuff like that. So I wouldn't necessarily say it's a non-factor in the sense of the reason why you're taking the Waylay over the Jet, sure. But at the same time, I don't think it's enough in the conversation to be Waylay is so far above Jet in this composition, especially when they've had relative decent success previously.
Indeed, definitely a little bit more crowd control in comparison to what Jet has to offer, so maybe that is something that they're thinking of, but overall, Enterprise losing this one would be quite an upset, and Bonk would be thrilled. Let's see if they can carry it across as it's Bonk to begin things on the defensive. Enterprise with a very aggressive stance towards this A site. Karu is spotted early. He's forced to drop back, sending in a clone. Enterprise are able to break through onto the site already. Yasik does quick work with one, but low on health, meaning he'll quickly drop as well. Spike inevitably to be planted, but 4 versus 4 for this retake.
And a lot of damage has been done to the Enterprise players on the way through. You have the dink over onto Starkey, so there's a lot. This has to be clean kills coming in from Enterprise if they want to convert.
Karu already on the right foot forwards as he gets through into the site, but Bonk are looking to line up their players together, dropping from heaven to try and make this work together in unison, but 2 different positions taken up by Enterprise. Here comes the dagger, doesn't spot anyone, so he knows at least there's no one toward that left-hand side, but he does get dealt with quickly. Starkey, the only one remaining, connecting with some headshots, but it's just not enough. Bonk are able to secure the pistol and continue that trend they started from the second half of the first map.
Talking about trends, Enterprise. I've said how dangerous they are on these eco rounds and how well they're actually able to disrupt anti-eco rounds from the defenders. In the Ace game match, they lost both pistols, but they won both of round 2s, and they were with full 0 investment other than utility, and we've seen it a couple of times from Enterprise. They love full 5 out onto A, especially when they lose that pistol with full classics like you can see on the screen. Now they're only investing into utility and want to use numbers to overwhelm Bonk.
Let's see if that's what they can do. Yasiek spotted nearby this A site, which is why Guided Salvos go in his approximate direction, don't really connect, and they do pull the brakes for a little bit. But it looks like this push is inevitable. Smoke created, maybe a TP in, but the fact that Bonk have rotated already and Enterprise have realized it, they're dropping back completely.
And especially if Bonk have looked at the tapes, they know that they were playing a lot more over towards the A short and A area. When Enterprise want to go for those fast hits towards A, they've just been stopped at the front door. So now they're having to rack their brains and question what sort of other entries into this round that they can get. They've already lost Achilles, and now they're pivoting back over towards B. With Corsairs ready and waiting with some Sentinel utility, and also the TP from Kara ready up over towards backside to support.
So a lot here. Trip, very tall. To deal with a potential Waylay. Dimensional drift.
30 seconds left.
No. Smoke is what I'm talking about. Still Corsair walking through. Simple work with a Phantom. Oh, couldn't have gone better than that for Corsair. That is true spiciness coming out from that. And I called the Spectre a Phantom. What's up with that?
I mean, it looks like a Phantom the way he's using it, especially cleans up everyone that tries to take any sort of space over towards B. Just a complete shutout at the door.
Well, while I was having a brain fart, Corsair was having a world of fun. A brilliant round for him. Now Enterprise on the full buy. Can they get themselves in it quickly?
Well, that didn't get to plan.
No.
Neither did
Just
that.
past his own smoke? No, it doesn't go really the way that Bonk intended it to. And Enterprise take full opportunity to take us over. The timing doesn't quite work out for what Uzi was looking at mid the entire time, but then looks away and Yas seizes the chance to pounce. So this looks like a very simple round for this Enterprise side.
Simple and close to being a flawless trade with the Paranoias. It's not really going to do much to either of these players. Just comes to the gunfight down at the end, and it is a flawless round for Enterprise. And looking at the comp that they're bringing into this one, right, like we've seen changes on changes. I do hope that they are bringing this from that G2 composition over in T1 and A, and I hope that they do understand how the composition works in itself and they're able to put their own twist on it as well, because a lot of the times when I see teams just steal a composition, they don't necessarily understand the fundamentals of why the composition or how they want to play it. They can just look at the protocols that, well, G2 already have set up, but it's more of making those protocols your own. And it's great start in the bonus, but it's more coming into these full rifle rounds that I'm definitely going to be watching Enterprise on how they approach this map.
Karu, very aggressive stance in mid. Catches Yas off guard, can't quite get out of dodge. So it is still a trade.
Still though, both Sentinels up. Util over towards short, doubling up actually with the second trip Chaz is going to be putting down, but every single point over this map is going to be contested other than the middle section that Waters is watching with his person. Everything else has Sentinel utility layered on top.
Enterprise walking in together here. Market charts. Waddles peeks out through a smoke, grabs a double. Perfect timing. Now, what else can Bonk do? They're figuring out probably best to play with the numbers advantage on this retake. Let Enterprise take space for now, and we'll take him on later. Oh, Zeke is in trouble here, though. Paranoia lands towards him. It feels like Bonk knows exactly what he's doing. Spike lands directly into Bonk's hands, and that is going to be a round handed in a silver platter by Waddles, to be fair.
Yeah, I can't remember if it was Bonk, but there was so many rounds before when we were looking at the BO1s on Ascent at the start of the upper Swiss stage, where we just saw Deadlocks absolutely send it through that top mid smoke into market and get multi-kills almost every time. And especially since Waddles is playing with confidence, not only from this match, but from the last map in particular, someone that we were looking at towards the top echelons of the scoreboards. It's nice to see that that's playing over into this one, especially when you look at the rest of the team. Like, Course is already up there on 7, and it's only like 4 rounds in. Waddles starting to get his name into the mix as well, so it's all positive things.
There's definitely positives around as we enter a tech pause. This is looking like a bit of an eco from the sides of Bonk. Enterprise got a chance to break through a little bit here. It's rough because you just won a round, and then because you've lost a few too many players, you can't really create too much of a fight. Actually, now that I think of it, they do have possibility to drop a couple potentially, so it could be a bit of a rough buy, shaky one, but a buy nonetheless. It's a decision to make, but not one that they can discuss at the moment. As a technical pause, there must be silence on all sides of this arena of Ascent. But as the timeout starts to tick down, I've got a feeling that things are gonna start rolling soon.
Talk about rolling. Jazz has absolutely just sent it into main. A couple of utility traded back full, but that's not going to affect the Waylay at all. Neither is going to affect Doma on the Teo.
Yeah, quick stuff for Enterprise. They're able to find the numbers advantage, but the unfortunate thing is they haven't really gained too much ground control, which is their next step on the agenda. Chazza spotted. Damage done towards him. He's going to be hindered in confidence, but Enterprise choose to double back completely. Lose Doma to the Hunter's Fury, so at least they're level-footed going into this B site.
And Killer's seemingly finding no one home over towards the B site is able to destroy the trip and also the camera that Chazza had to work with for this retake. The only issue is they have to get this spike over onto site.
Oh, Killers might have had the right timing there, but doesn't quite get the collection onto Corsa. Corsa is able to reconfigure in time, but Zeke is doing madman work. Killers tries to close in the distance. Corsa nearly single-handedly nails down this round. But Zeke will be the last man standing, and it's Enterprise's round instead.
I know it's early doors in this half, but for the side of Bonk, with the last few matches that they have been playing, and could be due to the part and course of the composition that they're running of the double sentinel, but they really struggle to get entries on the attacking half. So I want to see them really be able to stretch the legs on the defensive one, just to be able to have a little bit more of a buffer when they switch over onto the second half and they go onto the attack, because it's something that they've historically struggled with in the recent matches.
Shadows traveling.
Oh, for a moment there, I thought we'd have a round,
Unimportant.
a chill round, if you will, but no. Yasiek makes something work with the Sheriff. Still, there is a trade from Enterprise, so keep things under control, and especially Waddle's being dinked. He's able to avoid the guided salvos for now. Enterprise look to split this map in two, though. Probably the best decision to make, and Waddle's not being silent about his cross will be read by Starkey.
But the only issue is they're going into B, which is this is where the early gun is, and it's an Odin. A spray down on these players could be absolutely devastating if Corsa plays this right.
And they only catch Chazza with the dagger there, so they know there's at least one here. Corsa is putting that Odin down with perfection, but now is able to pre-fight across the ward. Damage done. Starkey somehow able to reply in kind. Yasiek 1v2. There are guns lying around. Can you find them and bring the hurt to your opponent?
30 seconds left.
The thing is, one of the guns are on stairs.
He found it. Already? No way. Starkey, though, has the better timing of it. A full ace for Starkey. Sure, he deserves it. That was an insane round by him.
But still, they're going into the Odin of Corsa, and he puts 2 to his name just like that. And we're talking about players that are having pop-offs, and Corsa's already putting his name forward in the first few rounds over this matchup, right? You can see in the replay here, just an issue towards backside, almost even nets the third onto Starkey to deny the ace, but when all's done, it's a 3-3 scoreline. A couple of ultimates on both sides, and full rifles back out for Bonk. And Corsa has been able to reinvest into that Odin, though, so keep your eyes onto that, especially since he's over in Pizza.
Yeah, might have to bring the effort towards this A side, though. Waddles will get spotted early, having to be forced out of the angle. Paranoia. Yas is able to gain some space, information at most, but the deadlock barrier mesh drops, so that's going to delay Enterprise's efforts in through tree. Enterprise realized they wanted to try and explode toward the A site, so the barrier mesh completely stops them from doing that. Double back from their initial choice.
But they can wait out that barrier, right? And especially with Doma now picking up that orb over towards main, they also have the Armageddon to work with. So there's 4 ultimates for the side of Enterprise to manhandle their way through short onto A.
Waddles does get spotted. Smoke drop. Steel Garden will stop them from using their rifles for now. Enterprise looking to dash in here, and they're actually making wavelengths into tree. Armageddon onto heaven. Zeke trying to make use of that. Not really happening. Instead, Bonk regroup, and they're going all the way around into elbow. Still, Yasiek is the one to find to pick up here. Starkey off angle. Good enough for one, but it's Bonk to have most of the players alive. 3v2, Doma revealed, knowing that Killers should be somewhere around as well, and he slowed. This is going to be a tough one. 2 different angles taken up. Killers, he's a whack-a-mole that shoots back. Corsa, that's nuts with the Odin. Karu jumps in right on time. This is insane retake potential here from Bonk.
And it's not even just the retake itself, it's the layers that they had to wait through, fight through, because, well, Enterprise has dropped not only 1, not only 2, but 3 ultimates, trying to take the space into tree, into garden, and into heaven in that little window space. But the only issue is, as soon as the gunfights come through, whether it's with flashes, paranoias, ults off the back of it, they falter, and that's what let Bonk back into the round. And to net a fourth, taking the lead, sure, it's by thin margins, but look at what it's done to the money on Enterprise. Again, it's not a great investment. They have a hero rifle on Jazz, so on the waylay, if they can get an early pick and sneak back out, there's possibilities for Enterprise in this round.
Damn.
Don't miss me too much.
This game can go from 0 to 100 really quick.
Enemy mark.
Enterprise trying to, again, break away mid, refract. Used up. Making sure no more KJ utility is around in mid. Keep Bonk guessing and keep them busy as well from towards that area of the map while they switch their attention towards short. Now Waddles is chilling here. He's got the best gun for the situation as well. Huh. Dagger thrown. Reveals his approximate angle, and that's when Yas chooses to break through. One pick to nothing, 40 seconds on the clock, and Enterprise still have the decision to make, but Yas isn't slowing down. Look how far forward he's trying to go. Maybe he wants to move into heaven. Optimal timing! Triple kill already in his pocket, and now 2 players remaining for Bonk. Has got to put this to rest. Enterprise, they've secured it. They've got the A site control. Spike is down. They've even got the guarantee of Starkey going all the way around from mid. This was an eco round, a shaky buy, but a round that should be dropping into their hands nevertheless.
And Yaz doing everything he needs to do in that situation, right? Knows he is the hero rifle coming into this.
They've just handed Corsair an opportunity, especially with Karu getting to pick up on the Starkey. Karu knows there's 2 players around. There's not time, there's no time. Never mind. Never mind. I got excited. Corsair's position was undiscovered there. But nevertheless, it's just padding up the stats for him this time around as Enterprise keep a close tally.
Yeah, I hope we get to see in the replay, because I just want to highlight Jazz in that round in particular. Like I said, he knows what's needed of him. The only player with that rifle, especially after the entry on short, they're only really able to upgrade into a judge, but continues to press the issue over towards heaven, gets that double kill, like you can see right there onto the replay. That is the round locked and loaded for Enterprise, and it truly is off the back of that solo player being able to extend that hero rifle to, well, its absolute limits of being able to get the entry, get the 2 follow-ups onto heaven, and secure the round realistically by himself.
Oh, Chazza, come on. That's ridiculous. When it comes to headshots, there's something about Chazza today.
Cover going out.
I mean, the player who made the round, last round, all completely done and dusted, has been taken off in the matter of seconds, and possibly even more right now over towards me. Chazza!
How does he even get away with that? He even gets the neural theft, so he gets a full revelation of where the opposing players are, so rotation incoming. Yasuke gets caught. There's actually still a chance for Enterprise. 2 players out of the 3 for Bonk are very low. Oh, Starkey spotted. 1 on site. Corsair knows exactly where everybody is. Gives over the information. The thing is, Starkey's going around the world. And grouping up with Zeke. Corsair gets the pickup. Well, it gets picked up rather, down to 2v2, and the 2 remaining players that are low are easy pickings for Starkey. Well, doesn't matter how much Corsair can do in the start of the round, these end games are so incredibly close every single time.
Yeah, just the way you open it up in such a fashion, even extend it more over towards the B side, you get the neural theft like you said, you know exactly where the players are, but Starkey's footwork over towards short gets an unexpected kill onto Yasic, and then it's just the follow-up. Then he does get spotted towards heaven, but it doesn't matter. Corsair not wanting to get stuck in between both these players, opts to stay towards heaven and just gets out aimed at that position.
Spicy stuff. Yas continues with his streak of form. Little by little, you kind of get the feeling that Enterprise are getting the better of Bonk here in these skirmishes.
Yeah, especially when Bonk's money is not necessarily the great. A couple of times they've had players going down onto the shotguns just to beef up the buy and to keep the economy stable throughout it. And Jazz has actually just headshot both shotguns he's ever come in contact with instantly, so they haven't really been able to have the impact felt in the game, or just to be that cheesy buy that you can try and catch your opponents off guard with. And especially now, Jazz has picked up that orb over towards B main. They're going to have the comms from Corsa being able to hear that. And just looking at the setup, they're wanting to rotate back over towards A, possibly even popping that Waylay ultimate for that added bonus to try and get out onto site cleanly.
They are leaving it to the last second, though.
30 seconds left.
But look at the rotations.
Yeah, made a bit of a gamble in the dark for quite a bit. But here comes the Waylay ult. Damage done, somehow still alive to the back of side. How is Yasiek still around? Nearly had a chance to get the pickup on the Zeke there, but won't be given the chance to do it. I've got a feeling that Bonk are not going to try this. You can't give these rifles away anymore.
And especially for Enterprise, none of them are in a position to give away an early couple of kills, so Bonk start to believe that they have an opportunity into this round. Walters is going to be sticking around just to see if you can get any sort of exits, but again, like, the money's not great. You want to try and keep as many rifles as you can going into the next. And for the side of Enterprise, they're going to be super confident to go hunt, because Keyless is the only one realistically under 3 grand.
Shot down.
Corsa doing Corsa things, because of course around is not over till he gets a say. It's just the way it goes, just the attitude of the day. On the other hand, Enterprise are able to create a bit of a gap between themselves and their opponents. Now there's just an arm's length away. Basically hugging the rounds before, but 2 rounds remaining in the half. Bonk still with a chance to close the distance. They've got themselves a rifles from the previous round. It's not going to look that bad. It's just that Enterprise have found some pace for themselves, figured out how Bonk start to maneuver, and on these mid rounds, elect the right positions for their takes.
Be interested to see what Enterprise want to do. Obviously, with the use of Bonk's timeout, they're going to have an opportunity to discuss. But Doma's ultimate, the Armageddon, has come back online. Sure, it was a pretty expensive round in the last. We got Starkey and Jazz's being used, but it is coming to the tail end of the half. There's only 2 more rounds into this, and especially with the money situation on Bonk, they're going to be on full loss bonus should they lose this one anyway going into the 12th. But if they can secure this one with the ultimate pressure of the Armageddon from Doma in a site hit, which they're looking like they're teetering to going towards that A position, it can be devastating for the side of Bonk, especially not only losing the momentum that they had from Lotus, but also the momentum that they had winning the pistol and the follow-up coming into this map.
Well, Bonk and Enterprise exit their thinking chambers. In moments like this, it could be anything, right? Whether that's a read from your coaching staff, whether it's sort of let's breathe for a second, guys, or where maybe that's a switch up in play. It seems like we might be seeing a bit of a mid-exploration from Karu, as well as Chazza, and it doesn't pay dividends at all. Instead, a complete downfall on that stock. Complete takeover. At least Waddles gets the pick up here. I thought Karu did, to be honest, but Hexes that position, and Enterprise break into sight. Do get caught off by Yasiek. That is chaotic, to say the least. Spike going down, but still a 2v2.
Shock darts and arrows coming towards site just to try and get any sort of information where this post plant is, but the smoke on site is going to be something that they can play around for Enterprise.
Starkey and Yas both grouped up.
Player standing.
Corsa takes the fight, doesn't care if he's peeking smokes or not, but Starkey levels the playing field. Spike planted right in front of him, takes up the open position, but Corsa is able to win it. In situations like this, he has been superb today, continues that trend, 1 round away from the close of the half.
Yeah, super awkward engagement for the last kill, but it's Corsa that comes out on top, and Bonk thanking their lucky stars, getting up onto 5, an opportunity to make this an equal half. But yeah, this at the start was super awkward as well, in regards to you have a long-range rifle fighting a judge but still loses. You have players running out of tree, you have players TPing onto top gen. There was a lot happening, and the fact that we were able to bring it back down into like that 3v3 2v2 position for the retake impressive, but at the same time, Bonk needs impressive things from anyone else other than just Corsa right now, because Corsa's on 20. I think the next person's on like 8 or 9. Another switch up in their setup as well over towards mid. You have that Cypher trip now being invested there. There's a little bit of lack of funds in regards to the utility that Waddles can bring out onto that deadlock. So you're really looking at how much util or value the util Chaz is going to get, and realistically not much other than the fact that, well, mid might be contested. We haven't got anyone to swing off of it. It's already been dealt with. Now for Enterprise, gearing up for that B split.
And this time you're wondering, okay, let's make sure that Waddles doesn't get the peek through here. No one just crosses as we enter market. That's exactly what they've done. Diligent. You can't really repeat that twice, and Bonk knows, so they don't really go for something like that. Ooh, Cocoon doesn't land. That is interesting. Zeke, on the other hand, has got the pickup. B-side cleared.
30 seconds left.
And Bonk on the outside looking in, lacking one player.
And also the fact that Doma didn't have to use that ultimate, the Armageddon, to get onto site. Putting that in the front of Pro Towers around that CT area is going to be massive, especially since main isn't contested with killers.
It's Bonk unquick with this. They're going to have Starkey in the back line trying to break through. Yasik is looking that direction, but he won't be forever. Yasik gets the read! That's insane. How did he know? That is bonkers. But now Bonk have got the arse to push through. So much util thrown at their feet. It's disgusting. Flush, assist after stun, after damage. It's not easy. Waddles to be the first one to try and break through. Corsa's the successful player from Bonk with his pickup, but they run out of time. Even if they get on the spike now, there's no way that they get the win, even though they clear out the site entirely. Corsa goes down with the ship, and Enterprise get the dub.
And you can see how much util and how much delay that ult from Doma gave them. It brings it down to the wire, sure, with everyone falling, but time is the safe man for Enterprise. And let's see if there's any sort of comeback, any sort of answer back for Bonk coming into that second half, because they're down rounds.
Run for your life, I hunt you hard, you can chase me, but I make you starve, you're a pawn bitch. Just a pawn bitch. Run for your life, I seek you hard, you can chase me, cause I'm right behind, you're a pawn bitch. Just a pawn bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, run for your life, you're a pawn bitch.
Just like the map before this, a slight lead for Enterprise leading into the second half, but didn't really matter too much on Lotus. Can Bonk do the same thing they did there? You just made a joke and you were muted. Damn, that was great. I'll let you say that in a bit, right? I think it's not going to get old anytime soon. Damn. Skill issue.
Yeah, honestly, but do you know what is not a skill issue, though? Enterprise at the moment, they're wanting to fight over towards mid, reading into the fact that Bonk are trying to do the same, both out of link and over towards top mid. But Enterprise, since they're only fighting from market, realistically, they want to give a little peek in towards mid, but they're inevitably leaning back into that more default setup now with Killers watching over towards mid. With that wall on B main, there's a lot of safety for Enterprise to work around with, especially looking to the market engagement.
Over there.
Killer shots back to break. Ooh, to drop the wall. Either way, Corsa is the one to find first blood. Continues the streak of success from the previous half. Now Bonk, though, have broken through the middle of this map, and I'm liking what I'm seeing. Ooh, Zeke needs to be careful. Karu's got himself a little side mission. Spots out a gun. Ooh, this is sneaky. This is sneaky. This is nice. Tasty. Yum takes a bite. But still, that's going to just lure attention from an Enterprise to out-exit their positions. A complete bait from Bonk, toying with their food. B-side going to be taken over. Karu just holds his own on A. Brilliant start to the half for Bonk.
Yeah, the thing is, now my joke's kind of ruined because everyone else has started shooting back. Although it is similar looking like that Corsa and Friends sort of Bonk, right? Because of the kill discrepancy, let's just say, between not only Corsa and the next person, but Corsa and, well, everybody else on there. Because everyone else is on 7 or 6. Corsa's currently 24 and 5. And the fact that they are actually down around is surprising, right? It's just, sure, of course, I got a couple of exit kills a couple of times, but at the same time, when we're looking at the rounds where he was like backside on B with the Odin, he was putting his best foot forward to try and bring the round in favor of his team, getting multi-kills from site anchoring positions. It's just unfortunate that the rest of the team weren't necessarily being able to follow up because Enterprise were the ones closing it out.
We haven't seen this type of performance from Corsa too much already, right? It's kind of been the Chaz and Waddles show. Sure, Karu chimes in from sometimes, but this is Corsa. This is Corsa and co, like you said. This is pretty damn impressive. I'm enjoying this. This is a star performance. Look, from a team that you had no expectations that they'd have any business in playoffs. But think again, because they're 1-on-1 with Enterprise, and they're looking to beat them. And
obviously with the pistol as well, they have a really good chance to equate the scoreline, right? To get themselves back up to 7-7. Still, it's been a competitive half through and through. It hasn't been much more than like 2-round disparity between these two teams up to this point, and it's nothing realistically looking like it's going to be changing. Obviously, the technical pause is going to be just a little bit of a stopping point before Bonk can hopefully convert this, especially with Enterprise. They really don't like investing into the second round, especially if they lose the pistol. We saw it in the first half and likely to see it again now. But this is actually 1, 2, I believe 5 for pistols for Bonk in this entire series. Enterprise have just struggled to be able to start any of the halves off on the right foot.
Yeah, does seem to be the case. This game seems very much in reach of Bonk. No matter if you've won World Championships before, whether you competed in international events, doesn't matter to Bonk.
Championships, schmanchumenships, it doesn't matter. We're in Northeast right now, and currently Enterprise, they're struggling with the tier 2 demons that we've seen from Bonk.
Yeah, Killers has been shown here. Shock Dart will land on his feet, make him a little bit more malleable for the rest to pick up. Smooth sailing for Waddles as well, as Enterprise are just handing themselves over. Starkey just awaiting his demise in the smoke. Bit comedic altogether, but a flawless round for Bonk to bolster the confidence as well as they go even with their opposition. Buy round now for Enterprise. Can they break the pace before it even begins?
Nice diligence from Bonk coming in as well, not faltering to those pistols. And even when it comes down to the last player, double peeking into the smoke to minimize as much damage Enterprise can do, which was absolutely nothing, right? And Bonk up onto 7. They still have a relatively decent buy, right? Coming into this, you have Corsa with the Guardian, Chaz on the Vandal, and especially if Waddles can get a couple of tags with this Outlaw, it can make Yasiek and Karu's Stinger and Spectre respectively a little bit more scary when they're hitting onto the sites.
Karu will drop in. Starkey's position is a bit sneaky into Wine. It's not like he's got intimate reinforcements, right? No one nearby. Tries to break through off the back of his own paranoia. But Bonk are no longer considering that position altogether. Spike heading towards B.
Grouping up over towards B main, you have those 4 players. Corsa just trying to keep as much attention over towards A as possible with the Owl drone and vice versa. But the issue is Jazz is on this line, and then after that they'll still have to deal with Killers' utility and also this wall.
Well, delayed for just a little bit. You don't really want to be walking into that one, Karu. Otherwise, could have dropped. But against Silence, 2 players looking to entertain the idea of this A site. Maybe trying to lure attention, but if they find success, could actually go for the full execute. And that's exactly what they do. They draw players towards this B site, keeping them out into the open. Waddles gets the pick up onto Yas as he tries to cross, but is not finding any success in getting the pick up into Killers. Instead, he switches up the position and dismantles them whole by himself. Strong stuff by the world champion.
10 seconds left.
And Chazza on the outside looking in, again, waiting for that clock to expire. And allowing Enterprise to gain the lead once again.
Couple of upgrades for the players of Enterprise, but yeah, you're looking at Killers as well doing so great, solo holding down that B site after Jazz is, well, a non-factor. They're just being able to constantly reposition, keeping Bonk guessing and guessing, and I think that's something that Bonk do have to address sooner rather than later, is the utility setups from Killers, right? Of being able to bait out that wall, because when you're looking at the Sentinel setup Bonk had of the Cypher and the Deadlock, the stuff that you can shoot. You can't shoot out a Vi's wall, and that cut up can completely separate your front line and the back line of this execute. It's just something that they have to deal with earlier into the round, rather than when it comes to the 10-20 seconds left that they're giving for these site hits.
Bonk at the start seemed to have switched up the pace a little bit, trying to play a little bit more aggressive up and catwalk here, but Doma is being a menace, really not allowing many to pass. Great trades for him, and there's still 1 player to deal with on the side. Starkey, considering if he wants to bait the TP. Oh, that is smooth. Criminal. And Yasick left to himself, sure, there's a smoke, he can exit, he can kind of move to the left of it and not be spotted by Starkey, but then again, everyone from Enterprise is still around. Get to the back of sight, they know. So they're able to deal with it quickly. Enterprise not only able to win post-bonus, but keep the chain going.
Important round as well for them to keep as many players as left, because their economy is starting to grow and grow, and especially with Bonk now being put down into the half-by territory of possibly Stingers or Sheriffs. Like you can see Sheriffs across the board. They're going to start to feel the consequences of losing the last couple of rounds, and in the nature that they lost them, of not really doing much damage to Enterprise as the overall team.
Bonk putting 4 out of the 5 players in B, and they've been spotted. You kind of want to try and break through here, get an early pickup, but Enterprise know their economical situation and fully respect it. Just don't engage, don't give them these freebies, instead hold back. Bolstered up as well with the likes of Yas joining. Right, so no wonder Bonk want to switch up the position altogether. Now they do have a chance. Doma is smoked off for now, so they could potentially cross through, but Starkey backside is being a big menace. A big man trying to deal with him in the backside. It's just so difficult to deal with him. Eventually Waddles does get a pickup. but how much more can you find, especially when all Enterprise players have been able to sneak around and bolster up that defense even more, double digits gained. We're starting to sense a little bit more comfort for Enterprise here.
Yeah, and it's more of the uncomfortability of Bonk, right? In the last couple of matches that they faced, they haven't necessarily got any wins on this map in particular, but the defensive side was good. It's just when they went onto the attack, that's where they struggled in the sense of getting those entries and being able to navigate in the mid-round in particular. Like we saw in this one, they are unable to deal with the Sentinel utility, or at least put some pressure onto killers, onto the Vires over towards B. Sure, they give some presence towards B main, rotate through mid over towards shore, but the fact that the utility, both the Flash, the Thorns, and also the Wall are still up and healthy and ready to be used, the rotates that Enterprise can do around that is massive. On top of the fact that Starkey just sat behind Dice on site, has been able to sit there multiple rounds in a row, feeling absolutely zero pressure realistically in that position. He's just been able to comfortably hold the angle, split over into short, gets an easy pickup, is even putting the paranoias over towards main, so it's really nice protocols of him in that position in particular. But it's more that Bonk can't get anything going on this attacking side, and it's been a constant theme across the last couple of maps of their mid-rounding after losing players, and being in that number deficit has been relatively poor.
Yeah, it's not been simple. Enterprise going for a mid excursion from two fronts as well. Taking up that short angle gives a clear view of what Bonk are trying to go for. We're stopping them in their tracks, funneling them into logs. Armageddon avoided on the most part, catching off Corsa though, which is a big pickup, because Spike now is on the ground and Enterprise have found themselves in the back line. They're pincering Bonk in. Paranoia, it's successful, but Yas can't really push in just yet, avoiding the cocoon. And just like that, B site taken over with Bonk putting the Spike down. 4v5 as Enterprise try to break in. Yas, great first pickup. Carries the momentum forwards for Enterprise, keeping the upper hand for them as Yasik does trade. But Enterprise can afford these trades. If they can keep them going, should be able to secure this. Flash in on site, trying to get Bonk out of position. But Enterprise starts to sense some fear. It's not getting that simple. There's a lot of corners you got to cross. Karu gets spotted. Again, trade. Doma, so strong in high clutch situations like this. A quadra collection. And Enterprise keep this streak going on the defensive for them.
Even opting to give the defuse over towards Starkey so you can get that ultimate online, but even then, Dome is almost halfway to getting his ult back on the board, and realistically, it's been someone, whether it's on the Breach or on the Terror, we've seen the ultimate cycle be relatively healthy and thriving for him, right? As soon as he uses it, he is able to get a couple of multi-kills off the back, whether it's with the ult itself that we saw over onto Corsa towards main, which is a massive pickup for Enterprise, especially with the way Corsa's playing in this matchup in particular. And also it slows down the fact them being able to get the spike onto site, since they had to retrieve the spike being dropped deep in B main.
Enterprise always trying to bring a spanner in the mix as well. Starkey being a nuisance. And Wine. Two players imminent to collapse in mid as well for Acquired. Starkey gets away with it off the back of Doma's util as well. Clean stuff. Enterprise have already got the advantage. Double down.
Wanting to even triple, but it's the opposite. Jazz gets a lot of damage done over through the walls, but Zeke is there as that second layer, and yeah, it's just the angle that you're just not expecting, especially if the Whaley has hightailed it out of there.
Oh, they just keep it going. Oh, they keep it clean. A complete flawless. That was a buy from Bonk. Didn't look like it. Enterprise are feeling it. They're sensing the W here. They're sensing the win. One round away, not only securing the map, but the series getting them into the next stage of playoffs.
Yeah, it was a buy from Bonk, but again, with the money that you had a couple of Guardians in there, it's not exactly the best showing for them. not only in regards to money, but from the streak of rounds that they've lost, Enterprise have just put it up a gear when they come into this defensive half. And it is expected when Bonk have struggled on the attack side, and especially with the composition that Bonk brought in. But this is just a complete shutout.
It is indeed. Hunter Shuri, a bit of a desperate measure taken to see if Bonk can find an early advantage or any information. Doesn't get a single tag. And Bonk knocking on the A side door, looking to see if they can barge in for Enterprise. Keep on toying. Smoke to block them out yet again. Oh, the spray downs across the smokes aren't nice either. Bonk EP have got a clear idea of what's going on. Look where Zeke is. He's in the opposing spawn. They know exactly what is going on. They know exactly where Bonk are heading. We're leaving 4 to defend this A site. Zeke to box them in as well.
They have no way out. They have to cross over Zeke.
And Zeke will not let them. Sure, Carter had the sense that someone could be behind. Shazza dealing with them. Neural theft available. They'll figure out most of them are towards their right-hand side, but they're nowhere close to the B site to get there quicker than their opponents.
The only issue is, look who's already on the side. Look what utility he has to work with. He has everything. Has absolutely everything, and a Phantom to boot, so superior weaponry and more HP than some of the Bonk players trying to brute force their way into B.
You need a pick. You need this without being traded, and they're not getting it. That's it. That's the end of this round. Doesn't even require reinforcements. Killers make sure the B site is his domain, his realm, and no one else. No pesky attacker can make his way onto it. That is good stuff from Enterprise. It was labored, let's be fair. It wasn't simple, but this defensive side was a completely different story. They showed a level of dominance that, you know, we hadn't seen for a while, since the first map, I'd say. And look, respect to Bonk. They gave it a really good fight.
Yeah, definitely putting up a fight on the defense. Yeah. I think it's safe to say that they were lacking some of that fight when it came onto the attacking half. And it isn't not for the lack of trying. They had a couple of different things that they tried out, whether it's towards mid, towards B, towards A. But it was the fact that they weren't able to deal with, well, the Vise. Like, Killers was such a determining factor for the side of Enterprise coming in onto that defensive side, because the utility, I don't think we saw one round where that wall got baited out well without losing one player or even getting baited out at all, and then they were able to rotate off the back of that information. And even in the last round, you saw how important that util was, the fact that he could just run straight onto B because he knows no one's out yet because of that wall. And then when it came to the 2 players trying to make their way out of B main, you have the wall separating the 2, you have the flash hitting the first one. And you can see there, it's just an absolute isolation of 1v1s based on the utility that Bonk couldn't deal with.
Sure. And look, I think Bonk were able to stay competitive, at least at the first half and maybe the first vestiges of the second one, due to Corsa's brilliance. And look, you can't really sustain that type of presence. You can't really sustain and keep that level of play going, because let's be fair, you know, there was some outrageous kills in there. It's not like it's you know, a game plan of Bonk to allow Corsa to roam free like that. Sure, you give him you kind of let go of the leash there, and I think that's what makes Bonk so dangerous, so unpredictable. What gives them so much strength is individuals where usually Waddles or Chazza can break through. Today it was Corsa, but it just wasn't enough. You know, you can't really rely on that all the time, and Enterprise show us just why, you know, having a well-rounded team and the strats available and well-roundness to keep things going across the finishing line here and get themselves to the next stage of the upper bracket, while Bonk have to drop to the lower one. The first team to make it there. And look, they were the last seed in the Swiss stage. We knew that it was a tall order for them anyway. It was their first appearance in the Swiss stage, let alone making it to playoffs. So already a big step forwards for them. Maybe they have a better chance in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I don't think we can count anyone out in when they go to the lower bracket, given what we saw in Split 1 with Liquid Academy, right? They had a nice lower bracket run into the grand finals to win the victory. But I think this is a good showing for both teams that they can take away from this, right? Enterprise, they showed weaknesses on both Haven and Lotus in particular, especially when they wanted to pick into it. They had a couple of changing compositions. But also for the side of Bonk, like you said, they were the lowest seed coming into this playoffs. They've come up against one of the two main teams that we're looking at to be title contenders in this split, and they put up a good fight, right? They were able to take it to map 3. Sure, it didn't necessarily go their way towards the very, very end of the map and also the series, but there's definitely highlights for this team from start to finish.
Well, that was the first series of the day. There's still more to come. Sweet and Sour, Zero Tenacity to be the next match to play out in this series altogether. But yeah, folks, we'll be back after a break. Thank you very much for joining on this one. We'll be back for Zero Tenacity against Sweet and Sour.
We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. To the days down memory lane, back to the times when our life was a breeze. Feel the freedom again, my mind was at ease. The sky was so blue when we rolled down the street. So hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Sun going down, living the dream. Everything's clear, but the lines on the freeway. Let's do it again, like back in the day. Nothing can stop us from living the feeling. Hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. Driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day, good day.
don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm back like black track suit with a black top cap. People love to try, people love to lie. People forget stuff, remember that. We done them good, do you remember that? We needed someone, here's the facts. But people love to try, people love to lie. Yeah, this is London, mind the gap. Living life just multitasking. Smile like a horror movie, I'm laughing. Motivated and focused, crafting. Dash something in a break, all your eggs in a basket. Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Please don't try it. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm right. Vibes are here when I am outside. Born for the flows to keep the flows tight. Tell me why they love to lie. Soul is dark but the mind is bright. Nocturnal, we live for the night. You wanna try but yeah, not quite. Monster with the bars, yeah, I might bite. If I have to, I tighten up the mic. See me, I'll do it for the likes. Keep it Air Max, yeah, like my knives. Ooh, I like to plan before I strike. But what do they know? Frequency's high, it never gets low. But yeah, what do they know? You're dripping in drama from head to toe. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always?
Out here on the street, I'm losing my way. You've gotten to me, and that's my mistake. Some might say I can't get too far without seeing your face. Oh, you gave me your heart and took it away. I'm going underground, going underground. Say your loving comes around, going underground, going underground. 'Cause your love is not around anymore. Going underground, 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 yeah. Going underground, 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 yeah. I hide in the dark, nowhere to be found. Where there was a spark, there's now only doubt. No, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Oh, I thought you were sure, now you're alone.
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to Challenges North and East. My mic is down here. Let's put it up there. How are you guys doing? I hope you guys are doing well. And if you did tune into the previous match, you'd know that Enterprise won 2-1 in a thrilling series, that is. But it's time for another one. Sweet and sour, Zero Tenacity. Continue this playoffs as it goes. And let's see if this match is as exciting as the previous one.
Yeah, I think we've had our fair share of exciting eco rounds back and forth.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm ready for more. I'll be honest, I've had a quick lasagna in the break. I'm ready
Nice.
to get into this matchup in particular. You have to eat. We
Yeah,
have to
of
have
course.
fuel to go into this game because with the games I've seen from Sweet and Sour, I just know it's not going to be straightforward. It's not going to be easy. And at every step of the way, whether it's down rounds and Zero Tenacity are fighting their way back up, Sweet and Sour are going to be menaces.
No, they really will. They really will. They have been since the start of them being in any Challengers League, and that was Challengers North, right? The fact that they were big upsets to Apex, that they came out of nowhere when it came to being rookies and completely taken over. But this is a different version of that. This is one which features teams from other, rookie rosters of the previous season, from Apina Orchestra, from Requiem, and overall, and also a world champ of Defo amongst their ranks as well. So look, overall, this looks like a very promising roster, and the fact that they've been able to get a 3-0 from the main Swiss stage looks like there's a lot of improvement coming their way as well.
Yeah, and obviously you have to mention Defo just with the name value he brings into this, but also I just want to highlight Ticey being a player that's sort of come back into this. Obviously, Sweet and Sour weren't sure what they were doing after last split, whether the players had their, other opportunities onto signed teams, but Ticey has been brought back in. He was in this in 2024, and they've been hitting the ground running, right? They have been finding success after success, and sure, struggled a bit against Enterprise in the BO3s, but against Liquid Academy, a team that we were looking to be one of the favorites coming into this, obviously because they were the champions from last split, they were able to take them down in a 2-0 to get here.
Sure, and you mentioned the name Ticey. I've got a fun fact for you here, Summer. Ticey was the best in assists per round on average than anyone else in the main Swiss stage, than anyone else, and he just joined a new roster, right? So he's been brilliant with setting his team up for success. He's been brilliant at gelling with this roster, and looks to try and maybe upgrade this roster to new heights as they are on the quest to be in the top 4 of this league and maybe even ascending. But they've got a big contender up against them today. It's Zero Tenacity. Polish org comprised of a lot of players from the East as they got themselves another qualification into playoffs, back-to-back 3-2 when it comes to wins and losses on both splits. So a labored way in here. But they were the team to put the final nail in the coffin to Liquid Academy, right? They were the final contender, and they did it decisively as well, a 2-0 at that. So, look, still a strong contender. They are a testament that this league is comprised of, very strong potential across the board.
And especially with the matchup that we've just seen in particular with Bonk. And when Bonk and Zero Tenacity actually came up against each other, Zero Tenacity went 13-6, I believe it was, onto Lotus. And in particular on that game, I just saw really, really great util usage and ult cycling, whether it was super liberal with using the ultimates, but also having seemingly the perfect time to use them time and time again. So this team, I think you just have to praise them on not only the fact that they are back into playoffs in the sense of having players that haven't necessarily reached these heights in particular, but at the same time, they're proving time and time again why they do deserve to be here, whether it's with taking down Liquid Academy or also just putting up fights against teams that we're looking to be some of the top contenders, not necessarily towards the top echelons when we're looking at Go Next and Enterprise, but towards the middle of the pack, they really are trying to be the best of the rest, right?
Yeah, and while they're trying to be that right now, it's not where they aim to be, right? Because when you have players like Alex Sick in the roster, who has, made Ascension, won East, and making it, into the top 8 at that, right? It's not like you're happy with a top 5 finish, a top 6 finish, or anything like that when it comes to Challengers Northeast. You want to be at least in the top 4, at least contending for those Challengers EMEA titles. So look, it's some grindy beginnings, and I think you righteously say that, yeah, they're battling out in the middle of the pack right now, but it's nowhere near where they need to be. And the fact that they get the victory against Team Liquid Academy, and mind you, those last games that Team Liquid Academy were playing were best of 3s. They're not being judged on the BA1 performances, which they have traditionally, not not been the best at. That's where Zero Tenacity were able to beat them, right? So, look, I still feel like Zero Tenacity have got a lot to bring here, and they're not going to be a walkover opponent for Sweet and Sour, even though we're looking at, you know, top seeds, lower seeds. It was the same case with the first match, right? The margins are so close, anything can happen.
Yeah, and talking about anything can happen, let's actually look and theorize where we're going to be going in regards to maps. So this is everything that both of these two teams have played to date this year, obviously over across Split 1 and Split 2. And in particular, Haven looks like to be a map that both of these teams like going to, have relatively decent success. Same goes for Lotus and then also Pills. We might be seeing a couple of those maps in particular, but definitely not going to be, or you shouldn't be seeing an Icebox, as that is Sweet and Sour's permaban. They don't like to stray too far away from that or let it float too deep. But Haven definitely should be a great place to start for both of these two teams in this matchup in particular.
Yeah, it will be an interesting veto for sure, trying to figure out what the strengths lie. I think the fact that both of them have 6 matches played on Haven and both of them at 67% is a bit funny. And it makes you think that it's a very solid decider, right? It's a very solid third map. Leave it floating, you know I'll come back. You know you'll play it at some point. It's all about getting that first pick. I think those first 2 maps are the most crucial ones, and we'll be jumping in to that map veto as soon as possible. But look, when it comes to these maps altogether, it's about finding, you know, hitting the road, hitting the ground running, right? That's what you want. That's what Enterprise were able to do the previous series. They won the first map. Sure, the second one didn't go their way, but they had the delicacy of falling back with that one win buffer and then going to the decider and completely unleashing. But instead of Haven being floated towards the end, it's picked instantly by Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, someone's going to have to change their win rate, right? They've played the same exact amount of times with the same win rate. That's going to change today, and Lotus being that second pick. It seems a lot of these teams love having Haven Lotus as the first 2 maps, right? We saw that in the first series. We have a possibility for Ascent to still be floated out, but realistically it should be taken care of, taken out of the possibility by Zero Tenacity. It's not a favorite of them. They don't really play it. And then same goes for Sweet and Sour for Icebox, which means what are we left with, Pavlos?
Split is a final map of this series. And look, I'm looking overall at Lotus, and it's such a difficult one here for Zero Tenacity, because obviously it's one of the maps that they play the most, right? 9 when you compare to all of the rest since the start of this year. Well, you know, Sweet and Sour have found some solid success on that the past couple of times that they played it. Sure, only one of them was a win, but one of them was against, again, Team Liquid Academy, who showed were very dangerous on this map before. So I don't know, this is a really competitive series. I don't feel like seeing that veto has given me, you know, the edge. Has given the edge to either of the teams. Do you feel the same way?
I think the fact that we're coming into the first map of the series being a map that both these teams like to play, both of them have the same win rate, I think that just sets it up perfectly in regards to the sort of the zoom out picture of the first map is so highly contested already. When we get further and further into the map pool, especially to that decider as well, I think this is going to be one of the closest series down to each map in particular. I don't think we're going to necessarily see like a blowout on a specific map and trading or anything like that. I think it's going to be a really competitive series. What's better to ask for to close out day 1 of playoffs?
Indeed. But look, we're looking at Lotus here, so let's have a look at the picks that we could potentially be having here. One of the rosters playing that Teo Viper, Yoru comp, then you've got the other opposing side bringing the Vice in for that switch up. Is there one you kind of enjoy rather than the other? It feels like, at least for Sweet and Sour, they're a little bit more turbulent and a little bit more open to trying new things.
I think that can be a positive and a negative in one go, right? Because for them, they've spent 1 map in officials on this. Obviously, they would have had practice into scrims, but they've changed this comp since Split 1.
It's Haven. Every time we had Lotus and Haven, I was like, oh, it's Lotus first, but no, it's Haven first. I've done it twice, man. I've done it twice. All right, what are we seeing here? What are we seeing here, Summer?
We're seeing a neon. I am so happy. Again, the same comp that Sweet and Sour are running. I don't think they're realistically going to stray away from it. And these are some of the 2023 comps. Obviously, Zero Tenacity is going a little bit further back, right? We haven't got, well, the new Yoru's coming in. We're not even going to get Waylay or the Teo. This is very much bread and butter of what we were seeing in 2022, 2023 Haven.
Indeed it is. Let's see which team will come out of this one with a better win rate overall, but also getting the bounce and being first in this series, getting that 1-0 buffer, that cushion, if you will, going into the next maps. And look, we said these are dangerous, right? These maps could go either way. Sure, you've got a small advantage on one, but honestly, Zero Tenacity have shown some great strengths in their recent matches. The way they were able to make it out of the main Swiss is impressive. Even though they had to play a couple more games than Sweet and Sour had to, right? They only had to play the 3. They're still a long way to go for Sweet and Sour to be considered the heavy favorite here. They're definitely capable of upsetting, doing damage, being unorthodox while doing so as well. But it's a matter of consistency that we're trying to see if Sweet and Sour can bring and be amongst the top 2 of this league once again.
Definitely a team that you're looking to have the capabilities of doing so, but then again, you can't really shy away from saying Zero Tenacity are up there as well with stuff that they've proven in the previous and also the name value of some of the players. And coming into this one now, they have a lot more experience on this map in particular, especially in Split 2, right? They played it 3 times, not necessarily the best win rate in it, but they were able to take the win off BitFix. Close game against Go Next that went into OT. And Sweet and Sour, they're coming in with a comp change after Split 1. Only the second match on Haven this split. So are the reps really going to come into question when we get further and further into this map?
Yeah, Sweet and Sour for now. Up to move in towards B. And no one really there to defend it. Perhaps just Timmy the turret to notify of their presence. But it should be a clean plant, right? That shouldn't be too big of an issue. Clear the turret, get themselves a spike on the ground, and look for a 5 versus 5 here on the post plant.
And this is what I love, similar to what we saw in the first series, that they are leaving a player onto site. So there is 2 layers in regards to positions to deal with. Defo is not going to be looked at.
Undiscovered, but now telegraphed. Can they deal with him quickly? Trying to pounce in, but he's just buying time. He's just being a menace. Finally, Pyral is able to put him to rest and doubles down by looking behind him as well. As Sweet and Sour spending an extra player to rotate around. Pyral is superb on those turnarounds. 180-degree turns, shutdowns. Finally, Ticey deals with him, but he's running out of time, running out of space. That spike is being diffused, and there is nothing that can be done about it.
I mean, I was talking about the differences of setups on B that we saw. The Sweet and Sour left a playable site. That was the first layer, got dealt with relatively quick, goes down with 1. Sure, Defo in that position, not necessarily expecting to get more than 1, right? Unless you have some extra support of utility, but it's more of the window play, right? You have the first layer coming through, Pyral reads into it here, gets stinked up in the exchange, and then also deals with the other player that wants to wrap around. Unfortunately, can't get a fourth for himself in that, but it's still enough for the rest of his team to be able to defuse safely and put a pistol on the board. And Alexic up on top of B with an outlaw.
Yeah, rough times. But the Outlaw can do so much versus half shields, but we do see some full shields coming through. Defo does get shut down by MSH, short of hoping that Sweet and Sour can break through. We've seen these ecos before. We've seen the force buys on the second round. Can it work out in their favor? MSH backline, Bulldog in his hands is doing some work, but Sweet and Sour have closed up the gap. And in these close distances, they can be ever so dangerous as East. Keeps things even. Spike going down 2v2 now.
And that is both players noted over towards that CT position. Obviously, they can reposition over towards Garage like you can see Alexic doing, but that's information for SNS to work with. But they do not even have a chance against Alexic's Outlaw. 1 bullet each. And it's a conversion on the second round and a force by fail for Sweet and Sour.
Indeed. Simple pickings, simple pickings. I love that we got to see Pyro at the first round, that we got to highlight him a little bit with that triple kill that he got. He had a really rough start to the year playing with KPI over to the Spanish League. Didn't even get a single win series. They had best of twos there, right? Did you know that? Best of twos? Weird format.
It's criminal.
But, you know, they've only gotten draws at best. So, tough time, but now leading from the start.
And obviously with the force spy coming in onto the second round onto Stingers, you can see what it's done to the money. Still have a couple of Stingers being able to be brought out for Defo and Yante, but he's down to 7. He's stuck in this corner. This is another round that Zero Tenacity are going to be tested on, right? In the first one, it was on the pistol. Second, it was against the force spy. In the third, now this is going to be more of the anti-eco that you want to see how Zero Tenacity are going to be playing it. They spot out and get damage done towards C, proactively wanting to retake Garage.
Summer, do you remember seeing Sweet and Sour last time around?
Yeah.
Never count them out on the pistol. Never. Ever. They've got some mad aimers on these sheriffs and can do quite a bit. They've gained some free ground control. Sure, Zero Tenacity have got a clear idea of what's going on. Pyro, though, is in trouble. Stand up. Now you've got him at the back of side, doing damage across boxes. Yeah, never mind. Count this round out. Sweet and Sour aren't getting anything done here.
30 seconds left.
I mean, they can have Lukit to do a little bit more damage, but this, with the spike down on the cold ground over towards C, the best they can do is 1. And Pyro somehow picks up an ace.
Yeah, it's just Pyro saying KPI's first split this year, not his problem. This is what he's capable of, and he's feeling alive on Zero Tenacity.
Is this the Valorant version of NIP time doesn't count? Is the KPI time doesn't count? Or at least it is for Pyro, right? He's doing good for himself. Obviously making up onto playoffs is an achievement in itself, but also on the individual level, like you said, wasn't necessarily having the best time. And now, it looks like he's having a whale of a time. 9 and 2.
Vibing, man. He's having a time of his life. Only just 3 rounds on the game, by the way. Either way, Sweet and Sour forcing the second round and losing it means that they do drop down to a simple 3-0. And their first buy round comes in round number 4. Now, they are moving into a heavy fortified ace site. 3 players defending, and Alex Sick with the Outlook can pack up quite a punch. Full stop draft away. There is some information available. You know there are at least 2 defenders here.
And especially with the utility for MSH being up on both Garage and B, they can stack 4 players at least over towards A-Link and onto the site itself. It's our opt to retreat, put their focuses elsewhere, and this is where MSH's jump peek over towards long is going to be important. And also with Pyro's ultimate towards A, that's been cleared out, so you're going to start to see the rotates heavily coming in onto C.
Strafe peek from MSH revealing what is coming here for him against Sweet and Sour. Defo is paranoid, but gets knocked out of his life by Pyro. Aftershock forcing him to go a little bit aggressive, walks into the smoke that the Seas was already inhabiting. Looking a little bit rough. Zero Tenacity are flooding in 1 by 1 and being dealt with 1 by 1. Spike hasn't even gone down yet. Hasn't even been the need to. Just using their guns. Going down now at the 13-second mark with Alex Sick, with only an Outlaw in his hands and Diseased to his left.
Sweet and Sour in their matchup against Enterprise a couple of days ago, they really struggled with C-Site in particular. Not necessarily getting onto the site, but being able to get the plant down and hold onto the site with the flood retakes. You can see Zero Tenacity opting to try for the same, and it was well handled with Paranoias, with the smokes out onto the site just to try and cut off angles, get them up close and personal, and then also the trade from the Paranoias of Pyro and Bitty just to realistically cancel each other out and give them a little bit of a breather on the site.
We'll keep an eye out on that, see if they continue with that trend. But for now, Zero Tenacity, that's a sneaky walk. Did the cam spot it? I don't think so. Now it might. Spotted. Cam no more. Kaput.
And that's damage done to the information Sweet and Sour have to work with. You can even see Disease trying to regain with his teammates, but the site hit's going to come in quick and fast.
Pretty backside, not looking that great. It's the Anthem that gets the collection with not many trades going their way. Pyro trying to enter the site. Flash. Oh, dear me. Not going to make the matter that easy, though. Grammakista in within the smoke is causing some havoc. Alexic hoping that something can line up for him. It's tough. Operator in hand. MSH trying to closing the distance as well with the outlaw. Ooh, jumps in. Not without the trade, though. Flamboyance, but unsuccessful nevertheless. And Sweet and Sour, potentially, not only potentially, certainly, will be grabbing themselves the gap closer.
Yeah, it's just not the guns you want for the retake, right? You're in a 2v4 situation. One player has a operator over towards heaven, the other has a judge towards CT. Not the prime weapons, but talking about weapons, Alexic wants to save this operator. Tyxi wants to take it away, but will be denied. So at least they do know that this operator is in play from the side of Zero Tenacity. And for the side for Zero Tenacity, they are at least able to hold this over because for the weapons across the board, you can see Pretty trying to give a little bit more of an investment into this, but it's realistically going to be buying up around this operator's one choice, or just making sure they have enough money going into the next round.
Getting a repeat view of the entire round there. But you're right, very crucial that Alexic is able to cross that operator to the next round.
Deploying drone. Enemy mark.
And this is
Patience on not pulling the
massive.
trigger there.
Yeah,
But they know where he is.
Yeah, and the fact that this is realistically the only weapon, obviously you saw Pretty have a little bit more of an investment because he had some of that residual funds. That is the only weapon that they've spotted out. It's the main win condition for Sweet and Sour into this, for Zero Tenacity. So this one is rotating over. So Sweet and Sour might be walking back into this operator of Alexic.
He is smoked off for now, though. Defo, he's walking in for free. Reinforcements arriving around him. Still 3 players playing the Suez position. Oh my. Still Alexic smoked out, but the smoke will dissipate anytime soon. But will it be too late until that happens? Pyrol's getting a lot of information as his 2 teammates were shut down moments ago. Oh dear me, smoke will fade. Gets 1. Can he return on time? No, just 2 for him. But again, it's Alexic and MSH trying to make it work 2v3. Less than optimal weapons all over again. This is rough. And again, you don't want to really hand over the operator. Oh, that is disgusting by MSH. But Defo will just swing in front of Alexic's position. Zoom through his screen. And that is Sweet and Sour to square things up.
Planted.
Pearl is trying his absolute best, playing that cheese position up in towards the one-way smoke. They had placed over towards short. Unfortunately, it's a position where realistically 2 is the most that you can get as long as Sweet and Sour quick to the trigger, quick to the 180.
Breakthrough.
And sure, we've seen a string of rounds from Zero Tenacity at the start off of dispelling Sweet and Sour's force buy and also the anti-eco. The rifles, Sweet and Sour are dominating.
They are, and they're able to get an early pickup as well. Pyro, under the radar for now. It doesn't feel like Defo's going to check this. It doesn't feel like he's got a solid understanding of where Pyro could be, but they avoid it entirely. I don't think they understand how scot-free they got away from that.
But the issue is, that's so much information for Pyro to work with, and should he start to go for a little bit of a wander, a little bit of a walk, the fast flank could be detrimental, but it looks like he's happy to sit in this position as Sweet and Sour turn their attentions over towards a C-split, but they have to get through MSH's utility on Garage as well.
The unfortunate aspect to this is that Grammakista can't really rotate to the C site, given that Suez could very realistically be where Zero Tenacity are, but now showing a lot of more information. They walk into C, Pretty only good for 1. Yantu doubles up. Simple pickings, just a mow down, a spray. She'll do the job. Yeah, and Pyro locked in on the outside. Grammakista's got to give this away. This is going to be Zero Tenacity saving, no doubt about it. Sure, you want to go for these exit frags, but you can't get overzealous. 2v4, Way too tough, especially when they know where you're coming from. Gramicus is sticking around longer than I would have thought. He wants to keep players around. He wants to make sure that many drop their weapons. Doesn't end up working though. And Pyro drops back a little late after that.
Yeah, and given the money situation, seems a little bit silly to realistically be throwing your weapon away in that situation. Gramicus says you're not really going to get away with much. There's 4 players on site ready to combat you, and well, your teammates over towards long, far away. But it doesn't matter. Zero Tenacity are going to be on that whole loss bonus, but still, it's not pretty. Some of the players are going to be on to 3,000 credits. It's not really something that you can invest fully into, so maybe going for that half buy. They do have that save rifle apparel, who has been hitting shots, right? But unfortunately, they haven't necessarily been the super impactful ones that are able to turn the tide of rounds. It makes us question the rounds for sure, like when we saw the double kill of the Sheriffs over towards A, but there wasn't any sort of follow-up after it. And this Zero Tenacity timeout, they need to stop the momentum build of Sweet and Sour.
My ADHD brain couldn't help myself. You said far away at some point, and my mind went to Shrek far away. And
That's what I was thinking
the
of.
far away idol, and then Fairy Godmother, and the I Need a Hero song. Yeah, that's how the brain travels sometimes. Now that song is stuck in my head, and I'll be casting with it alongside me for the rest of the day.
I was thinking of Shrek when I did say it though. I'll admit,
Nice.
I was on the same wavelength.
Cool.
But the thing is...
Goated movie, by the way.
True. There's a new one coming out soon.
Yeah. Don't know what I feel about that. We'll see.
Zendaya's in it.
Placing swarm grenade.
Can't be worse than number 4. Was it number 3? I don't know. Shrek only exists in 1 and 2 for me. Either way, Zero Tenacity are going to hand the C open for their opponents. Not fancying taking it at all. Diseased, trying to avoid a bit of an engagement in mid. Look how fast Alexic is chasing right after him. That is bonkers. Okay, now they breach through the back lines. Sweet and Sour have got a decision to make, and that is going ever forwards. MSH, can he run away? Bunny hopping as much as he can away from that fight. But Sweet and Sour can't really leave the site entirely, given the fact that Alexic has found himself presence in it already. He's got reinforcements. Viti and Defo are returning in kind, but that spike is not planted for them. Driving through with the overdrive, but won't be reaching the defusal in time. This is a ridiculous round. Spearheaded by Alexic.
And you can see the ideas of Sweet and Sour. They lose the fight over towards flank, fast flank from Alexic, but they weren't able to alternate where that spike was going down. It wasn't planted for CT, even though they go for the push with the breach ultimate, with the rolling thunder. It's just the fight's back onto site. It's a 2v3. You're in the deficit in numbers, and also the spike is not planted for you. It's just going to get stuck behind the safety over that mid-site wall. Finally, Zero Tenacity have some answer back against Sweet and Sour on the defense, who was off a hero round from Alexic running down mid.
He wants to be that hero again. Look how far forwards and mid he's walked. Sneaky bugger.
Thing is,
You could
looks
catch
like-
Viti here.
yeah, but Viti seems like he's at least aware of the possibility of mid being pushed, and that is an operator barrel spotted.
And 23 points of health now onto Alexic. "55 seconds, and Sweet and Sour haven't really gained too much ground. But I think we know where they're heading now. Zero Tenacity look to tempt the peak. Ooh, Defo knows there's something going on. Stun. In retaliation, pretty off. There's no way he connects that. He was stunned up, but now the rest of Sweet and Sour have to fly up into the ground due to the rolling thunder. Diseased. He's the only one that can create an opening, at least for the first few seconds of this engagement, but Zero Tenacity have rotated so quickly. They've got 3 players defending, and there might just be 4 imminently. Viti.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, he does so much. Backside, fully blinded. How does he even do that? That is criminal. MSH. Oh, lets one run away. Ah, it's uncomfortable. So damn uncomfortable. But the fact that Viti is low is a silver lining, touching the spike, keeping players occupied, knowing he wants to go there for the chase on Viti, catches him off guard. That's the headshot, that's the collection. Now Team within the turret can help out, he can assist, he can be the shield, never mind. Yanto able to find a headshot in the end. Sweet and Sour not giving away their lead.
And especially at the beginning of that round, right, we'll see the fight over towards mid, and even after a shot like that on long, it doesn't matter because Viti sort of doubles it and passes it to the next person, right? He's over towards backside, he's completely blinded up, right? And he just holds max one, connects for two, and well, we're seeing the Omers have their moments already in this map.
Well, Sweet and Sour, free real estate, at least to be gathered towards the seaside. No sandy beaches here, though. Defo. Able to avoid the Hunter's Fury without really budging too much.
There's still some hands to this retake though, right? You still have the two rifles coming in from Alexic and Pyrol. You even have the lockdown being used from MSH, which is going to force them into this long position. They don't have Hunter's Fury either to work with or to deny this, but they want to fight through.
They found some success doing so far. Lockdown does pop, so the remaining Sweet and Sours are Sour player truly far back from this, apart from Viti, who's dealt with. Spike touched, stun. One in retaliation as well, Aftershock. I don't think that's going to do all that much in denying the diffusal. Instead, it's stuck halfway. Now Recon is available. Oh, what can be done, especially if an extra angle is taken up. You kind of want to stick the defuse, but your Sweet and Sour opponents aren't letting you do that. Oh, a world of hurt in their direction. Two survivors for Sweet and Sour, at least guaranteeing they'll be half to half at the end of this half.
Of the half.
Lot of halves.
Well, do you know what is half? The spike. Because Tyce's Aftershock actually didn't connect. I think that's what they were trying to do, is to try and get them off of that spike. So there was a chance for Zero Tenacity to kind of steal that defuse out from under Sweet and Sour, but with the utilization of Disease Neural Theft and also the positioning Garage, there was so much pressure on them, not only just from the Aftershock, but, well, it doesn't matter. Into this round, Defo's already taken up MSH. Grammakista does have an answer back towards mid.
Yeah, Grammakista miraculously brings his team back in. And they know where the spike is, so Sweet and Sour need to have an impromptu plan on how to retrieve it. Alex Sixby spotted. They know where he is, looking for the pick. Oh, turns his attention towards Dicey. Cloudburst to give him some extra space. Paranoia helps him out as well. And avoids the Aftershock. What is this? Complete fiesta. And Dicey, with Defo, hand in hand, will have to do this by themselves. What's the choice? Alex Six gone even further in. He's turned around, so he hasn't had the opportunity to pick up Tycee, but now he does. Yep, tough one. Defo, he's got world chump qualities. Can he bring them to the stage when it most matters? Not quite, as Pyrol is there. Of course it's Pyrol to save it of the day. And 5 rounds now in the bag for Zero Tenacity.
Yes, off the back of these fights over towards mid, and also the fact that Zero Tenacity did not let go of that proactivity, even after netting the control of the spike. They were pushed down even further towards Garage. They made sure they smoked off window, and that wasn't a point of contention, and they put their attentions over towards where you see Yanto now just outside into the spawn position, watching Garage.
And Z starts things off with a bang. Not too shabby. You'd love the lead.
Yeah, but again, proactivity. Alexic just does not stop. Although Disease doubling up for himself in this round is aware of the sneaky tricks Alexic is trying to pull past them.
Look, he's been a crack player in the past. He's had his highlight moments, he's had his quiet moments, but this was not quiet at all.
And
He's
yeah,
kind of stepped into a secondary role within Sweet and Sour, having so many players that can, you know, be the extravagant. But if he's able to reproduce moments like that, why not take part in all of this? Zero Tenacity trying to break in, but MSH is all by himself here. He's being threatened, stunned, and that's pretty good. And the spike isn't stuck with. The fact that MSH takes damage, though, is unfortunate. I know exactly what's going on.
totally.
No, I don't. It's a bit laggy over here.
Kills are happening.
Indeed.
Player standing.
They are favoring Sweet and Sour. Pyro is left all to himself. I hope it's not laggy for them as it's laggy for us. I imagine it's not. Either way, though, strong ending to the half here from Sweet and Sour, able to win the last one. I'll be the interruptions from the opposing side. Decent start. Is it enough to solidify their opponent's map pick? We'll find out right after this.
Planted. Enemy remaining.
Been on it, jump on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed that hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. I get a plot, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I gotta show it, she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, they for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I needed from Shawty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging their darts, make them reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Dre with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I stitch it from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like it's surgery. She the curve at you just to flirt with me. Totally tucked off, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I've been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. If they ain't ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. This facade get a plot, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell.
The lead slightly in Sweet and Sour's favor now as they enter the second half, being on the defensive. Zero Tenacity required to a bit of a comeback here if they want to guarantee Haven. This is their own map pick, remember, and knowing how treacherous the following maps are, you want to be able to secure it.
Well, let's see if they can at least put a pistol to their name.
Alex Sick frontlining the approach towards C. Deceased didn't stand a chance on the retreat. At least now there's two remaining to the backside, so Zero Tenacity won't really be allowed the extra push. Kamakista does get the spike on the ground before the aftershock does influence his situation at all. But look how Zero Tenacity have taken up garage control. This is unorthodox. And Defo is walking into a lines then and completely ripped to shreds as he goes. Ticey, close angle, right click with the classic. It's ridiculous. How is it converted like this? Alex Sick trying to save it single-handedly, might be able to make it happen through the chaos. No. What on earth was that?
It looked like such a good position for Zero Tenacity to walk away with this round, right? In the sense of they get the early pick onto the rotating Neon in. They have so many players in Garrett, and the only issue is they have to pick out. And who was there ready and waiting? Ticey with the right click, right? It's a free gun. It's a free gun. But
it is.
When it does stuff like that, you have to put some sort of value on it in the round itself, right? Because that's another pistol now, an opportunity to convert. And unfortunately, besides Zero Tenacity, they're not going for the same sort of force buy that Sweet and Sour attempted. Maybe for the best since it didn't work out, but an opportunity for Sweet and Sour to put up 9.
Indeed. Indeed. Nicely hoping he could have caught someone off guard there as he's reinforced by the Z. Okay. I don't know what to say to that. Nice shot, Pyro.
Cover going out.
I guess I knew what to say to that. Nice
You know
shot,
exactly
Alexic.
what to say.
What's going on?
He's behind you. He's also
Pretty's got
behind
this.
you.
Oh my word, this is chaotic. Zero Tenacity only started this round with an outlaw. Just that. The rest classics. Free guns.
Hey, Sweet and Sour forced after losing the pistol. Zero Tenacity might be able to convert without even having to force. Beating Sweet and Sour at their own game.
Standing.
And it seems it's only a
Damn.
formality. Yanto the last. The Welshman of the squad, but I think it's still too much to ask.
Standing ahead.
Yeah, your nationality makes no difference in the status quo. Yeah, you are doomed. Oh, damn. And of course it's Pyro. The person who's opened up the round in a similar fashion, he will close it. Damn. Oh, we don't get to see Pyro shot in the first one at least. That's fine. Plenty of other moments in this one to have a look at. Keeps things close from the get-go and completely stops the flow of a Sweet and Sour.
And also the first pick over towards A started pulling those rotations back over, which enabled Alexi to get that kill over onto B, and also enabled that sort of walk up through Garage out onto C Link over, and then get the kill onto the player on B that was rotating back over to boost up that C defense. So it was more of that push and pull of the rotations, all from that first kill from Pyro. And excuse me, Yanto.
Pure cinema. Absolute cinema.
He's going again.
Why not? He's got more flicks like that in him. Never mind. Pretty says, I've got an outlaw. It's a bit more expensive than your gun. Mine's a bit bigger. And says size does matter. 4v4 on this one, but Sweet and Sour lack the firepower.
But what they lack in firepower, they might be able to make up in numbers. Not necessarily more than that of Zero Tenacity,
Sure.
but if they have enough in the right place and a couple of sneaky corners, they might be able to get away with daylight robbery, or at least a good amount of damage.
Timing on the flash, I think, is the most important aspect of that. Defo avoids the aftershock. Pretty. Oh, sidesteps a paranoia. How does he get away with that one? Defo with the sheriff, using the smoke as cover for now, but overwhelmed. So many different angles taken at the same time. There's East. There is a chance. Especially with the spike being planted, you can might be able to isolate one.
Planted.
Message out into the open. Nope. Not happening. Vandal in the hand of MSH is exactly what you need to see if you're a Zero Tenacity fan. Smooth sailing as they double up their round score this half.
Yeah, and it gets us to realistically a point where if Zero Tenacity actually won the pistol, this is the similar scoring that we'd be seeing, and also economy position, right? In the sense of, sure, it's kind of disappointing that Sweet and Sour win the pistol, lose the follow-up. They did do enough damage in round 15 to try and keep Zero Tenacity's economy under control, but look at what it's done, right? A lot of players on 3, 4, 5k that they're gonna have a lot of money in the bank, good investments to go into the next couple should they lose, but they're not looking like they have any intention of doing so. So they gear up to have a look over towards C. Not necessarily committing as that spike is starting to float back over towards mid and over towards a lobby. If Alexa can get a kill, can pull those rotations.
Did the C's get tagged as he crossed with an outlaw? Just randomly.
Through the wall.
Ah, lovely. Lovely. Played it wrong.
How
Yanto.
dare you cross?
Yeah, how dare you, Chris? I think he just spotted out a barrel of Vandal, so he's well aware of potential presence, calls his team for reinforcements, but has to drop back. Can't afford to lose his life here. Ever so important. Realizes he can't run back on time. That stun depletes his chances of getting away, but Ticey has arrived. Oh dear me, Paranoia. Has it landed in the right direction to hinder Yanto? It does. And Ticey is in the position to guarantee any pickup. Defo doubles up though. Nay triples up. Pyro is quick to react though, so Zero Tenacity still have the lead.
And again, he's in a position where he has to attempt to retake this 2v2 because the money of Zero Tenacity is growing and the money of Sweet and Sour is dwindling.
He's going to call it off. There's no way he goes for this 1v2, especially down with 22 HP, and they know exactly where he is. It's too rough. But a good old college try is what they call this. If a MSH wasn't in that position, but he was, it could have been a different scenario, but he was. 8-8, things looking square. Zero Tenacity know the importance of Haven being locked in for themselves. Not going to give up in any shape or form.
And I think this is exactly what I was expecting when we were coming in regards to, not necessarily back and forth in regards to rounds, but the string of a couple of rounds there, here and there for both of these teams of what we were expecting when we were coming into this. This is a map both of these teams like to play. Both of these teams have a near 70% win rate on. So it's not something that they're going to shy away from or not have enough strats or ideas or experience and reps on the map to not be able to adapt and also bring up new ideas. And that's something that Sweet and Sour are going to have to do and use this timeout to do so, because they're not on the greatest money. They do have Defo's ultimate, so if we could see maybe an aggressive play down mid or something that we can get Defo as that spearhead into the round. But at the same time, you look at Zero Tenacity, there's not a single player under around 6k. They have so much money for the next few rounds that it's going to be hard mode, I think, for Sweet and Sour to come back into this and then win multiple rifle rounds in a row to try and break Zero Tenacity's money.
I seem to have a player disconnect from the server, so we'll wait for them to join. But things are close. This is a moment to kind of let the players sort of dwell in on what's happened so far. It's, I think the fact that both teams are eager, you know, I wouldn't just say willing, I'd say eager to place players in aggressive positions, try and go for solo journeys, early collections, is why this game has actually become really interesting. Honestly, I don't see it taking any single direction. It could go either way, but the fact that Zero Tenacity have got themselves a strong economy here, it gives them the lead. It gives them the chance to break through, at least at the start. It's just a matter of Sweet and Sour being able to break the streak sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and even as soon as they break the streak, we're talking about the economy, they're just going to rebuy. Zero Tenacity will just rebuy and rebuy and rebuy for multiple rounds as this half extends towards the tail end possibly of this match. So Sweet and Sour, like you said, they need to get a round on the board as soon as possible, but also they need to be able to follow up that round with another and another while making sure that their economy is thriving and trying to dwindle down the reserves Zero Tenacity do have. And especially as the ult economy is starting to come back around, you're looking at Sweet and Sour. Like I said, it's a half buy, so you're looking that Defo is going to be using his ultimate in this one, especially investing into that full shield. Yanto also has his, possibly looking for the next rifle round, or if they get into a good post-plant situation. But for the side of Zero Tenacity, this is relatively healthy in the sense of it feels like they're always going to have one online, especially when we're looking at how Parallel is playing, and then also them feeding ultimates and orbs over onto MSH and Grimmakista. It's definitely one of the more difficult comebacks I think Sweet and Sour are going to be faced with.
Out of charges.
And a lack of momentum to work with as well is... it's not great.
No, it's not that great. Not that great at all. I don't know, it feels like when we talk about Sweet and Sour, they're the type of team that can create anything out of anything, right? And that's what you've always got to be afraid of, got to be respectful of, I think, if you're Zero Tenacity. So even though you've got you're in pole, basically, at the moment, you've got to be proactive here. You've got to be careful, cautious, because Sweet and Sour can bring a threat out of nowhere.
Yeah, well, they're not careful or cautious in this round. They have just absolutely decided C is where they want to be. The camera is still up from Disease, so that could give a little bit of information as they gear up for this retake.
Well, Paranoia comes in and it's in a timely fashion, which means it hinders the view of Defo for at least a little while. It's chaotic. He's trying to run away from so much. Hunter's Fury, come on, catch a break. Dicey's the only one to be able to get a pickup throughout the chaos. But this leaves Diseased to himself, looking to see if he can upgrade the gun. But Pyro holding the angle. Never mind. Hey, Stinger. Sure. Better than just a Sheriff. But then again, I imagine you'd want to die to the spike explosion, have the buy either way for next round. And that's exactly what is going to happen. Zero Tenacity, only a single casualty for them this round. Again, building on that economy. 9-8 as they gather the lead.
Yeah, and you can see the idea for Sweet and Sour coming into this. They're gearing up for a full retake. They haven't popped that camera over towards sites. They have more information as they work with. Defo pops his ult, and right off the bat, Pretty just runs that Hunter's Fury. There's a lot of paranoia going over towards CT, a lot of peace, a lot of spraying through the smoke, and just stops Sweet and Sour having that explosiveness with Defo's ultimate to get out and disrupt the post-plan setups of Zero Tenacity on C itself. And while with the rest of the players, Stinger, Sheriff at best, it falls flat.
Indeed. But now with Sweet and Sour having a buy, there's definitely going to be a lot more respect involved. Defo, that is not a shot he usually misses. And at least he doesn't pay for it with his life because he's down to 5 points of health. Elixir considering to go a little bit more aggressive, sidesteps the stun. Oh, Ticey. He really doesn't realize how close Elixir got to the action there and might be able to double up. How doesn't he get the pick up on a Viti there? Diseased saving his teammate's life, and Sweet and Sour close in on this B bomb site. Zero Tenacity having to opt out of that position, go towards A as Gramakista is trying to pull them through. Defo posts up on high ground, smoked off. Zero Tenacity, real chance to take over here.
But the thing is, Sweet and Sour, these two players are on low HP, already being able to pick up one for themselves at this HP. I feel like two is just too much of an ask, especially with the flank coming in from Pyro. Although Disease picks that one up.
You just gave him Euro theft.
An ult off it. But still, there has to be all of this utility. They can't force their way through this.
Yeah, and the Aftershock is a massive piece of utility. Even though it's not a one-shot kill, two players are low. They are one-shot kill. Pretty repositions in that time. Deceased pre-fires it. Oh, dear me. They end up taking over the site and defusing. Like I said, Summer, Sweet and Sour can bring anything out of anything. Squeeze water out of stone. That's exactly what they've done in this round.
They try something.
Yeah, I'll one-up you. They've soured the retake or the post-plant setups of Zero Tenacity, right? They have so much utility. Look, Grimmakista's managed to walk out, get a free kill over towards CT, and he's sat there with all of his utility, including his ultimate. And still, Sweet and Sour have managed to isolate the ones, send the lower player in super wide, so then Disease is able to, well, just be the cleanup crew into that round.
And now, even though Zero Tenacity have built up a healthy economy, you start to wonder any misstep and you could be out. That's the type of fear that Sweet and Sour can put upon you, and that's what they've done.
Switch up of defensive setup for Sweet and Sour, though. Disease opting to shift over towards A. Fed up of retaking it, honestly, and now he wants to hold it down, be the first line of defense. And especially with Zero Tenacity, Pyro's inputted over towards long. Alexic joining with that operator. They have a couple of kill trips if they do go out towards long onto the site. But they're trying to pull any sort of rotation, and it's starting to pull Yanto off A, given their presence over towards Garage.
Yeah, but the meat and potatoes of this fight is going to be the safe site. And even though they're posted up next to the trips, it is going to let them have presence. Diseased in a great angle to just pop out if he needs to. It's just a matter of timing and reinforcements if he's capable of having that chance. Just a spray. He smoked off, but still gets a pickup. Not too bad. Not too shabby. You've also got Zero Tenacity trying to make a lurk of their own. MSH on the flank. He's going to have to wait for the right moment to swing. He can't move in now because he's being checked.
They also have Taichi's ultimate for the retake, so they can flood into this site. There you go. The ultimate's going out, and with the paranoia.
Now looking to flood in. It's Viti that gets the first answer into this, but that's also when MSH chooses to get into the back line. He's revealed himself. Sweet and Sour are looking behind him, but they've taken access into the site. And Alexic is also locked out. No! At least he's got presence onto the spike plant. He can stop the diffuser. Can he get anything else? Tries to dash away, but cannot get it done. The pressure getting to Alexic there. Not what you'd expect from this player. And Sweet and Sour steal the lead off their opponent's hands.
First to hit double digits. And not by fault of Zero Tenacity trying, right? You look at every single round of this half, it's either been won by Zero Tenacity by gunfights or with the spike exploding, or it's come down to Sweet and Sour having to retake. So the way that Sweet and Sour are playing into this half is they are having to give up sites when the site hit eventually comes through, and the fact that it comes down to these margins on the retakes with ultimates being used both by Tyson and Yanto in that one. Looking at Zero Tenacity to see what they can do with Gramakista's ultimate now.
Damn.
Gramakista can't use his ultimate anymore.
No.
He can't see an enemy. He has been sprayed down on timing through a smoke by Taisi.
And now is 6 feet under. Zero Tenacity on the back for how do you create yourself an advantage? And I think you're relying on Alexic. Oh, he snuck in here. No one's checking. Already considering when he should move in. Drone available. Look where Alexic is going. He's left the B site unattended, instead going all the way around on A. And he catches his opponents. Oh, it's a little bit rough around the edges, but still gets the pickup. Can he get the reset? Pyral is there on time. The A site is under Zero Tenacity's control. Right there.
Yeah, it slipped past Taisi on B even after the knives opening onto Gramakista. Alex just strolls through, knives out, picks up 2.
And he keeps it going. He feels rough about the last round, missing that operator shot on the player defusing. He might have had a chance to draw out the blades on time. He's kicking himself for it, and he's making up for those errors in this round. Completely locking it through mid, going towards A, dealing with 2 players by himself, and handing the A site on a silver platter to his team. Neither of these teams want to let go. This is so back and forth right now.
And look at the money. Still a great position for Zero Tenacity because of that 4-round streak that we saw previously at the beginning of the half, and now Sweet and Sour still battling just to be competitive in the buys, right? Sure, you have Defo being that hero rifle coming through. Disease has invested into a Bucky. But as a solo C defender, is Bucky really the best weapon for it? No.
No. Definitely not optimal. But Zero Tenacity are able to walk in.
Planted.
Not too many issues there. Likely to be coming out with a win as well, unless anything exuberant, extravagant happens.
Just seems to be going through the paces for Zero Tenacity, right? There's nothing crazy happening. Defo hasn't been able to get involved with this rifle, and before he's even getting a chance to put this Phantom to work, players are dropping like flies around him.
Indeed, it's quick work from all Zero Tenacity players grouping up on site. It's actually a flawless round at that as well. Not letting any of their players go, drop to the floor. Instead, they carry each other through. 2 rounds remaining for them to solidify the deal. Sweet and Sour forced to take a moment to breathe, to think, because things are getting out of control on Haven.
I mean, when we saw the last time out from Sweet and Sour, they did have a conversion off the back of it, so hopefully they can replicate the similar sort of results in this one, just to keep it competitive and not let Zero Tenacity hit that 12, because that's probably one of the worst positions to be in, with not only the money for Sweet and Sour, but also just in general, right? You don't want to be letting your opponents get up to 12, especially with how well Zero Tenacity have been playing on this attacking side. And generally, props to Grimakista on that breach, just enabling Electric, because he has been in the kill feed time and time again. Sure, had a little bit of an upsy daisy with the operator, but like you said, the round after, back to the regularly scheduled broadcasting for him, gets up for 4. But then also Pyro as well, still putting up numbers. We saw him start like 7 and 2, and now he's 28 and 13. Like, he is continuing to put up these numbers, and being a player that is hard to kill, right? One of the lowest deaths in the lobby, just being a thorn in the side for Sweet and Sour.
And Alex joining him in his efforts. It felt like a one-man army on the first half, but now he's got a bit of assistance. Sweet and Sour, even across the board, it's been a bit more of a team effort for them, but they're going to need something a little bit extra to try and seize the lead of Zero Tenacity's hands. And Defo posted up very aggressively. You can see how much Pretty has lured attention towards him. They've also one-way smoked it as well, but they're not fooling anyone. Viti wins his fight. Defo will as well. Looking to double up. Unable to do it. Zero Tenacity need this chance to try and break into the A site, but there are 2 players already there. They're looking for the flash. Yanto posting up to the close corner. Aftershock delivering a lot of damage. The intuition is spraying through the smoke like that is superb. MSH has to save it by himself. 2 kills already to his name. 50 seconds on the clock and 2 more to find to get a complete quadra pickup, but not going to be happening. Stunned up, sprayed across the box. Sweet and Sour keeping a leash on their opponents.
And that was a round that was a must win for Sweet and Sour, not only to have the opportunity to win this out in regulation, but also to have the best chance to, should Zero Tenacity reach the 12, to at least push into overtime, right? Because of the money was an issue. Should they have lost this one, they would have been on a really, really poor bite coming into round 23, possibly into round 24. But Glass Cannon operates out onto the Omen of Viti, who's up on top of B.
Ooh. Tyson going past the one-way like that is a risk. But it's the type of things this roster does. Zero Tenacity yet to pull the trigger on their decision, keeping their options open with MSH's lurking mid.
Cage triggered.
But again, look at the pressure that Sweet and Sour have over towards A, or at least the info from Defo being inside that smoke knows there's super unlikely that anyone's passed over onto short, and now he has the line as well for the cross. So as soon as this ultimate does come out over towards C, you're going to be able to see a flood retake in, although VT doesn't necessarily have the best weapon for it.
I mean, at the start, they were wise to not be at the back of the site. They do move out just in time, not affected by the rolling thunder. Big ultimate avoided from Sweet and Sour. First set for Zero Tenacity to get on site. Successful spike to be going down. 5v5 post plant yet again. Hunter's Fury not finding a thing.
You should run.
Ult expended from both of these teams. This lockdown is going to buy a lot of time, especially since Yanto has just used his ultimate. There's no way of destroying this. Zero Tenacity going to be so comfortable to sit and wait on site.
And 2 players looking behind them. Defo's challenging, but are you good enough to deal with 2? Not even good for the 1. Pretty lined up perfectly there. Yanto calls and caught to action. Alex Sick destroyed. But how much more can you find? Pyro hiding within that smoke, being an absolute menace. There's really not much time anymore. You've got to forfeit this. You've got to drop back. Hand Zero Tenacity the match point. Having to run away. 4 players survive, 2 per side, but it's Zero Tenacity to get the round pickup, 1 away from securing Haven.
Match point.
I just want to look at the money situation as well for Sweet and Sour. Thankfully, they were able to keep 2 people alive, so the drops are going to come over, but still Tice is going to be without a premium weapon. Is able to get that Bulldog up and online thanks to the drop, but it's not the best situation to be in, right? You're struggling to convert the full rifle rounds when you have an operator out as well, and now you're staring down the barrel of losing the first map. Sure, it's not your pick, but it would have been a great way to start this series because you're not bad on this map either.
No, you're really not. You're really not. And I think for Sweet and Sour, who is their best chance to get a 2-0, I think Split is a bit too coin flippy. Zero Tenacity, on the other hand, will be thinking it's the exact same thing. Love a 2-0. That'd be nice. Find a little bit more success than the previous split. The lower bracket run was required from them, and it didn't really last that long either.
Just look at how patient both these teams are being in the mid run. You had the similar push-up from Defo over towards A, and then a re-clear through the drone over towards mid, breaking that turret in window as well. So this is important things for Sweet and Sour to be working with in regards to pulling rotations, starving Zero Tenacity information, but they don't need information if they're just gonna get a free kill onto Vitty, onto the Smokes player as well.
And even though you're luring players towards C, you hear a lot here if you're Defo, and you pass that information onto your team to try and get players in the right position. Diseased, good first shot. He's locked out, and he's got a Phantom to switch over to. Flashed, doesn't matter. Swings out, weaving in and out of the battle superbly, Diseased. That is ridiculous. Zero Tenacity with only 20 seconds on the clock, and the spike's fully under opposing hands. MSH also chiming. 13 seconds, pretty neat. Act quickly! But Disease is there to seal the deal! Overtime now, and Sweet and Sour still have hopes for Haven.
First with the operator, switches out to the Phantom with support from Yanto as well, which is important, right? A lot of supporting util coming out from the back. You can see the flashes coming through on the second here as well. Pyro just absolutely crossed here to the ceiling, trying to swerve and mix around. It comes down to the 1v2, but still it comes down to overtime. So they've gone other woes of Sweet and Sour with the money, the terrible money, right? Not even just bad money, just over and over. They were struggling to get full weapons out. They had Judges, Bulldogs, Guardians. Now they have everything that they could possibly want. No operator for either teams. No.
Bruh.
Choice. Lack of operator for both, wanting to get those full armor and rifles out. Similar sort of setup for Zero Tenacity, getting the Killjoy over towards C. Although there's a lot of players here, they're reading into the fact that Sweet and Sour aren't wanting to contest A early on or just be straight out of the gate. And a fast push with a spike hovering over towards Garage as well as Defo, the normal spearhead of this attack outside the double doors.
If you're only just joining us, this is for a fight to remain in the upper bracket of the Challengers Northeast playoffs. This is the round of 8. 8 teams remain. And upon losing this, you've got another chance. It's not all over, but knowing the difficulty in all of this, how many teams are here, you want to win.
Yeah, and look at this now. They're flashing into Garage. They're breaking utility as the Disease is starting to walk up A. If Pretty can get this kill, it's going to be massive for Zero Tenacity. He's seen the barrel.
And that means he's going to alert for players to arrive or cause for action for himself. He doesn't have anybody nearby to work with. Knows he had to get that one pick. He does so, avoids the stun, but not Disease bullets.
Alexic is going to be late on the flank, but there is a flank coming in for Zero Tenacity. It has to be watched for by Sweet and Sour, and it is not.
Pyro looking to drop. Defo able to answer back, but it's still Zero Tenacity with most of the kills here. Sweet and Sour dropping further and further behind. Flushed! Blind as a bat. MSH with a superhero landing as well. Put Zero Tenacity with another map point opportunity.
Pretty really going above and beyond, not only with the early information over towards short, but also just the proactivity. Just, I'm not going to wait for my teammates. I am going to take the peek over towards long, secure the advantage, and when my teammates do finally arrive, because the rotates were on their way, they have enough players in quick succession to be dealt with on top of Alexic on that flank, who picks up a kill onto Yanto.
Oh man, Sweet and Sour. I've got a feeling here they're going to go really aggressive stun. Catches all of them. Only good for the 1-for-1. Tycee keeping the angle covered. Oh, it's rough around the edges, but he gets a picture. Tycee keeps Sweet and Sour ahead. No way. That was a 2v5, and they still get the numbers advantage throughout this. Yanto calling for help quickly. Frantic in his movements, which is why MSH is able to recover it. 2v2.
MSH is going to have the ult off this plan.
planted.
Oh, he will.
Run.
And he pops it right down as soon as he's given the opportunity to do so. Alarm bot throwing to Garage, but that's not going to affect anyone. Sweet and Sour walking together through Spawn Disease, gets the first one. Gramakista with a tray, but Viti there to deliver. Sweet and Sour hold on for a little while longer.
And I don't know if my watch was picked up on the mic, but that was my Garmin watch saying I have an abnormally high heart rate, because that's exactly what this game is. I'm on the edge of my seat, Pavlos, because it is back and forth, and it's not only just the fact that we're into overtime, we're into these rounds where every kill matters. It's the fact that we're getting those hero rounds from players. Like the impact that Ticey had in that one. Sure, it's not necessarily the best game from him in regards to overall output, but in the moments it counts, the utility's there, and so are the impact kills. Now we go again. Sweet and Sour back on the attack, wanted to have a little bit more success than they did in the first.
That they do. That they do. Defo able to cross forwards. You've got Pyro nearby, which you need to be afraid of, but MSH is the one that tries to catch the players from crossing into sight. Won't allow them, well, won't be allowed to cause any trouble. Sweet and Sour on pole position here. Instead of dropping back, instead they might actually want to go a little bit more forwards. Garage taken fully under their control. Zero Tenacity without that space will really struggle on this push plant.
They still have Alexic on the flank, but he's flanking with an operator.
It's going to take a while for him to cover every corner with that gun. Sweet and Sour, on the other hand, lacking the players. A bit slow on these angles again. Gramakista ends up with a first pick, but it's Viti to be tested up next. He takes the wider angle, knowing as doesn't have to be just pressured so far. Gets a spray down to one. Disease is there with him. Now the spike diffused halfway. Alexic doubles up, but there is just enough time to defuse. Zero Tenacity again in the lead.
And that was like a 4v5 retake on top of the fact that you have your main space maker flanking with an operator, able to upgrade, well, technically downgrade to a Phantom, but an upgrade for the situation. Comes back onto site, helps deal with the players to stop trying to stop that defuse. And now another Sweet and Sour timeout.
Brave has got some talking to do here. Portrait mode on the cam, love it. But yeah, this is not going to be an easy one. He's also spending some time listening as well. This is not a, okay, I've got the solution for you. I've got this. Calm down, guys. One round required. Take it chill. You know how to play the situation like this. Under pressure, probably one of the most dangerous teams in the region.
It's just questions. The last 3 rounds, whether it is by Zero Tenacity or Sweet and Sour, have come down to retakes, and retakes by fine margins, might I add. Always coming down to that 2v1 or into the 2v2 situations. Success varying for both of these teams, but again, it's Zero Tenacity on that match point. They've had multiple chances to close this out now in regulation and also into overtime.
So many chances, and you keep if you keep on losing them, that's where your psyche is messed with. Defo, so confident, choosing the right moment to pounce. Alexic spotted, and Yante trying to get some spray across, but this B site is fully under Z10's control.
But look at how much damage that has done to Gramakista. He's going to be a player that can fall relatively easy, and especially since Sweet and Sour already have that 5v4 situation. Pretty's offline, but the issue is, look at where Z10 are trying to push. Alexic might go.
Oh man. The most impressive part of this all is that Viti was so patient to pull the trigger and peeking. Ticey ends up coming out on top here. Z10 might have overcooked this. Pyro required a Pyro moment to keep his team in it, because then again, Sweet and Sour still have the time pressure against him. The spike needs to get diffused, and it hasn't even been diffused halfway. Does he have it? I don't know if he does.
He does,
is close.
he does, he does.
He does? Whoa.
Yeah, plenty of time. Probably like 2 seconds.
Whoa.
Yeah. I had to listen in, I will admit. I had to listen in because it did feel like the time was ticking, right? Because of how long that retake went on for.
It's probably my heart rate. It's just pumping that much quicker, you know?
Honestly, I'm gonna start getting notifications from my Garmin watch asking if I'm okay, because honestly my heart rate is spiking over watching a Valorant game, and honestly I can't imagine what the players themselves are going through, right? We don't need player counts, we need player heart rates as well.
Oh, that would be a great addition, I think. That'd be brilliant.
See how stressed out everyone are.
I look sick. In trouble. Defo with the opener. This is the best start Sweet and Sour have had on the attacking side on OT so far. Can they stick the landing? Pretty. Challenge, but he's also got reinforcements. Okay. Sweet and Sour switch up the pace though. Sure, they show initial presence towards this A side, but completely cut noise.
And that's so much utility from both of the breaches being traded out back and forth of the reaction, of the aftershock from Makisto comes for a flash from Ticey, and this the flashes back and forth. Now both of those breaches have 0, and there's nothing to flash or get anyone off the angles anymore into this one other than pure gunfight. So the fact that Sweet and Sour have the man advantage into this one is even more important when they come down onto the site hits, unless Pyro can be a pain in the side.
Menace? Never mind. Nothing really retrieved from Pyro though. Instead, Sweet and Sour are gifted a C site opening. They're just going to walk in there. No one to stop them.
Saving grace for Zero Tenacities. You know they're not in garage because of the alarm bot.
Stun trying to be avoided here, but still Gamakista only good for the 1. You need a lot more than that if you're going to win a 2v4. Sweet and Sour for the first time this game are the ones to be beat. Are the ones that have got the precedence. Are the ones on map point.
Right here.
And I think we said coming into this map, Vito, that we were looking at this. Oh, this should be a decider map for both of these teams. They like to play it. They've got a decent amount of reps. And also they have similar win rate. They've had similar successes on it. So the fact that we're seeing this in the first match and it's going to this extent in OT.
Stun out. Sweet and Sour. They've been great on the defensive side on overtime so far. Viti, that paranoia could be brilliant. Hiding within the smoke, you sort of know he could be nearby, waiting for the right moment to pounce. Zero Tenacity do get the trade. But Sweet and Sour still with 2 on this A side defense, seem comfortable to hold.
On top of Daffy's push down C with the operator as well, so going to be favored onto that angle should people start to look to walk and readjust over towards C, but that is not what Zero Tenacity want to do. They want to re-hit, they want to re-explore at least over towards short.
Maybe MSH will be a bit of a distraction, right? Maybe he'll try and lure people towards him, break a couple of util towards garage, try to get that extra player to rotate over, and that's exactly what he will be able to do. Look at the Sova, look how far Yanto has moved out of the A site, and Ticey's only with 1 foot in on that A site to begin with. Zero Tenacity can just walk in now.
But the thing is, they still have that camera up onto C, although saying that it's just been taken off the board, so that's even more information that's going to be starred from Sweet and Sour. You can see both players looking over towards C, and that is when they start coming out A.
Oh, MSH, will he be able to look around in time? Can he hear it? Yes, he can. There's no way Defo will expect this. MSH picks it up. And now he's going to be a menace on that back line. Sweet and Sour needs to make the magic happen before there is time for MSH to close up the distance. Stun coming through. It connects into Pretty. Deceased getting the first one, but it's not without the trades. Gramakista being such a big menace. Yanto also doing some heavy lifting, but again, he knows that MSH is lurking from behind. Doesn't even come down to that. Gramakista, insane performance. The game keeps on giving.
Overtime.
Sweet and Sour shouldn't be feeling too bad about that in the sense of it's the first match point that they've actually had as an opportunity to close this out, but being forced into another overtime on top of what we've already experienced. You can see the back and forth that's been going between these two teams. Timeout from Zero Tenacity want to be able to put their best foot forward, get themselves up onto 16 first, something that we saw in the first 2 rounds of OT. On top of it, in regulation, they were the ones that were in the driver's seat for this. Sweet and Sour were always fighting off the back foot, whether it was talking about economy or talking about round counts and also the momentum. And I feel like when we've come into this OT at this point, I feel everything's been cancelled out. is anyone's game truly down to the wire, and I couldn't ask for anything else, but this feels like a map 5 best of 5 grand finals of something, and we're in a best of 3. Sure, it's playoffs, but it's map 1. It's map 1.
And you see, like, these teams don't shy away from taking risks as well in rounds like this. Having MSH cross through garage, walk into C all by himself, not causing any noise, you know, that whole walk around. And we've had many moments like that. A little smoke microplay out in A long. Ridiculous scenes. But entertaining, for sure. And Sweet and Sour now looking to see if they can retrieve the advantage.
Tension's back over towards A, and similar to what Sweet and Sour were doing in the last round, we have Alexic walking up down A, up towards C, along with that operator. It's just whether they break the trip or they stay on the angle, because rotations haven't started to come through for Zero Tenacity over towards A just yet.
Not just yet. Zero Tenacity, though, are getting the better of these trades. You just start to wonder, when do things spiral in Sweet and Sour's control? Because they often do.
Alexic got over the trip with the updraft, so he's going to be in the back lines. He will have to break this one. Obviously, he can't get over it now that he's used the updraft on the first. But they're locked in. They're locked in towards A.
They know Zero Tenacity have a good idea of what's going on. But they do permit the plant. That's interesting.
Spike planted.
Flash used. One remaining for Gramic. Paranoia as well. Can't leave that behind. Yanto is wary of the backline being pushed. Alex Sick has already broken that util. The trips and all. Aftershock first, clearing out the first corner. Yanto dealt with already from Alex Sick. 2 players remaining from Sweet and Sour. Zero Tenacity look to close in. Ticey with some heroics, but the Z's cannot deal with the high-low. Too much to ask for the man. Zero Tenacity right back being the ones in command.
How is Alexic able to get away so many times flanking, not only as a duelist, that's fine, but more flanking with an operator on Jet, and still gets away with time and time again the kill towards the player on long, whether it was VT or Yanto. That's a point of contention that they, Sweet and Sour, have to adjust if they get another opportunity, should this go to another overtime collection. But we're in round 32 of Haven so far.
I wonder if Z10 can actually make it happen this time. Defo. Oh, knows of this. He got alerted by every single one of those peaks. Stun comes in on time, but it doesn't even matter. This is nuts. Ticey is able to back up and make the difference. And Z10 again on the back foot.
Back foot. Half the player count of the opposition as well, and even then Sweet and Sour proactive, although it doesn't work out too in their favor. Viti does get dinked through the wall down to 7 HP, but that is information that they've started retreating away from Garage, especially with the trips that they have on top of the reveal that they've just sent towards C. They're going to be more confident looking towards this B and A site.
MSH would have loved to collect that kill onto Viti, because then a 2v3 is doable. 2v4 on the other hand.
2v4 while Ticey has full util and one away from an ultimate.
Talk about util. MSH has got a bunch of that as well. Left. Perfect for shutting down a site. Viti probably sent as a sacrificial lamb here. Aljon as well to clear out A-Link. Recon revealing where one is. Timmy the turret realized. MSH doubles up. Wait a minute, this is not over till it's over. Ticey and Yanto, 2 different positions taken up. Lockdown now available. They need to act quickly. Pretty ends up on top. Oh no! A 2v4 that could just be converted. Lockdown, can it be shut down on time? Yes, it can. No issue at all. They got so close, but it's still yet so far. Sweet and Sour get the defuse, get the win, and get themselves still on equal ground with Zero Tenacity.
But why is it so close? Why did it come down? Not only a 1v2 for them, but it goes from a 4v2 to 1v2, and it is off the back of Ticey hitting the last 2 shots. The fact that none of the flashes were utilized to get the players onto site, that's a mistake, right, for Sweet and Sour. They're fortunate. The fact that they had the players that they could throw at the problem and be able to bring this into a round 33, into another overtime. And again, we're seeing a little bit of a change here. Tenacity opting to bring that operator out yet again. On for Alexic, who's been relatively successful in these walks down C long and been fruitful on the flanks as well. But Sweet and Sour do have some attentions over towards this area of the map this time around.
Yeah, Alexic is... Oh, he heard the noise. Bit too eager to pull the trigger there as he's being pressured yet another time. This time a little bit more patient, but the fact that the person peeking was Defo on the Neon makes his task a little bit harder. Sweet and Sour opt out completely of talking of that C-long position.
But the thing is, opts out completely of the C-long position. Alexic does not care. He has walked back. He's back on the same exact angle he was at the start. And then again, another opportunity. It doesn't actually have the opportunity, sorry, to get over this trip because the updraft has already previously been used. So should he go for another flank, at least there will be warning signs for Sweet and Sour.
30 seconds left.
I mean, the writing of the wall, they know exactly what's going on. The thing is, 5v5s, post plants can be so chaotic, could go either way. Stun, Sweet and Sour aren't holding back. They're going to play aggressive, but they miss their shots. Still, Ticey's there to trade. They need to make a statue for Ticey. That's how many times he's gotten them out of jail. Pyro top of sight. Viti needs to be cautious. Can he find cover here and deal with Alexic? Yes, he can. Turns his attention towards Pyro. Both teams, they are trading who will be on map point each and every time. Is this the moment where Sweet and Sour can cross the finish line?
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
He has to be looking at Ticey. Like, he was down in the dumps, 0.5 KD coming into overtime, but time and time again, he's stepping up and he's at 22 and 24 right now. It's recovery, not only in the KD, but in the rounds that Sweet and Sour are letting slip. And that's what I love about Valorant overtime, is hero rounds truly matter here.
Paranoia affects Alexic. Viti's got to respect this. He can't really stick around for too long. Sweet and Sour know this round must go to them. Otherwise, it's too risky. That's ahead. Is it the closer? It is eventually, as Yanto is holding down the Suez position, but it's still traded equally. Zero tenacity on the case. Pyral is popping off right now. Pyral is giving them hell. Defo, the only player standing. 1v2 to clutch it up for Sweet and Sour.
A moment of respite as well. It's been Trey's back forth, but finally it comes to Defo for this retake. Going to be spotted over towards CT. Both of the players of Zero Tenacity are going to be grouped up long together. They're saying that.
Okay, you've heard that it's cancelled. MSH was considering rotating over to Suez. Instead, pops down the Nano Swarm. And Defo touches the spike to see if he can bait them out into the open. You've got to assume that both of them are to the left now. Guess. Oh, no! Man! Oh, toyed by MSH. A drive-by. Fooled. Zero tenacity, hold on. Both teams want this map secured so damn bad.
Yeah, I just want to point out, hopefully we do get the replay coming in, but it's more of how chaotic these site hits are, right? Like when I said about the moment of respite, when Defo is the last player to rotate in, for a solid 10 seconds, almost everyone in the NAN is on that A site, right? They're fighting back and forth as utility, flinging left, right, and center. But it's Zero Tenacity that come out favorite, come out in that 2v1 situation, and in the best possible position to convert that, to push us to yet another overtime. It's 17-17. And it feels like the difference between these two teams is such a slim margin. And it feels like, again, we're going to be seeing when these site hits come down, the rotates from Zero Tenacity already in. They've bolstered up this site on top of having Alexic down in mid. They're leaving.
Most of them are. MSH left behind, flashed. He's probably saying, why'd you guys leave me here? I'm all by myself. Stunned though. I'm not affected by it in the end. Oh, he's going to try and push through the smoke or wait for his opponents to push by instead. Oh my word. Sweet and Sour getting away with that is ridiculous. But Alexic somehow is on the back line, doesn't get enough damage across as he would have liked to. He had a real chance to get 2 or 3 kills there, but only gets away with 1. He's a bit of a menace so far, but Sweet and Sour group up, get the high-low, get the secure on Alexic. Pretty is a dead man standing. Sweet and Sour with yet one more chance to pull things across.
And again, impact kills from Ticey into the smoke. A quick flick with his gun almost secures them. The site itself, but also gives them the opportunity, because there's not much pressure coming out of CT anymore, that they are able to turn their attentions over onto flank.
Keep up. The year is 2037.
And we're still in Haven.
We're still on Haven. Boy, two maps we could have played by now, by the way. Just saying, 36 rounds. 2 maps could have been played by now.
The only issue is, do we need another overtime to settle the Fate trap set up over towards short? A stun soon to come off Defo's contacts.
Defo, oh, there's so much thrown at him. So he's going to have to leave the premises. 1 minute on the clock. Look, if you're Zero Tenacity, you've got to take a chill pill here. You don't want to overstep your welcome. Alexic, you don't want to tunnel vision either. Spray down, some damage towards Defo. 55 seconds on the clock, but look where the rest of the team is going.
But they also only have 1 flash left on this Gramakisa, which is going to be super important for them to get out to the site. Well, I say that, MSH has just got 1 through the Cypher cage.
And it might just be the denial that they needed. Sweet and Sour lacking the plays here, 4v5. The season needs to step up. He's realized where Alexic is, goes for the second swing. But Alexic, in moments like this, will not be stopped, will not be hindered. 3v5. Can Sweet and Sour push it onwards? It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be simple. More likely than not, we're looking at another round of overtime. But Defo's going to give it a good old college try. It's not going to come down to Defo. It's Ticey. 1v4. Have you heard of the story of Ticey getting that one? No, it's not.
I think Ticey's a college dropout if you're giving it the good old college try, because 1v4, another overtime required, and we're getting into the silly billy times of this map, right? We're talking. I love that we look at the first 24 rounds of this almost 40 round game, and you look at how some of the rounds are so well structured, how they're very nice and clean. You're pushing and pulling across the map. We get to the deep dungeons of this overtime, and we're starting to see the fatigue of some of the players on this map, but also it increases the difficulty for the IGLs as well to play around this. The mid-rounding starts to get more complicated because some of the slips start happening, or you have players wanting to go for those hero rounds, especially in this one in particular. No, we're on equal footing. Nobody's necessarily feeling the pressure of needing to push it to another time.
Sure.
Aggression can start to slip through, and that's where you see those hero rounds.
The mistakes come in when you've got the fear of losing, because the trend of losing when you're match point has happened way too many times. So it's always in the back of your mind if you're ahead. That's the issue.
But looking at this mid-rounding, not as much aggression from either of those teams on that C-long push. Alexic is up in towards Cubby. They haven't dealt with any of the Killjoy utility because MSH has transported himself over towards A, and he's playing that solo position, likely with the stun held out by Gramakiso, so he can play off contact of his turret over towards short, which it might come into play should anyone venture down there. But it's looking like majority of this pack of Sweet and Sour is going towards long, which could be a meat grinder, especially with the nanobot and the swarms.
Shadows traveling.
Oh, MSH. Oh, happy feet for a second. Oh, no way! Gets away with quite a bit there. Quite a lot.
It's perfect.
You've got Alexic updrafting over the traps. Sweet and Sour not going to expect this. No one's going to look. Zero Tenacity are waiting for Alex to make a move, which might also be overcooking it for them. Powering a throne. Grammakista looking to drop from above. Doesn't really come down to it. Instead, it's a Zero Tenacity to take control. Alex reveals himself as well from behind. Zero Tenacity, we've said it before and many a times, one away from closing out this map. I don't know how many tries they've had. Probably, is this going to be 6-time lucky?
Possibly, but you know what was not lucky is that play over towards short. It's the adaptation and a little bit of a change of setup. It's similar to what Sweet and Sour wanted to do before, when you had Def over towards short and Tyson holding that stun. But this time, it was off the contact of MSH's turret up on towards that box. And, well, we saw how well it turned out. He gets the first, pulls out the shorty for the second. And that is a big deficit to put Sweet and Sour on so early into the round when they haven't even taken the site itself yet.
That is true.
Found them. Alarm bot down.
It's all about those small adaptations. Moments where the brain could be fried.
Spike dropped.
Again, pressure down towards C-Long. This is a point where neither team really have been able to push back the defenders on. Defo's broken utility from MSH, so that's going to be a constant worry for him. You can see him holding it now. It's just a concern for them. But also, you're looking at over towards A. You have Grammakista walking up, wanting to poke and prod, while the main pack is looking towards Garage. There's so much pressure across the map from Zero Tenacity right now.
It really is. But Sweet and Sour having a clear bird's eye view over C-Long means that the rest of the players can focus towards that right-hand side. That's exactly what they do. Pretty is broken through, though. Yanto shut down. We'll put question marks in Sweet and Sour's brains. Do they stick around on A, or do they try and spread out thin to at least try and hold down anything that could happen in the center of this map? Viti might be just walking into his own demise. You don't expect someone in the, towards your right.
30 seconds left.
Never mind, you do. And we're even once again.
But they're leaving, and especially with that kill onto MSH, you're looking at Sweet and Sour to possibly go for a heavy retake. It doesn't even matter. They're not even going to let it get to that situation. Disease peeks out of heaven, even goes for more.
Sweet and Sour with double the amount of players now available to them. 2 on site, locked in. Ticey is able to break it down. Spike drops into the ground, but it's Ticey that keeps things going, keeps things rolling, and things won't end. Haven is still very much in play.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Round 39. Once upon a time, there were these two teams who had the same exact win rate on this map, same exact times played in 2025, and yet they still couldn't figure out who would be dropping down to the worst win rate, right? We came into this, they had the exact win rate, the exact amount of times played, and like I said, this was what we were expecting to be a third map, the final map. Like. This is the yin and yang of Haven, I guess. Both of them fighting to be crowned. But the only issue is there's only one winner.
Completely overlooking Grammakista there, smoking both of the link positions. Access granted. Spike also planted. Defo low, but without a care in the world. Sniffs an opportunity and retrieves it.
Deploying drone.
Pretty's able to answer back in kind, though, so as they do unlock the B site fully under their control, they still need to deal with the players spraying across the Spike parts position. Not diffused half just yet. Aftershock still available to get them off of it. It's a bit rough. Still a stun available for Sweet and Sour, and that's what they use to try and block. And as I do say block, they are human meat shields trying to make sure the bullets don't land on the player diffusing, but that will not be the answer for Zero Tenacity's prayers. Instead, Sweet and Sour, the first to get themselves onto 20. Double digits.
Double digits, because we're at the point where we've had 39 rounds of Valorant played on Haven. Not even just today, bear in mind, because we've already casted a Haven early in the morning. And when I tell you that game, that wasn't freaking easy either. I'm pretty sure that was OT also. And the fact that we're coming into this one, we're on the 40th round of Valorant. Disease now has the operator for Sweet and Sour on the defense.
Oh, really? Yeah, you're right.
On the Cypher, Which he is holding down over towards C, so he can hold that C-long angle, especially when he was at a point of contention before, right? But it's more of the fact that we're getting into the silly hours.
To seize this Doom, but thankfully for him, they're heading in his direction, and he's able to use it. Not for more than just one pick. Oh, Zero Tenacity found space. MSH gets through out of courage. Ends up with a pickup. And Sweet and Sour sweating. Again? Missing out on the chance again. Things are getting silly. This is becoming silly. Banking on Defo, aren't you? Alarm bot revealing it. So Grimacista wary.
You have the flank coming in, but it feels too late.
It's gonna take some time to approach. Yanto only good for one. They know where Defo is coming from as the alarm bot alerted them moments ago. This is ridiculous. I don't know what to say. On and on we go. These two teams are so well matched with each other currently. And it's not just it's not just teams winning on defense all the time. That might have been something at the start or on attack all the time. It's always a bit of a switch up, a bit of a change, but the theme is no one can close out this map.
It seems to be a difficulty for sure for both of these teams. Like you said, it's both back and forth on both the defenders winning the first round or the attackers in when we go into those overtime sets. And it's the fact that both of these teams have had multiple chances to close this out. It's not as if it's just your tenacity always winning. No. And Sweet and Sour wants it on the back, but they've sort of had this little bit of a trade game coming in now, and the opportunity for Sweet and Sour to barrel their way through C.
I'm going to be honest, whoever wins this map has the morale to close out the series overall. If you lose this, you lose the series, that's it. It's going to be a 2-0 after this. Sweet and Sour have the upper hand for a little bit, but only for a little bit. That's vital information. Spike drop to the back of sight. Pretty not feeling confident to take the peek out of the smoke, but the smoke fades instead. Okay, Sweet and Sour, you're going to win this. We get it. We get it.
You never hear the electric
1v3? Imagine. That would be quite something. On round 41, not happening. Instead, Viti, a quadra to his name. I feel like records are going to be broken today, Summer. I need someone in production to check. Bodok, if you're around, this is, you got to let us know. What's the record? I know it's above 20 rounds per team. I know it's somewhere there. We've seen a lot of overtimes in this league, but this is up there.
Okay, a little bit of a switch up for Sweet and Sour. They still have the operator, but it's no longer on Diseased, on that Cypher player who's currently on top in the charts of his team. But you look over to Pyral, he's on around 40. But Defo has that operator over towards C, a position that can be massive if they go for the C split, but they are not going, they're going long.
A paranoia dropping, and it's going to affect two players, Zero Tenacity. Got to make sure they don't make any overstepping here. Sweet and Sour have to stay composed. Have to seal the deal here. Surely, right? Surely you don't let this go on any longer. Zero Tenacity cut noise, they're quiet. Looking to break through in a moment's notice. And Yanto not really with anyone to trade for. It's an individual fight for him as Viti is taking it back elsewhere. Oh, the Alexic takes the fight anyway. Yanto gets the pick up. Wide swing, gets away with two, but Grimacista doubles up himself. So still even ground as Z10 enter A.
You feel like you almost wanted him to get another one, because now with Grimacista getting that spike down, he's going to have his ultimate on board, so the retake just gets harder and harder and harder for Sweet and Sour, especially with an operator in the hands of Ticey now.
What do you do? Wall created, Rolling Thunder is going to keep them back for a little while, so...
Doesn't hit anyone.
No, it doesn't, but still avoiding it does buy time. Stun in, Grimacista affected. Oh my word, Zero Tenacity have got the best crossfire they could have hoped for. Nothing much Sweet and Sour could have done there. The game keeps rolling, the game keeps going.
Overtime.
Place your bets, folks. Sure, I'm not saying enter betting, guys, but I'm just saying how many rounds we're seeing. I
have grapes as my snack during the cast, and I will raise you 4 grapes that this is gonna go into another time, because the fact that we are here again and again And again, like I said, it felt like, and Defo did great over towards like A in regards to he got 2, but it's the fact that you felt like he needed another one because of Makista's ultimate off the spike plan. And now into round 43, it seems like a straight up C split.
Choose your favorite number. That's where we'll land.
24.
Ah,
No, I don't want 24. I want 23. Wait, no, I want 23.
Okay, 23. Sure.
Spike planted.
I'll feed us in.
Brilliant shooting from MSH. Sharp. Is that enough for the retake? Sweet and Sour opt to go aggressive here. Look how Zero Tenacity are respecting it all. They're allowing them to just walk through. Defo is snuck past. You expect
The
that?
flank again
You
from
should.
Alexic.
Again? How are we going to get away with this? How does he always get away with this? Alexic, double kill, defuse, Z10 in the lead once more.
I truly need Disease to sit in spawn. Do not leave attacker spawn because it is like a 99.999% chance Alexic is going to walk his pretty little jet across your screen because the amount of times he is flanking, and not even just flanking, not getting spotted out early on, and also being able to get away with flanking with an operator on an agent like Jet. It doesn't make sense. And sure, like, we're nitpicking the fact that we've gone through 43 rounds of Valorant. Sure, we start to get a little bit more sloppy, but this is something that could have gotten them the game, and now they're on the verge of losing out.
Oh, Defo gets tagged early. That's rough. Stunned. Oh, Alexic catapulted right back into position. And somehow Sweet and Sour have the lead here, but Pyro isn't going to let it happen. Zero Tenacity, this is the best chance they've ever had. They've got the numbers here. And the thing is, they still need to deal with Deceased. He has reinforcements now. Viti going for the swing here, and Gramakist isn't looking his direction. That could completely change the tides around, and that's exactly what it's done. The thing is, MSH also going for the ring around the Rosie, but it might not even come down to it. The guarantee, this could be it for Z10. Yanta reads the backstab. That's crazy. Pretty and Pyro move out of position, but Pyro on the cross could get caught. Oh my word! If he had a Vandal, that would have been picked.
But Yanta still has a shot that he could bounce into Cubby, and he could make this a 1v1 relatively easily.
Is that what he's going to do? Yes, it is. But both swing simultaneously. Z10 get it done. 23 is the magic number. By golly, it took him a while. It wasn't easy. Records might have been broken in the process. But look, they can be glad that now Haven is behind them.
I think when we saw the player cams as well towards the end, there was a sigh of relief, because even with my notes, I think I started writing down, huh? Question mark? Why? How?
I mean,
How
brain
many
farts
rounds?
are going to happen in moments like that, right?
Honestly, we've gotten to the point where there's been so many rounds of Valorant played on this one map. Like you said, we're talking about this could inevitably snowball into a 2 unless, well, unless Sweet and Sour can pick up the mental, which I will admit, they're one of the best teams that I've seen to be able to work off the back foot. And I think that is exactly why we saw this overtime go to such extremities. But when we're looking at the next map, we're looking at Lotus. Sure, is their map pick, but you're looking at, like, do they have the resilience, the energy to even meet them on equal footing on that map?
Watch Sweet and Sour reverse sweep this. Watch
God.
him do that. That'd be crazy, man. But we're all for it. This is Valorant. This is Challengers Northeast in playoffs, and a lot's on the line. Therefore, they'll be fighting with everything they've got until the final moment. Until the Fat Lady sings, nothing is over. And yeah, this is just the first map, just the very beginning of the series between Zero Tenacity and Sweet and Sour. Now look, I don't know what numbers look good or not anymore, right? We have, I'm trying to count how many players have got into the 30 bombs. We've got to play in the 40 bombs. It's nuts. A lot of kills, a lot of rounds, a lot of cool stuff have happened this round, this map.
I do want to say, even though Sweet and Sour did lose, I just want to commend to players like Ticey and also Disease to just having those hero rounds. Of course, you had the same for the side of Zero Tenacity, but they had a rough time in regulation, and the fact that they were able to make that impact felt even in this far into OT is definitely something to commend, and hopefully we do see similar levels of play coming into Lotus, because that's my only concern now that we've experienced basically 2 maps already, right? And should this be able to get pushed to that 3rd map, with Sweet and Sour closing out Lotus, there's a lot of questions on, well, are they going to be tired? What is the exhaustion looking like? And we will find out if a 3rd map is going to be required from these 2 teams. Technically a 4th, but it will be after a short break. Guys, go get a cup of tea.
make a life for myself. 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 Make a life for myself.
Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm back like black tracksuit with a black top cap. People love to try, people love to lie. People forget stuff, remember that. We done them good, do you remember that? We needed someone, here's the facts. But people love to try, people love to lie. Yeah, this is London, mind the gap. Living life just multitasking. Smile like a horror movie, I'm laughing. Motivated and focused, crafting. Dash something in a break, all your eggs in a basket. Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Please don't try it. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but Be a moving like some sidekick. Be a moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be a self man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, I'm buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, be a moving like some sidekick. Be a moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be a self man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm right. Vibes are here when I am outside. Born for the flows to keep the flows tight. Tell me why they love to lie. Soul is dark, but the mind is bright. Nocturnal, we live for the night. You wanna try, but yeah, not quite. Monster with the bars, yeah, I might bite. If I have to, I tighten up the mic. See me, I don't do it for the likes. Keep it Air Max, yeah, like my nights. Ooh, I like to plan before I strike. But what do they know? Frequency's high, it never gets low. But yeah, what do they know? You're dripping in warm off from head to toe. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be a self man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be a self man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always?
Time I did, I pay my dues affiliated to this paper. I need freedom for my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping off just an unfamiliar coordinates. Hopped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Red is not one trillion. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing. I'm so wavy, I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated, forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Right? West side, born maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My lungs clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Game recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay, I'm versatile and my slang was different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound. Got a target back on my backside. The cat peeling with the cast iron. Better run for it, run before I catch you. Niggas out ball it, block it. Trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life. Don't bet it, don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing. You do best not to test it. Yeah, you're right. Real all in my blood supply. Take it ball up top, finna make a play. I catch a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. If I say it twice, then I meant it right.
My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. You know, co-signer, no co-pilot.
And we are back, everybody. It caught you off guard, didn't it? We're quite ready for it. We're live, everybody, as we are ready to jump into the second map of this series, Zero Tenacity versus Sweet and Sour. And let's be honest, that first map felt like it was two maps on its own, an entire series on its own, but you still need one more map to secure your qualification into the next stage of playoffs, or if you lose this, into the lower bracket. So yeah, after Zero Tenacity winning that, do you feel like, did that break the morale of Sweet and Sour, you reckon? Is this where things just, you know, often after a game as explosive as that, as with so many overtimes,
I think it's just, we've gotten to the point where we've already seen basically two maps played, if we want to talk about how long we've seen these two teams playing for, and we're getting to the point where we're going into the next map. Fatigue shouldn't necessarily be a thing, because realistically, if you want to talk about it, we're on the third map, right, in regards to pacing and how much we're expecting to get out of these players when we get to a third map. So it's not necessarily an issue now, but should we go through similar things that we went through on the first map, then it's going to start to become an issue, I think. And for me in particular, I want to see the bounce back from Sweet and Sour straight off the bat, because we've seen so many times, time and time again, they struggle to get a good start to a half, or they get the good start and then they just somehow, like a flick of a switch, lose the momentum. So if Sweet and Sour are able to start this on the good foot and be able to extend the lead then we have that more of a conversation of how well Sweet and Sour can do on this map in particular.
Indeed. We'll see if things progress. Seems like both teams follow suit with what they played last on this map. So continue with their Yoruteo ways. There's just between them, there's a change of, relying on a Vice rather than a Viper, which, has got some interesting implications. You having that second smoker can help with, being a little bit more flexible on the mid round. But Vice is, helps a lot on that defensive, as well as when you're shutting down sites. So, pros and cons for both sides, but we'll see who does it best on this map, as Zero Tenacity only need this to keep their run going in the upper bracket.
I'm just looking at the composition that Sweet and Sour are actually coming through with this. It's the same one that they ran against the Team Liquid Academy. It was that 13-8 victory. And similar for the side of Zero Tenacity, this is the composition that they've stuck with through Hard and Thane through this split. And they have more reps on it in the most recent times. Although Sweet and Sour do play this map, it's not super often in this split. Like I said, only that one time against Team Liquid, the Academy team, obviously. But coming into this one now, I want to see if the lack of reps that they've had on this map compared to Zero Tenacity in super recent times in the upper Swiss stage coming into the playoffs, is that going to be a factor on top of the fact that they're not going to have any sort of momentum coming into this map in particular?
I've got a train of thought here.
I'll hear you out.
Winterio, hear me out. Yeah. Sweet and Sour feel comfortable on this. They played Team Liquid Academy, beat them on it. The team that won the entire league. Now they got a 13-8 score. Zero Tenacity, on the other hand, knocked out Team Liquid Academy from this tournament already, and they got a 13-6 score. So, by that account, it seems that Zero Tenacity are as comfortable, Sweet and Sour are on this map, maybe even more so. Sure, you can just look at the rest of the numbers, how much success they've had in the past. Sure, you can look at a more holistic idea, but if you just grab that little bit of information, just a few little stats that serve you, that's how you do analysis, right?
Yeah, 100%, Pavlos. If you can beat Team Liquid Academy with less rounds, then you should be able to beat the team who beat Liquid Academy with more. Yeah, that makes total sense, Pavlos. And I mean,
no, it was with less. 13-6 for Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, but Sweet and Sour had more, so then you should be able to defeat the team that took more rounds. Yeah, we're on the same page. I've got you. Although. I will say there are other things that back up your point. I still agree with you. I'm still on the same wavelength that this is going to be a comfortable place for Zero Tenacity to come into. It's because of the more reps that they have. They lost to Go Next. It was a 8-13, and then they had a relatively devastating loss against Bitface. So there's up and downs for Zero Tenacity on this map, and only ups for Sweet and Sour.
Indeed. Well, maybe. We'll see. And the Yanto will no longer see. Retrieves a bullet directly in the eyes. Not anything pretty altogether. Zero Tenacity, they spread out. You can see two players very deep towards that A position, and you kind of consider the fact that they're rotating the rest of the players to join them.
And in the mid-rounding now, Zero Tenacity putting the sights over towards A. After getting that pick onto B, knowing the rotates aren't necessarily going to be in place, catches Disease off guard and even a dink through the wall.
Indeed. Is that enough, though? MSH doing quite a bit, dealing with Defo from a Kista. Short work of that. Zero Tenacity carrying on the tempo from the previous map. Not too bad, not too shabby. Viti all by himself.
30 seconds
Sure, we
left.
might be able to hope for a pick or two. But again, Gramic seems pretty damn confident in that angle. 1-0 for Z10.
Talking about momentum of Zero Tenacity have coming into this map after winning Haven in such a fashion that they did, right? It was a long slug, like, to get the win over the line, and the relief that you saw on some of those player cams when they finally they were released from the shackles of Haven onto this map. It seems like they really want to stretch their legs. A Flawless in the pistol, looking to double up into this one. Even a Vandal coming out for Gramakista and a Lexic on the Phantom.
Bitty. Low on health there. Alexic able to do the cleaning up by the end. You kind of expect Sweet and Sour flooding in here to try and get a pickup. That's their attempt at least. But haven't had too much success. Zero Tenacity just pace them down. Roll them down. Trampling upon them as they cross into the A site. And sure, you've got one player left, deceased, but I feel like this is going to be a very similar scenario as the previous, where Zero Tenacity won't give them anything, know how close these games can get, and not taking any chances.
And the one game that we've seen Sweet and Sour on the most recent times with this lineup, with this composition, it was the, like we said, it was the game against Liquid Academy, but it was also the game that I mentioned previously, talking about the momentum swings that Sweet and Sour not only struggle with, but also thrive under, in the sense of they had a 4-0 lead, it turned into a 4-8 half, but they closed the game out 13-8. So it really was shut out either way for Sweet and Sour, and I think that's something that we need to not see in this matchup here, because of how we saw Haven being so back and forth of, sure, a couple rounds here and there, but there was always an answer back within 3 or 4 rounds, and especially when we got to overtime, it was constantly back and forth. So coming into this one, they really need to make sure they convert this bonus round for the side of Sweet and Sour and get a 1-2 scoreline, because otherwise I fear what will happen for Sweet and Sour should Zero Tenacity be able to convert this one, look to convert into the next as well. And even with an ultimate online so early on, Alexic has so much information to work with.
Indeed. They'll relay that information to the rest of the team, knowing that 3 of them are locked towards the B site, and try and make Zero Tenacity cross to C soon. But I don't know if that's the right call, because you've got players all across with Sweet and Sour that can just flood in. And that's exactly what they do. Deceased first in. Spike hasn't even landed on the site where it can be planted just yet. But MSH is able to answer back. Flashes to put Sweet and Sour back into their place. Z10 reconsider their options. They're running right back towards B.
Yeah, the kill of MSH onto B opens up the pivot, does so, opens the door, and is even able to connect a long-range fight onto the player onto C itself. So it completely turns the tide of this round, looking at a 4v5 into now a 4v3. Look at how deep Pyral is playing. Surely Ticey doesn't expect this.
Exactly. He does not. And Pyral able to deal with them promptly, quickly. Sweet and Sour, on the other hand, have to completely drop back here. Respect Z10. This is a great round for Z10 altogether, knowing that this was their opponent's buy round, shutting it down quickly. Sure, you'll have 2 players that are saving. They'll have those guns for the next round. But you've created some pace for yourself. You'll be potentially able to upgrade the Guardian. And things are rolling in a really smooth direction. Very different to what we saw on Haven.
I'd have liked to see maybe a hunt coming out of Zero Tenacity, or at least from Pretty. Like, he only had that Guardian, wanted to go a little bit more aggressive on it, ends up dying to the Spike because of how like slow and steady he was looking for those upgrades, and also the remaining players of Sweet and Sour. But yeah, like you said, the fact that they've been able to save over those 2 rifles is massive in regards to trying to make this round as competitive as possible. The rest of the players are looking like they're having that half buy round to make sure they can invest into round 5 and have all the rifles back up on board. It's just how expensive can they make this one? Because we saw what happened when Zero Tenacity had the economy advantage over on Haven. It was a uphill struggle every step of the way for Sweet and Sour to make it to OT. Well, we saw how that ended. Eventually.
Eventually. No, it's still 2037. we're still on Haven. Blimey. If anybody's just joining and seeing in the top left, 23-21 is not a typo. It's indeed. The amount of rounds taken for that round, for that game to end. Alexic, how does he even get away with that position? Playing deep and not getting punished, eventually shut down. But that's not without Zero Tenacity gaining the advantage. They're ahead 4v3. And Sweet and Sour need to think on their feet here, because Z10 can exploit the gaps.
And still time to work with, right? Especially since they were able to get that double kill over towards that that A rubble area now that they're transitioning over to looking towards C. Diseased is the one with the rifle. He is leaving. Will come back possibly just in time to pop that snakebite on the floor with that smoke, do some damage on the way in. But the Thorns are just going to separate him from any sort of opportunity to get in. But the rotates from Sweet and Sour are here.
They are. The snakebite has done enough to delay Z10 pushing through the site. A real opportunity. You can see the guided salvos are ready to be pressed. Pretty trying to run away, will take some damage, but won't get shut down. MSH with a pickup, 6 seconds. You need to get onto the spike plant. Oh dear, this is wrong. You could trying to get the plant down eventually, and I think you just might have the time. You do. Mere milliseconds, the difference between Z10 and securing this round. Oh, Sweet and Sour and disrupting it. But nevertheless, it's the Polish Org that cross the finish line.
Down to the wire. Truly not only pushing and pulling the rotations, but walking into the stack. Sweet and Sour had the right read. They had the players in the right spaces, and Disease was able to turn his attentions back to C just in time to delay it somewhat. Bring the time down low, even to the fine margins of milliseconds, but still it's a Z10 round. And now coming into this one, the money isn't great. Not a single person will survive a body shot from this outlaw Pyro has.
Yeah, you're completely right. Oh my word, Viti sticking around and MSH being so quiet about it. Oh my word, they miss each other. Never mind. Viti steps back. Freebie for Z10. Things aren't going well for Sweet and Sour. They're not getting much luck out of the situation right now. Finally, Tyson gets a pickup, but trades 95% of his health for it.
Not only that, is there's a player who's taken his space. Pyro is should be spotted out by Defu's ultimate here, so that's going to raise alarm bells for Diseased over towards C. That is only one player A, and that is the go pedal for Z10 out onto the C side. The retake is not even going to go underway because Alexic! What is that?
He just rushes forwards, and even though the stun does hit him, he already got the first pickup. Tyson was low, 5 points of health, 1 bullet did the deal. Signed, sealed, and delivered. Z10 looking to create quite the gap. Still, can't count Sweet and Sour out just yet. Disease making way onto site, pretty left alone. Doesn't matter though. He's comfortable. This is his ground, and he'll defend it with all his might. 5-0 for Sweet and Sour. Economical collapse yet again.
Glimmers of hope over towards A when the trade eventually did come through. Admittedly, it was that delayed trade, but still one nonetheless. But it's the fact as soon as they start going into C, the post plant for Z10 not even established, because who needs a post plant when you have a Lexic that has the breach cosmetic stun over towards Waterfall, picks up 2 for himself, but not only 2 for himself and his team, but putting the man advantage in their favor by such a large gap that when they go for the final retake, it's the 2v3, they've pulled it back in their favor. Pyro still has the outlaw, but it's not even needed because Pretty's just undying on site.
And insult to injury, Z10 have been doing a great work at balancing their ultimate usage as well. They haven't been using it all at once. Getting Grimmakistas now online. You can see Pretty is and MSH are shortly off of theirs. And by the time that they have theirs then and use them, then Pyro and Alexic will have theirs back online. This is strong stuff.
And it's especially about the fact that we haven't necessarily seen them be necessarily needed to the detriment of like this is the only way out in that situation, because they've been so well at the mid-rounding, getting those early picks in particular, and then being able to push and pull the rotations of Sweet and Sour off of it, that sure, eventually when the site hit does come through, it's a little bit delayed when we see the C hit, because they're just making sure everything's in its place, waiting for util to refresh. The economic damage of 5-0 lead for Sweet and Sour has put them into a situation staring down a broken economy. 3 sheriffs, 2 stingers up against players with 5k in the pocket, but maybe it doesn't matter.
You know, you always consider Sweet and Sour in. Always. Not this time though. Look, it's the matter of the fact that you've got Sweet and Sour that are a bunch of aimers. There's no denying that. But things haven't been going right for the past few rounds. They haven't been able to secure the previous map, which went to a tremendous amount of rounds, a tremendous amount of overtimes. It's starting to pressure a psyche here.
Gun here.
Sure, you weren't really expected to win this round, given that you're an eco. Disease finding an upgrade, though, could be a way where you impose some damage to your opponents.
They're going to have money going into the next round anyway. Defo might be a little bit worse for Wiz. But from the side of Z10, that you could lose every single player here and still be fine for the next few rounds. There's so much money for them to work with that I wouldn't even hate them throwing players at Disease to just try and get this rifle off the board. So they have to force the reinvestment into the next. And it keeps Sweet and Sour's, well, economy at the very bottom. And it doesn't even have to come to that. Disease will just stroll right into the crosshair of Pretty and right into a 6-0 lead already. Like, they've already guaranteed an equal half, and especially when you're talking about the attacking side of this map. Sure, you want to favor them because of the 3-site maps and the ability to hit less defended sites. It's getting silly to this point.
And the conversation about the ultimates coming online, all of the ones that were bound to, you know, be available, they are. So 4 now already for Z10. Very early usage of the dimensional drift to realize that Sweet and Sour are really aggressive with this one, which is why the Rolling Thunder is expended as well. Alex Sick dropping out of tree, doing damage towards Ticey. Not enough for the pickup, though. How does Sweet and Sour react? They back off. But look at MSH. He's already on B. How did he even get there? Wants to double up. Oh, he's dodging bullets left and right, but Yanto finally gets the pickup. 3v3.
And you can see Z10 wanted to possibly walk into that B split, especially with, you can see Grimmakista was going over towards main with that, Pretty was going over towards B main with the spike. Unfortunately, since MSH does fall, it makes it a little bit more of a precarious round for Zero Tenacity, but still, 0 ults for Sweet and Sour. And a massive ult on Grimmakista to work with here, which is going to be utilized towards Heaven.
Bruh,
doesn't even need the ult.
You don't even need it at all. When hot lead is sent in your opponent's general direction and lands on their face. Crazy times. Diseased. He's been in a clutch position before. It was a 1v4 and an eco round.
Players are
Tap
low.
of the spike. Guided salvos, he knows they're something that he needs to be wary of. Tap again, Pretty toying with him just a bit. Just letting him know he's there, just a friendly tap. Again, a drive-by. We've seen a bit of that, but I think it's Z10 getting a page out of Sweet and Sour's playbook from the previous map. 7-0. This is a very different story to what Haven was.
That's the one thing that you're looking at when you're running a comp like this. You don't have the hard sentinel, and when you're leaving B open, you have to be wary of situations where the sentinel player of the opposition is just going to take the liberties, because if there's no one peeking, there's no one jiggling from Waterford, from C-Link, or even from Hobbit, that is just a free pass into the site, and they're not aware, but Defo isn't aware. Pretty has hands in this map.
Shadows traveling.
Yeah, Sweet and Sour falling behind in rounds like this allows Zero Tenacity to gain a simple round, right? Things get least pressuring. And when you've got players able to poke and prod on different sides of the map, it gives some level of comfort, right? You gain a better idea of what the setup is. Ticey had the only rifle in play. No longer the case. Never mind, Deceased imminently to upgrade. Does so.
Toxin screen down.
An opportunity for the upgrade, but still 1 Vandal, 2 Sheriffs. Yandu does have his ult online, so they can start to pressure the clock, but still there's 40 seconds left to work with. Even with the salvos buying some time, it's likely that this plant is going to get stuck and possibly using that ultimate for the retake, but do they really fancy themselves for this? Are they going to invest that much in?
Yanto going in, getting the first pickup into Gramic. There is some chance for damage. It's especially if the Cease gets the better end of Alexic, but they've avoided each other. Never mind. Pyro collected. But again, 1v2 is asking a lot. It's asking a hell of a lot. Viper's Pit, that's something. But MSH also has a steel guard and he could use if he wants to as a guarantee. Is not going to come into play, not going to take the chance. Can use it for a later round. 8-0 as Zero Tenacity look to put even more to their names.
It's not just the fact that the scoreline obviously has a massive disparity. You can't ignore that or downplay it at all, but it's more of the fact that now Zero Tenacity are playing with confidence. In a 1v2, in the 2v1 situation Viper's put up, would you normally see your duelist just walking in ready to take the fight before the spike's even been tapped? No, they're playing with such confidence in the back of it because not only have they already secured 8 rounds, they're absolutely frying on the server and it feels like they can do nothing wrong. So of course they're going to take those more aggro, more risky, more unexpected plays, and that's just another thing Sweet and Sour have to deal with, and it's just going to get more difficult as time goes on.
In moments like this, if you're Sweet and Sour, you've got to keep things simple as well. Can't overcomplicate it for yourself. It's just a matter of winning a round, isn't it? It's just a matter of putting it in your head that, hey, we can win here. this is nothing. We can create streaks like Z10 have. But it's not like Z10 are giving them many mistakes, right? They haven't made too many, haven't given them options. And while they do trouble them towards the B site, it's just an early pickup, while C is actually where Z10 could end up with.
But that should also be a couple of players, possibly even 2 or all 3 players spotted out over towards B on that engagement, which means they can speed up over towards C. Lexic wants to push the issue towards CT. Does he know about V2?
Oh, he doesn't check it. Still guarding utilized though, meaning Vitty's back on the classic. Somehow though, the utility from Sweet and Sour do it all. Pyro, he's been a brilliant player the first map, but something tells me getting to the spike zone, killing 5 players is a bit above his pay grade. Time will tick down, and Sweet and Sour secure their first round in this map.
They win now. It's the rules.
Oh yeah. Obviously the rules. Yeah. Don't know when those rules are written and by who, but they're the rules.
It's the rules. Admittedly, going into that, it was a really nice ultimate from Yanto and Ticey, but also it was the combination of the utility of the Armageddon over towards front site, which netted a kill, but also Ticey's aftershock over towards that default safe plant in the corner that just made it impossible for any player to be front site or in a position that could have been concealed from the players from CT. When that ult goes out, it forces them into the engagements of the rest of the players going in for that retake. It's just we need a little bit more of that, and I don't know how repeatable that is since 2 ultimates are offline.
Yeah.
And also, you expect Zero Tenacity to still be going for those proactive plays in the post plant.
They've definitely opted towards the left more than the right. Zero Tenacity, at least at the start of these rounds. Opening the door, baiting the idea that a potential B cross could come their way. But the fact that Defo is so deep into A already, you know that you don't need to focus towards this right-hand side. Instead, go into C. And Snakebite could instantly put this take to a halt. So much is thrown in counteraction. It's incredible. It's crazy to think about, actually. And through the exchange, through the smoke, it's Alexic to lose his life. Door opens yet again. Drop into sight coming through, but there's going to be a crossfire. And something tells me this is going to be a bit too hard for Z10 to deal with. Somehow MSH able to keep it under control. But Gramakista is the one to create an opening towards the B site. Has to deal with 2. Spike around. He's heard one on site. Will he be able to read his opponent's position back site? Not quite. This is hard. This is all too difficult. A 1v2, 2 very different positions. And Sweet and Sour start to chain things together.
Is it too little, too late though? That's my concern. Obviously, we saw in the Liquid Academy game, it was a 4-8 half, and they were able to win it out in the 13-8 fashion. That they had just a massive streak of rounds on the attacking side. So there is that to think back on. So for Zero Tenacity, you just don't want to be Liquid Academy here. You want to maybe get into a 9-3, or possibly even a 10-2, right? Because money is starting to come into a question for Pretty, but there's enough funds in the banks for his teammates to be able to drop over realistically going into round 12 should they lose this one, and that is needed to make this into a 9-3 or even an 8-4 half. But we were talking about the ultimates again, just highlighting how well Zero Tenacity have been, even though they've lost the last couple of rounds, of keeping the ultimates in that sort of cycling phase, in the sense of we have Gramakistas up, even Pyro's, but it's more of Pretty's is going to come online soon, so is Alexis. MSH realistically shouldn't be getting back online in this half, but there are opportunities. But it's how well are they going to use those ultimates against what lack of ultimates realistically SNFs have in regards to, sure, you have the Omen, but it's more of the only one that I'm looking here to be a major factor would be defos of that Yoru ultimate to get a lot of information for the retakes in particular, because these rounds are coming down to the wire. They're coming down to like 10 seconds left on the round. He sticks it.
He does. No one pressures him. Defo tries to open up the door, go for a pot shot with the operator, doesn't land. Z10 instead get a free spike plant into C. MSH, he's actually been able to play aggressive and to be cutting out the rotation. Z10 are very well aligned. Viti says, shoot in my direction, as Alex Sit goes down. He says, okay, Pretty's here as well. Defo is toying with him again, sending his clone in, but ends up getting the shorty pickup backside with the operator. That is nuts. How'd he get away with that? Rolling Thunder. Maybe Z10 trying to grab more space, or maybe you're a little bit overzealous to use that piece of utility. You could have held on to it a little bit longer. Now on the spike, you don't really have much to do. Stunned, can't really fight back. Flashed as well, paranoid. Sweet and Sour are balancing this util play to perfection. Gramakista can't deal with everything thrown at him. Players running in his direction and the player diffusing as well. Sweet and Sour have leveled up.
It's just classic Sweet and Sour. I don't think there's anywhere else to explain what we've just seen transpire in the last 11 rounds of 8 complete shutouts from Zero Tenacity into, well, 3 closer rounds of fade, but still rounds on the board for Sweet and Sour nonetheless. And if they're able to convert this last one, it's going to be a lot more competitive going into the next half. And a lot of ultimates were used by Zero Tenacity in the last, like Pretty's, Gramakistas, even Pyro's. That was 3 ultimates for absolutely nothing. And talk about ultimates. Alexic, warn your teammates of the operator.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Both Sweet and Sour play, 2 Sweet and Sour players with operators, and so far so good. Alex are going to play aggressive up against a one-way, but you can see Sweet and Sour bunching up together, Pretty spotting out a couple of barrels of the weapon. Sticks around a bit too long there. Sure, Pyro far ways away, but does that really matter? Gramakista to be contested next, but takes a deep angle up against a smoke cross. Still works superbly. They flood in, but Zero Tenacity seem well equipped. Never mind. Here come the guided salvos, damage done. But is it enough? Taking the wide angle, but look where this East is. Reads Gramakista's position. This is chaotic. It could have gone either way at any moment, but it's going to be Sweet and Sour with a defuse, 4 rounds consecutive, and end the half on a high. Who would have thought things would have gone this way? The question is, can Sweet and Sour continue with this pace?
Seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Up like fine art, I'm jumping out just to unfamiliar coordinates. Hopped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Red is not one trillion. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing, I'm so wavy I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. West side, born maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My lungs clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run. I'm out here paper chasing, looking for the funds. Game recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay. I'm versatile and my slang was different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound. Got a target back on my backside. The cat peeling with the cast iron. Better run for it, run before I catch you. Pick it out, ball it, block it. Trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life. Don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing. You do best not to test it. Yeah, you're right. Real all in my blood supply. Dig it ball up top, finna make a play. I catch the lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No cosign and no co.
Everything looked clean. Everything looked great. Zero tenacity were living in heaven. 8-0. Sweet and sour, they woke up and brought hell upon them. It's not over, sure. 4 rounds is just a start. But given what we've seen on Haven, anything can happen.
It felt like I went to heaven in that first map, at least towards the end. But we are on Lotus now, thankfully. We are going to be seeing an attempt from Sweet and Sour to bridge that gap. And what better way to do it than a pistol and a conversion?
Some damage early onto Yanto there, but no trade, no pickup. Sweet and Sour will quickly traverse onto the B site. Something we haven't really seen Zero Tenacity do all that much. Brute force their way in. Ticey doubles up to nothing. This is a very aggressive and confident play. Pyro needed to try and do something here. Cut off with the Vipers. Poison Orb. You're kind of waiting for MSH to just pop in and do some heavy lifting himself. Can't do it. Defo there to stop him. Looking like a completely different picture. A completely different game. Sweet and Sour could possibly say, you got an 8-0, we can do you one better. I feel like I'm reading the future here, but Sweet and Sour, solid start to it.
Yeah, and you talk about doing one better in regards to getting an 8-0 lead on this attacking half. When Sweet and Sour did play against Liquid Academy, it was a 4-8 half, sure. It was the opposite way around. They started with the 4 and then ended up with losing the 8 in a row. But when they switched onto the attacking side, they changed. They transformed because they did not drop a single round on attack against Liquid Academy. So, Zero Tenacity have their work cut out for them. And in this round, they're not realistically going to be able to put up much of a fight. Only Electric really has invested anything in regards to weaponry of the Sheriff being used. But for the side of Sweet and Sour, you look at how clean they can make this round with regards to the weaponry, is how beneficial they can be and how dangerous they can be going into round 15 to try and get another flawless streak running, similar to what we saw Zero Tenacity have.
Pretty spot some early presence. Hopes out of a fight though. Look, Sweet and Sour should be able to take this one easy. Sure, we've seen some crazy rounds, but the fact that the Z10 are on the complete wrong side of the map is not going to help their case. So a quick walk, hop, skip and a jump. Put the spike in the right position. Safely tap it on the ground. The way they throw the spike on the ground makes me wonder, why doesn't it explode upon impact? You know, isn't it? If it's like an explosive, shouldn't it be like...
It's for the style points.
Shouldn't they be careful about it, you know?
Yeah, but when you do with less K, you just got those added extra cool points of, yeah, I don't care. The spike's going down.
Okay. Uh-huh.
You just wouldn't understand.
You're right. I don't understand. Boom over here. Defo going for an exploration. Look, you don't really necessarily need to go for one. Z10 have got themselves pistols. You know they're going to try and die to the explosion of the spike. And that's exactly what every single one of them will be doing. And 4 survivors for Sweet and Sour overall.
that they only lose, I believe it was a Bulldog going into that one, they're able to keep, more importantly, the Outlaw online. If you're looking at the shields for the side of Zero Tenacity, both Alexic, Pretty, and Pyro, despite only investing realistically one Sheriff on the side of Alexic, they did have utility that they bought into round 14, which makes them a little bit more precarious targets for Defo into this one, hoping he can farm up some nice body shots onto those half-armored players. Not going to get it early on, flashed off the angle, a lot of pressure early towards B Rubble, but that wall from Viper is going to be an issue.
Good early picker from Pyro, though. Able to deal with Defo early on is brilliant. As Defo has been quite the menace, you know, breaking through sights, those TPs, those quick flashes. It's really tough to deal with, and he had a rifle as well, so no longer in the picture. But Sweet and Sour are able to cross through, and only MSH here to try and stop them. Sure, he's got Grandmakister to try and deal with reinforcements, but the stun forces him out of that corner. MSH as well has to respect the snake bite. In the corner now. Oh dear. Sweet and Sour full sight control, but Z10 have completely surrounded them. Doesn't matter if they don't check the corners. Damn. They know that Pretty's still around. 3v3, Spike not down yet. Sweet and Sour taking the fight to them. Pretty dealing with them. 3 kills to nothing. Ticey able to square things up a little bit as Alexic is now trying to catch up to his opponent. Ticey running towards A.
Gives him an opportunity to reset into this post plant to have another chance at this, but the only issue is Ticey is going to be starved of information as much as Alexic. Spike eventually does go down. Only a stun to work with, but similarly to Alexic, there's not much utility, so this is going to come down to a straight up brawl unless Ticey can be proactive with this fault line.
Alexic touching the spike. It's going to be diffused halfway. Now wondering where Ticey is going to be. Stun. Not landing. And Alexic wide swings. He expected it. He anticipated it. Read it. And ends up sealing the deal with a round win for Z10.
Important round of the bonus. It comes down to the wire for sure, especially when you're looking at the positions. Sweet and Sour were locked in towards site. We had the rotate, the flank coming in from Alexic, who is someone that needs to be absolutely stopped. By the way, whether it's on Haven, on the Jet Operator, or whether we're on Lotus with the Yoru, he is an absolute demon on this flank, and he needs to be dealt with. And I think that's another thing of that's why Ticey was so happy to just run it through CT, knowing of the tendencies of Alexic. The only issue with Ticey, again, B is an open channel of attack. Although Yanto does go back to at least get a trace, so there's no flanking for Alexic this round.
This is crazy. This is cinema. Pure cinema. Look, Z10 did have a Vandal at the start of this round, not anymore. 2 Guardians, Bulldog and Judge, not optimal. Sure, Sweet and Sour, you could say that. The Outlaw is also not under that ground, but you've got a couple of players with half shields. What do you even do here? MSH, ooh, sneaky boy. Very sneaky boy. This is actually great position for him to be in. Seeing the smoke fade, though, could be a completely different story.
Yeah, there's a ticking time clock on that play. As soon as the smoke dismisses, he has to make a move, and unfortunately, no move is going to be provided. Stun.
30 seconds left.
Out. Aftershock 2 to delay this plan for the rotates to come in, but look at the rotates. Look what diseased is. He's in this board. He is now Alexic.
He has become Alexic. He's embraced it. Bit of a cosplay doesn't hurt anyone. Yeah, Z10's status in this round is dire. Disease showing his ground. The rest of the players flooding in, but as soon as they enter, they also enter paradise or hell, wherever you'd like to place them. Sweet and Sour have completely turned the tides of this game. It started as an 8-0 for Zero Tenacity. In the past 8 rounds, Sweet and Sour have won 7 of them.
Yeah, you talked about an 8-0. Great. The following 8 rounds then, not so great for Z10, right? They win 1 and it's only the bonus. It comes down to a 1v1. Round 16, short becomes close, but down to the margins of as soon as they start going for that retake, you have Disease in the backline, you have players winning out the gunfights over towards site. Although they are caught up in this dimensional drift from Sweet and Sour, and it's another attacking round where they're just gonna run the arrow through B and hit out onto C.
Indeed, MSH is gonna get caught here as well. That's a lovely flash from Ticey. Okay, you lose one of your players. That, you know, in a way you didn't expect it to happen. At least you would make sure that the Guardian can't be picked up quickly. Paranoia also there to hinder them a little bit. But the Armageddon is sent in as a guarantee. Alexic, you can respect the effort. You can respect the try. But it's going to be just that, just an attempt. Because the execution is not as successful.
One enemy remaining.
As the spike ticks away. Grammakister will at least get a couple of spoils of war, but Sweet and Sour to 8 rounds now. 1 away, breathing distance from their opponents. If you pause the game 8 rounds in, you would never think this would be the situation right now.
Resilience has to be in the middle name of Sweet and Sour. Because this team, we were talking about the first class that we did. I was worried about the repeatability of this. Sure, they were decent at it in Split 1, but how long can you keep doing this? Forever. They can do this forever. They constantly on the back foot, whether we're looking at even economy, rounds, and then in this one, the complete momentum shift of being 0-8 down, and now we're in a situation where they have an opportunity, a good opportunity at that, especially with Ticey's ult online, to make this an equal game.
It could. And Disease might have the best read here. Does get 2 pickups. No way. No way he gets away without that. Is tilting. If you're Zero Tenacity, that is tilting with a capital T.
He makes it out alive. Harold gets the trade finally onto Disease, although it is labored. He does get a TP back onto C, so he is at least at safety position for now. But the only thing is, Zero Tenacity don't want to gamble over towards C, and that's exactly where Sweet and Sour are grouping up for this foresight hit onto Pyro. How much damage can he do? Can he make MSH and Pretty believe in a retake?
Oh, has to reconfigure here as the first shots are inaccurate. You want to land that first shot, then you can feel the tempo rolling and potentially find the multi-kill that is required of you. That does not happen. Z10 have to respect this. Going for this retake is not an option. And Sweet and Sour, we're on the verge, but now very much on level ground with their opposition. You cannot write this up. You cannot make this up.
It feels like we're destined for a shutout of Sweet and Sour on this attacking side.
You want to know what we're destined for?
Split.
Another round of overtimes.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about this was just
I see Sweet and Sour getting the equalizer here. Z10 being rejuvenated, then getting them to, you know, for some reason getting like 4 rounds in a row, getting 3 rounds in a row to match point, and then Sweet and Sour bring to overtime again.
Why are you leaking the script? We're not supposed to leak the script.
Oh yeah, sorry.
We're supposed to go round by round, Pavlos. Come on.
Yeah.
But to be fair, I do understand where you're coming from for the rejuvenation of Zero Tenacity coming into this one in particular, because sure, we're going to get a timeout as well. It's also equal scoreline of the 9-9 that Sweet and Sour have been able to claw themselves back up to this point, right, and claw themselves back into this game. But now, Zero Tenacity, bad money situation, you can get couple of Vandals and half shields, maybe a little bit of a missing utility for some of the players, but at the same time you have triple ultimates that they can work very well, especially Pretty being one away as on his. And on the other side, you're realistically only looking over towards Tyces to be that massive factor into this one with that rolling thunder. But they are going to take the time out to see what is going wrong and what they want to do to stop it. Is it more proactivity, especially over towards fighting C, or fighting over towards Rebel on A? But, well, we saw in the last round, if they go past that little dotted line on C, they walk into a disease that will just take them 1v3.
Yeah, that is true, right? That's super scary to deal with. Disease has been such a gatekeeper, such a menace. And look, even the lower fragging players of Sweet and Sour have had so much impact for the past few rounds. And interrupting Sweet and Sour's flow this round seems far from possible.
Although they have opted to have 2 hero rifles coming into this to make sure the economy is still relatively thriving going into round 20, but again, it feels too little too late to be playing for eco rounds.
Oh, Pyro's stunned, but he takes an outside angle, so he's catching Viti off guard. Doubles up, wait, and he sticks around. Flash looks away. Triples up, Pyro, that is insane. This man on a sheriff turns into a cowboy. But it's still a 2v2. Alexic on the back line. Can he get the right position? It seems like Diseased is ready for it. This intuition on Diseased is unmatched.
Is it though, or is Alexic flanking every round?
True.
Right, so at the same point, you either have to stop or you have to make sure you hit your shots, right? Because you're looking at that, you're in a 2v2 situation, you're so far away from your teammate.
30 seconds
The
left.
fact that they jump over the ledge and realize MSH is there is huge. But look how MSH doesn't linger. He doesn't wait. He doesn't budge at all. What a flick! That is insane! Wants to go in for a second one. Sidesteps Tyce's shots, and now 13 seconds in, when the pressure is on Sweet and Sour, he does it again! MSH, that is ridiculous!
The disrespect! You're not even just full achy out. Discombobulate the opposition, and that flick in general is great, but look at this. Tyce is gonna be feeling like a fool right now, because that round could have been putting them into the lead, onto 10, onto double digits, Pavlos, but no, it's your tenacity. They have an answer back.
I've never seen that. Being toyed with once, yeah.
We've had it like 4 times this series.
Do it twice? And that first flick? That's the highlight of playoffs already. And we've had so many highlight-worthy moments this game. Today, overall.
On Haven.
On Haven! Oh, man.
But that's so important for them, the fact that Zero Tenacity not only get a round win eventually to sort of help rejuvenate the drought of rounds that they were getting, but it gets them onto 10. It gets them back in the leads.
It gets them back into winning ways. Give him a sense of what that feels like. It's been a while. It's been a drought. Alexic hasn't stopped flanking. At one point, you say, sure, he'll stop. But
no,
he doesn't. But you did say there's a prerequisite with his flanks, and that is hitting his shots, and that's exactly what he's done here, looking to do some more damage. Zero Tenacity, look to close in. Look at the pings on the minimap. They know Alexic is trying to pressure in.
And look at the ultimate as well. Alexic can scale up long. He's going to have so much information. He knows all these 3 players are going towards heaven, and this one in drop. It doesn't matter. The fights are going in favor of Sweet and Sour. Players are dropping for Zero Tenacity, and they have to save. They have to call it quits.
Oh my god, no way. You get the call, but Sweet and Sour is so quick to react. They know the pressure was on them to play aggressive. They do not wait a minute, not a second, not a millisecond. On the fly thinking from Sweet and Sour. Superbly done. And even though things were lined up nicely for Alexic, thought he could save the day for his team, it will not happen now. Sweet and Sour did not spend their time coming back into the game to let Zero Tenacity run away with things.
At least not gonna let them run away with things in an easy manner, to say the least. Towards the tail end of this game, we're at 10-10. They are aware of the operator that's been saved by Alexic. Sweet and Sour 3 ultimates on the board versus the similar that of C10. It's the difference between the Yoru and the Viper's ultimate and then the Breach and the Vise. That is something to pay attention to. If MSH can get in a good position, this could be a massive equalizer in this round, putting Sweet and Sour down onto the pistols.
It really could. But it's a big ask, isn't it? It's a massive ask.
Is it? Yeah, especially when you lose Pyro early on to a shorty.
Yeah. Oh, Dara. Oh, I thought Dara could get away with that. He doesn't eventually, but on the other hand, you've got a rifle, you've got operator, you've got a vandal, you gotta hold back. You've got to hand the lead to Sweet and Sour. Who would have thought being 8-0 down and eventually finding the lead? Maybe they've given the chance to Alexic here. Oh, maybe they have. Maybe they've given them a real opportunity. Now the rest of the team can be called in. Rolling Thunder, that's going to affect Viti, but the fact that Zeus is still alive is the massive point here. Onto the side, MSH gets the first pickup. The Zeus comes in. Z10 lose their weapons, lose their players, lose the round. Sweet and Sour. It's only the Zeus left alive. But finally, they gain the lead.
Alexic won on the flank.
Screaming.
Yeah. It just comes down to Disease realistically saving Sweet and Sour in that position. They had the upper hand when it came to the post plan until Alexic started making mischief in the back line on the flank with an operator again, might I add. But it comes down onto the site, comes down to a multi-kill from Disease, who's even decided to take the operator for himself into this one, has posted up over towards A.
Alexic is not in a position to lurk anymore. He's the one being engaged on. Climax is still there to assist a little bit. But Sweet and Sour, sure, they were thinking about it early on, but they might be doubling down now. Inching forwards, ever closer, high-low for Z10.
Sweet and Sour, with this change in weaponry for Disease, wanting to take a little bit of a slower approach in this round. They poted and prodded over towards C, and even now 2 players going to be spotted out by the ultimate from Pyro. But that's going to call them to leave and vacate that area to retake over towards A. B split possibly.
Sure. A very real possibility. That's where Vice is sort of a utility
30 seconds left.
And also his ult, right? MSH's ult can be crazy for a flood retake here, especially after this ultimate from Yanti gets used.
Armageddon dealing with Pyro's position, so that leaves kind of Diseased all to himself. Oh, near me. MSH locked out of it. 12 seconds, and there's plenty of time to get the spy down.
left.
Sweet and Sour are able to coordinate their utility and movements in unison superbly. Execution, which allows Sweet and Sour to get themselves on 12. Match point. Lotus is nearly theirs, and we're very much looking at a very possible split.
Force them down onto the secondaries. It's just not what you expected jumping around that corner. MSH, a shorty to the face, weapons scarce, shields vacant for Alexic. Staring down the barrel of Split, being on the line.
Yikes.
Shadows traveling.
This is not over yet. This is not over yet.
No.
No.
I think Pyro had enough of the winning ways of Sweet and Sour and has decided to take into his own hands.
He decided, let's pop off. It's go time. It's morphin time. Ticey is able to bring things to a more doable standpoint, and they actually find clear space into the A site.
Oh my god.
Ooh, catching out a Message. This is very doable now. 2v2, and they can cross the sea. It's completely open.
Even when Alexic is in the ground, you have someone taking up the mantle for the flank. You talk about C being open. They're putting their attentions over towards B. Pretty is in a good position should he go overlooked. But is this going to be something Sweet and Sour checks?
There's no way they check this. This is going to be crazy stuff for Pretty. Oh!
They did! He knows!
The intuition. We double down on the intuition scenario. Grammar Kista. Trying to stun in. Walks in. Deceased just a little far away, but he's more visible to his opponent. 13-10. Sweet and Sour seal the deal. A 2v4. There is no way.
The fashion that Sweet and Sour play this game needs to be studied, but also I can't just help but think if they did that all the time, we wouldn't have to see 0-8 starts to maps or 4-0 starts turned into 4-8 halves into like flawless attack rounds. Is the possibilities of this team, I feel, are limited to the fact that they just can't be consistent with how well they are. Their ceiling is so high when it comes to just attacking rounds in general, but also just their ability to shut a whole team out of a complete half.
Beats me how they do that. But Deceased saved the game there. That was 180-degree turn. Huh? Let's see it all over again. And so many moments will feature Deceased, by the way. Such a brilliant step up from him this game.
But the thing is,
Zero Tenacity had some positives as well. That first half looked brilliant. The start, strong. But this second half, Deceased just stepped up.
Yeah, and you look at the first half of this replay of some of the best highlights we've had in the game. It is majority being Z10, and then just suddenly, it has just been a complete Sweet and Sour shutout. And yeah, into this one, he stunned himself as he jumped in, and it also missed Disease as well, which was just unfortunate. I didn't want to say it, but it showed in the replay, so it's not me, it's production, guys. You can't do it like that. Because
in 4K.
Yeah, and he was having trouble to get online in this map, and even though Lexic has been at that top frag, even rivaling that of Diseased, a lot of those kills on the flank and then getting punished, that was something that I'm surprised he was still able to get like multi-frags on, because how are we in 2025 after all of Haven, after coming in now into Lotus, he's constantly being able to flank. That's an issue that needs to be solved, especially going on to a map like Split for our final map. It can be a little bit scary.
It can be. You can't help but feel for Alexic as well. He really tried towards the end of that game to create chances for his team with, you know, all of the lurks, with all of the flanks, all of the crazy plays that nearly went his way. Some of them did go his way, but it just wasn't enough. Damn, this game is becoming very close, from starting with a map that goes to over 40 rounds and going to this one where there was a massive comeback for Sweet and Sour, and then having to go to Decider. Things only just get better for this series. Let's see if things improve in this trajectory as we go to a break and see you in a bit on Split.
Run for your life. just a bum bitch. Run for your life, I'll seek you hide. You can chase me, cause I'm right behind. You're a bum bitch, just a bum bitch. Run for your life, run for your life, you're a bum bitch, just a bum bitch. You're a punk bitch. Just a punk bitch.
Loading, strapped with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. And then when I listen, but I told him one more time. Your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. These raps here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folders. Spit bars at the club, zoning. TikTok come to London, get ripped off. Man get pissed off when I start lift off. Sweet like flavors, cookie and biscuit. Round here, yeah, the bars I get ripped off. Picked up my song, yo, every time I tripped up. Little petty tender, the big rock. Me and my G's do everything mix up. Full circle, now everybody linked up. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep your heart beating, know that it's elegant. Get mad but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating and boom, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, turn the mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, I don't mind, I'll do it for the hell of elevate, yeah. Elevate bars, I regulate, yeah. UK, wheel up the tune, just meditate. Think that they get it by 9, then they kinda late. Man thinks he's a bad man, but he's kinda bait. Live every day like it's my last, celebrate. Mind on the task, we calibrate. Loaded, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. Didn't wanna listen, but I told him. One more time, your favorite MC's bronze or silver. Too bad these vibes here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit more than I can't zone it. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating them bombs, she's back again. Oh, cause the little fire in the track again. Turn the music on, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you bump up, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, tell them icon. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Who's the icon? Who's the icon? Icon. Who's the icon? Who's the icon? Icon. Icon.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Challenges North and East. It's time to get going for the third map of the series between Zero Tenacity and Sweet and Sour. If you're still with us since the start of the game, bravo. It's taken quite a long time to get here. And honestly, I hope your efforts are paid off. Let's hope this third and final game, the third and final map will show up with a similar fashion as the previous ones.
Yeah, I don't know if similar fashion as Haven getting to that extent, but the fact that we are going on to Split now is a map that neither team are hyper comfortable on, right? It's been played once by both teams in this current split. Zero Tenacity played it against Going Next, and that was a 13-11, so not a scoreline or a victory that you want to shy away from in particular. And then, well, Sweet and Sour faced up against Enterprise, and that was a 14-16 loss. So both of these games super close against the two of the teams that we're looking to be those top two contenders, or at least the ones that we're looking to be the favorites to make super deep runs and be consistently going that and repeating or replicating stuff that we've seen from Split 1 of getting far in the playoffs bracket.
Indeed. And now look, we can take a moment and look at individuals as well when it comes to these two teams that have kind of went above and beyond. And I think for Sweet and Sour, the previous map, you could definitely put Diseased in that conversation. Definitely really stood up for the roster. But when you look at the series as a whole, there's one player that stood out to me the most, and that's Pyro from Z10, right? The fact that time and time again, he's been in moments that have been impacting every single map, every single match, you know, those highlight moments. Sure, he hasn't topped the charts every single match. That hasn't happened. But the moment he gets those triple kills, the moment he pops off with a sheriff, are the ones that often change the tides of the game. And I feel like if you're Zero Tenacity, you kind of hope these things can happen a little bit more often. Maybe not only from Pyro, but from the rest of the roster as well.
Following on from that note, but I'm going to be looking at Sweet and Sour in particular as someone that I want to look out for that one and just sing their praises of this series so far.
Yeah.
Diseased. Do I even need to explain why? Not only for the performance on the first map top in the charts, even trying or at least attempting to be the player that could rival Pyro on when he was dropping what, like 43 or something and 30. He was up there with like 37, 38, so he definitely was a player in contention to be the tide changer in that first map. And of course it went to the utter extremities, and then in Lotus then we've seen him be that tide turner. He was the player that saved them from possibly even letting it go to OT and having something similar happen to what we saw in Haven, of just his awareness and his game sense in the game. He is on it like Gromit, and well, especially with Alexic and also MSH now trying to take up the mantle as soon as Alexic falls. Being on top of these flanks is hyper important, and he's one of the only players that I've seen being at the top of awareness for it without having a player already fall before them to alert them to that situation.
I think you hit the nail on the head there. There's just so much pop-off capabilities there from Sweet and Sour. There's just so much available to them. Now, But I kind of want to also look historically here for these two teams on Split specifically. They also have been, I don't know if you want to use the word plagued, but they've had close games on this one, right? Enterprise was the match that Sweet and Sour had to play up against them. 14-16, that went to overtime, right? A bit of a loss there, but still a very close one overall against what probably is the favorite for this split to win it. And then you got 13-11 for Zero Tenacity against Go Next. Now, they did win it, and they were last split finalists, right? So it's not as if they've shown particular weakness. They show that they can go toe-to-toe with some of the best in the region here. And look, now they've got a chance to continue a route in the upper bracket if they get this win up against each other. They made, you know, the hard work is over. I feel like 90% of the job is done. Only this map is required to secure this series, and you just can't afford to sleep on the wheel. You can't afford to stay complacent. Try to stay focused throughout the final moments of this game, throughout the entire map overall, because I feel that's where Zero Tenacity may have dropped the ball in the previous one, right? They felt comfortable. They were like, okay, we won the OT game. We're up 8-0 on Lotus, and things went away from them. Let's see though what we'll be looking at when it comes to comps overall here for Sweet and Sour and Zero Tenacity. Like we said, they both played matches in the main Swiss up against some really strong competition. I think we're seeing a bit of a change here. We see a Viper included in Sweet and Sour's comp.
This was actually used before when they did play against Enterprise. There isn't actually a composition change from either of these teams, but I do like that you did highlight.
Looking at the wrong thing. I'm sorry.
You're looking at the wrong team, Pavlos. That's Zero Tenacity's roster. They don't use the Viper, but I will point out the fact that I've been sort of on the diseased hype train right so far in this series. He was also one of the main players in the matchup against Enterprise that was able to stand up to them. Again, obviously it didn't go in their favor, but it was Diseased and Defo that were the main front runners, at least in regards to not only entries, but also regarding to the multi-kills and kills they're actually able to get on the board. So they're definitely two players to watch out for, and especially Viper on Split, especially for that mid control, and Luke's on attack.
Look, I'm actually excited that we're seeing a different map now being played out, to be honest. Split, we haven't seen that in a good while, and especially spending most of our day on Haven and Lotus it's a breath of fresh air. But whether it will be a breath of fresh air for either of these teams, this will be determined shortly. Sweet and Sour on the attacking side, as Zero Tenacity are moving on to the defensive. Who will cross the finish line? Who will win the decider? And who will carry out their run in the upper bracket?
And I'll raise you another question. Who's going to win this pistol? Because again, we saw how beneficial Pistol's wins were on Haven to get to OT, but also onto Lotus to keep momentum or to gather it. Especially going on to this third and final map, you'll take every slice of momentum you can get, especially if you're Zero Tenacity under threat of being reverse swept after a grueling first map.
Grandma Kista on the Steampunk Ghost. Gonna drop back. Not really entertain Sweet and Sour's cross. Maybe try and help MSH in his effort to hold his angle. Smoke is dropping, as well as a stun in MSH's direction. But Defo does fall to the ground, and as well as the rest of the Sweet and Sour players trying to flood in. But it's Zero Tenacity to get most of the picks here. MSH makes the A site his nest.
And that is how you shake off a disastrous end of Lotus with a great pistol round on to Split. Only losing one player, Gramakisa dropping in the madness. But like you said, MSH putting his foot down and not letting his site be overtaken. It's really nice just to see him, just to see him playing around his utility onto site. It's something that you're going to see a lot, especially with that cage between screens and between maps, and the corner of site. It's just something that he can play around, whether it's his cage or asking for support from Pyro with the smokes. This time we don't actually see Sweet and Sour opt for a force buy, similar to we saw loads of stingers and stuff into that. So hopefully we're going to have a little bit more of a normality into this game in regards to the start. You tend to get that 2-0 start with the pistol and then the conversion off the back of it. Although saying that, MSH and Pretty both have ghosts. There's an opportunity for the Classics to have some work since they're going over towards that site. It's looking like they're wanting to split into the ghosts of a site.
Yeah, that's definitely what they're going for. Bit of a split. They can push Pretty back, get a pick onto the player on site, MSH. The thing is, a lot of utility around.
That was nasty from Grimmicky. He put, from Pretty. He puts the aftershock into vent. It hits 80 on both Viti and Yanto. Now both down to 20 HP. Obviously, they didn't have much investment of shields or anything coming into this one. But it's still just not great to see for the side of Sweet and Sour when they're trying to make any sort of damage they can.
They still got to break through the utility, make it onto the site. I think Zero Tenacity have got a clear idea of what's going to happen. They haven't heard anything towards B. It's got to be this A site push. And you can see that now they're starting to break through. Flash is utilized. MSH able to find some early damage Pretty as well. Sweet and Sour not really finding comfort with these trades. Sure, a couple of pickups go their way, make it 3. Actually, a spike plant could be doable, but it's been left behind.
Time.
Could be an interruption. They do have time. I think just barely enough of it. And both players are Sweet and Sour low, so could be simple pickings for the following players. Classic, Alexic, jump, make it flamboyant, why don't you? As Zero Tenacity guarantee this round win. It's not without its casualties, though.
They are able to save over the Outlaw and the Guardian, racking up a couple more ult points and ult orbs onto Alexic with the defuses and a couple of kills that went his way. My question is this enough? Because you have those investments of MSH and Pretty who did not buy anything into the last round, who are going to be bolstering up this bonus buy with rifles.
It would have been that bit extra comfortable if you survived the 3 and kept the Bulldog to the next round as well, right? Just a little bit more comfortable there.
You do have the Bucky.
Small map, you can have the Bucky.
Especially if you're playing over towards Mail, right? As the smokes on the Omen, you can cycle those smokes out just to help you play up close and personal. But the only issue is, it looks like for the side of Sweet and Sour, they're wanting to test out over towards B. The only issue is, little do they know, MSH is one of the ones with the upgraded premium rifles.
Paranoia dropping in. MSH very much affected. Sweet and Sour just want to create the space at the back of the site to try and get the spike down, but the aftershock is doing the brunt of the work. Alexic, was that through the smoke or just the quick engagement? Still pretty damn good. Bucky release of Pyro is nuts. And now Zero Tenacity are in pole position. Have got the players, have got the numbers, have got the control. The only thing Defa has is a stunned up body, flashed eyes, and maybe a Vandal in hand, but not for long as Pretty rips it off of his shoulders. Zero Tenacity are able to go 3-0, beating their bonus.
This was something Sweet and Sour actually struggled with when they were playing against Enterprise. Admittedly, Enterprise are really good on their ecos, especially when they're only investing like a frenzy and full classics and stuff like that. But in their matchup, in that 14-16 loss, there were a lot of anti-eco rounds that came down to a 1v1 or a 1v2, or even in the second half, they were able to actually win the second round after losing the pistol for Enterprise, and that just puts Sweet and Sour on such a back foot coming into it, and it seems to have similar issues against Zero Tenacity now. But they do have Stingers.
They do, and Stingers be stinging already from the get-go.
One suppressed.
Definitely the only one with a rifle, really. Sweet upgrade. And as much as Z10 would love to continue the trend of winning early rounds, they will be pressured. Grammet caught out to the open. The timing of that peak from Sweet and Sour together with a flush, perfect. Pyro caught off as well. Nothing could have gone any better than this for Sweet and Sour.
3 upgrades is what you're going to take. 2 Stingers left to be upgraded. 2 players left of Zero Tenacity to have the opportunity to do so. one's going to be denied, but Ticey still has an opportunity to take MSH down, take his weapon into the next.
Time to jump.
And hey, I was talking about how Sweet and Sour struggled against Ecos. Something that they're great at is doing so much damage with Stingers. We've seen them time and time again opt in for Force Spikes in the second round after losing the pistol with Stingers, whether it's on Ascent, on Haven, and now even on this half fight on Split.
Starting to see some ultimates pop up as well. Dimensional Drift from the shadows, as well as the Neuro Theft on the opposing side. Dimensional Drift won't wait a second to be used. I love that from Defo. Does discover the A site is fully clear, so he might as well just ask his teammates to just walk in.
Especially dealing with some of the trips that were on main, there is still one over towards Elbow. So should any of the Sweet and Sour players start to push their luck over towards CT, it could be difficult. While VT has also got on a pickup over onto Pretty, Ramp is still a point of contention.
Indeed it is. There's two players from the Z10 side that is keeping Sweet and Sour busy in this direction, but the C's can just play it slow, play it chill. And the fact that you've got Viti on the back lines is also hurtful in a way, buying time. You're just living rent-free in your opponent's heads. Oh, the smoke shots. Yanto. He wouldn't even come down to him. Viti's done it all. Alexic down to 27. He took a dink through the wall. Yikes. And Yanto, of course, has to drop in with a classic jump shot right click. Again, closing the round with a bang.
I mean, it happened to him in the first round on the pistol. Alexic was the perpetrator there, and he's the victim for the answer back. And talking about an answer back, 3-0 start for Zero Tenacity. Sweet and Sour, 4th round, they're on a half buy. They win that out. They stretch, or at least close the lead Zero Tenacity have to 1, and also put them onto 5 Sheriffs on their after their full rifle win. And that was also against an operator that Alexic was bringing out. Oh.
Pretty.
Defo.
Pick up with a Sheriff. Imagine that.
Surely not.
It makes you think, doesn't it? No, surely
Makes
not.
me dread.
It makes you wonder.
Makes me worry.
Makes you dream.
Yours all have positive ones. All mine are all negative. It makes me a nightmare. It puts me in a nightmare fuel situation of the fact that, well, obviously there's a positive of, wow, these Sheriff shots are hitting, but at the same time, for the side of Sweet and Sour, they need to deal with anti-ecos a little bit better. They've hand-delivered a rifle to Pretty over into Vent, who also has the Rolling Thunder up on online. Alexic has the Showstopper as well. So there's a lot of things that they can actually work with in this round to make it a little bit more possible.
As long as the time runs out, the more dangerous these Sheriffs become. That's the thing here for Sweet and Sour. Showstopper utilized quickly. Ticey no more. There's no longer just the one-man advantage for Z10. They've got 2 more than their opponents, and there's 2 defending this A site. Rolling Thunder trying to delay Sweet and Sour from getting the spike down. Touching it in already, putting the pressure on Z10 to start crossing onto site. Still, spike will get planted. And now, is it time to reconfigure? Just chillax? There just might be. Disease. Huge shot from the back of the site, but Pyro wants to kerfuffle his opponent's brain.
Cover going out.
Oh, but Disease makes the wise decision to enter the high ground. Never mind, he doesn't! Pyro, that is insane! Complete mind control his opponent there.
He is in the mind.
And round win.
He has read Disease like an absolute book, knows the weapon that he has is not ideal to go Heaven with. So even, you can even see in the mind of Disease, opposite maybe, do I go for the Heaven? Ends up coming back towards me, especially with the smoke out onto the spike. You can see this peeking. Disease has no inclination to look over towards Elbow, and that's when he strikes. And of course, it is the Sheriffs. Yes, there's a couple of ultimates invested, Alexic and Pretties, but you cannot argue with results.
You cannot. Outcomes be outcomes.
I mean, you can, but you'd lose, right? You could make an attempt to debate your point, but do you know who's not debating any point in this round? Disease, he's not even going to get a chance. Alexic, along with a couple of support and utility from Grimmick, he's doing pretty. Walk A and getting a kill.
Oh, that's a great paranoia. It's going to delay the players approaching, but one is counteracted. Armageddon thrown in, doesn't really catch one. Although Z10 are forced to respect this effort. That's a great cam, revealing that there's 3 at least around. You need to check this left-hand side corner, and I'm afraid Pretty doesn't. Pre-fired from Alexic. He's low, though. It's rough. It's really rough. And Defo ends up coming out on top here. MSH disallowed any sort of entry. Denied passage. Is this brutal? The stun? It's super. He had to try to cross, but he doesn't account for Alexic dropping either. This is crazy stuff. But Sweet and Sour ultimately have the advantage here, have got the numbers. They're both grouped up together, and Defo steps up to the plate.
That's the second time we've actually seen Defo step up, especially for these mid to B splits from the team. We saw it on the Stinger round, where he was actually able to net fall there as well. And then into this one, he was playing over towards that health position. Overlooked by the first player of Zero Tenacity, dropping down, gets a TP back into backside into that cubby position, and then it doesn't just stop there. He takes proactivity, peeks out, gets a kill over towards Heaven, and just does not stop. And well, you can argue with it, is every time he's peaked, a Zero Tenacity player has fallen.
Indeed. Although last Sheriff round for Z10 went their way. So either way, Sweet and Sour are looking to break through the B sites, and they're finding a lot of success in doing so. This time things are a lot simpler than last time around.
A little bit simpler, a little bit less scary for Sweet and Sour. The Sheriffs don't have too much potency, especially when they're not gifted a Phantom, a premium rifle early on. Ticey makes it even more of a dire situation for Alexic, who at this point hopes to be graced with a Constellation killer player trying to exit towards CT or go down to the spike.
Alexic doesn't go down without a fight in situations like this. Got played. Does avoid the guided salvos. Like I said, won't go down without a bit of fight in him. Still 4-4 in rounds. This is close as anything. This seems to be following the trends of maps before. Although those maps were so unique and crazy by themselves, I don't think it's fair to say that it's following the same trend. Either way, competitive stuff.
I mean, it's following the trend of Sweet and Sour, right? For some reason, they always manage to make their games like this, whether it is going into the back and forth rounds of OT when we saw in Haven, or just the absurd lockout of both teams on Lotus. They both had their time in the limelight. Unfortunately, Sweet and Sour extended theirs to close out the map. And talking about extending, Defo has got so much information over towards this site. Well, hold up.
Damn. That is incredible. Ridiculous as well. Sweet and Sour look to take access. Zero Tenacity have been quick to rotate over. Look how many players are around higher ground as well as CT. Spike only just going down, but Sweet and Sour seem to have the answers. They're getting the pickups, they're getting the spray downs, and they throw the delaying utility. Mule Theft is a positive note here for Z10 as they look to break through. Alexic able to make the operator work here, but the Armageddon not quite allowing him to cross him with a showstopper just yet. Flash out. The defuse are going to be stuck with. There's nothing Sweet and Sour can do about it. 5-4 as Z10 continue to mount the pressure.
I hope we have the replay of Alexic's kill in slow-mo, because he is just satcheled out of Heaven into, well, back into like towards
Right
CT
there.
on B, while
Sure.
Defo's getting out of his ultimate, and he is just hitting with a operator through the floor of the wall towards Heaven.
Ridiculous.
Ridiculous. And obviously the follow-up then is absolutely great from the rest of Zero Tenacity, and the fact that the spike was planted safe. The loot from Vita over towards mid is not really gonna do much.
But the fact that Gramakista is already down gives Sweet and Sour a brilliant opportunity to break through the site. The timing of the util as well, the flashes, completely assist the rest of the team to break in. It's simple Valorant. It's vanilla Valorant.
Spike planted.
Just walk in together as on a site in unison, 5 players, just rush A. And Z10 weren't ready for that.
Yeah, it's as simple as it gets, right? When you're looking at an A execute, you have a player going over towards ramp, usually like a satchel or a dash, but this time it's VT going for a TP, gets the first kill onto Gramakista, and then, like you said, it's just the layering of utility on site just to realistically harass the backside player into a situation where they don't necessarily get much chance to play the game, although they are actually able to get a couple of kills onto the exit, so it is not really going to affect Sweet and Sour in any which way because they have a lot of money to reinvest, but it is important if they can get a couple of kills for Z10 because their money is not the best. Pretty is on exactly 0.
Indeed. Indeed. It's because these rounds have also been very close, right? Even the rounds that Zero Tenacity were able to win, they haven't really been decisive, and also there hasn't really been a streak of rounds, a big one. Economy is a bit of a struggle. 2 rounds remaining of the half, though. And it's a bit of a must for Z10 to win, I feel, if they want to hang on in there.
Yeah, but you start looking at the ultimates, right, for Z10, you're not really looking at any major ones to come online realistically soon. You can talk about Pyros and how that can help with relocations, but it's more of looking at Sweet and Sour. They are going on that attacking side. They have Yanto's ultimate, and then they've won away from Disease as well. That could be such a nice little pocket strat if they're able to get out onto site with the ultimate, or even if they don't actually have to invest Yanto's. But as soon as they get onto site, Disease could use that Viper's Pit, lock down any sort of attempt of a retake, especially we can see Alexic invest in that operator coming into this one now, wants to be a difference maker for Zero Tenacity coming into the tail end of this half. We've seen how he's struggled with retakes on it before when he isn't in the chaos as the site hit is coming on, especially when we're looking over towards A, which he looks like he wants to set up there for an early peak ramp, which Fitty likes to go for a TP up, but he's nowhere to be seen this time.
Indeed. Sweet and Sour, though, seem to be opting towards that right-hand side with Zero Tenacity are mostly grouped, mostly hanging around. They've made this their safe space. And it will remain safe. It's a different question. A different matter. Already flirting with the idea of pushing through. Armageddon breaking through elbow. TP to the back of site. It's heard. Zero Tenacity know exactly what's going on. The fact is, though, is that they're quick to pounce if they need to.
Yeah, and look at how deep Disease is playing in main as well. Obviously, he cannot be an active player to stop this retake from main, but it can be a backstab once the main players start to flood out.
Aftershock, Alexic is able to not get affected by it, so flies under the radar to get the collection to Defo. It is traded, however, and now the A side can be taken on. Zero Tenacity walking through. Soon Disease will be called to action to assist as well, but he might not even be needed. Pyro closing in on Heaven, trying to see if he can find an advantage, but it's Viti to collect him. MSH on site, locked in. Deceased services are not required. Sweet and Sour will be ending things on 6, at least guaranteeing they'll be on equal terms by halftime.
With an opportunity to even extend that as well to 7, you have to be looking at this as a dangerous situation for Zero Tenacity. Looking at the status split in the current meta, right? We're still leaning towards that defensive half, though you have seen some teams being able to excel on this attack with some of the new agents in composition. Like we can see Sweet and Sour's comp with the Teo, with the Yoho and the Breach. It can be very suppressive when you're talking about those site hits themselves, which MSH is going to have to be worried about since he's the solo anchor.
And MSH is at least been given some smoke positioning to work with. Oh, toxins thrown to his feet, burning alive. Ouchie. Hang on a second. Hang on a minute. It's a 1v2. Chaos has pursued in heaven. Everyone's gone to heaven. It's Pyro all to himself, TPing out. Viper Spit is going to make it a lot more difficult. Yeah, that's not going to go Pyro's way. I'm sorry, but he needs an extra level of cleanliness to make this work. And I'm afraid it is not his day today. Great stuff for Sweet and Sour. Brilliant execution for the Viper Spit by the end to seal the deal. And a 7-5 half to lead them heading into the next one. Let's see if they can carry on with this pace. See if they can secure the third and final map. We've had a lot of 7-5s today already, very close beginnings of games, but whether they are decided one way or another comes down to this. The second half, where Sweet and Sour find themselves on the defensive side, zero tenacity, with a bit of catch-up time, given that they only have 5 and now on the attack.
Especially how many of the last few rounds we've been seeing Sweet and Sour just being able to put on the boards. Remember, Zero Tenacity started with, what, a 4-0 lead into this other 3-0? Even, and Sweet and Sour made their mark known.
Good flash. Alex Sick using it to perfection and having full control over the skies. Is able to bombardillo crocodillo all over them. Yanto, all that remains. And there's not much left in it. Zero Tenacity should just be able to guarantee it.
Cleanup crew for MSH. An opportunity to equalize now going into the second round. Just a nice chain of kills coming in from Alexic, right? You can see it coming in through up top. A nice flash coming in to support. And, well, he's just sat there absolutely confused about what's happening. He's looking left, right, center. Just doesn't know the issue is above, and it's Alexic from the heavens. But it's a pistol round. There has to be a follow-up before we can start to believe in this being a highly competitive scoreline again. But as I say
I think when you say, but it's a pistol round, you need to remember what team we're talking about. You should say, but it's a Sweet and Sour pistol round.
True.
We're learning here. I know this is this is our first season in challenges. Let's, you know, figure this one out.
I think it's a similar caveat to the Enterprise ones. The amount of times they've won full 5 classic rounds is criminal. When I was watching the VODs of the Upper Swiss stage, just in that isolation, without even talking about the first split. So yeah, the caveat though is a Sweet and Sour pistol round, an eco round. A Sheriff on Defo is all they really have in upgrades to work with.
The positive is that Zero Tenacity got away with good timing and not affected by the double swing into ramp, and Pyro gets out of dodge as well. So full site execute. The chances of a Sweet and Sour breaking through are slim.
But at the same time, every single player of Zero Tenacity is on towards site. This could get messy real fast, especially with the overwhelming of Sweet and Sour players. That's the sheer number of them.
No more flashes remaining. Ticey just uses last one. The aftershock is there, as well as a potential snake bite from Disease. Those well-placed could make the difference, especially if Defo is lining up the attack. Oh no! It's going wrong. Pyro has a ghost of his own, is able to double up. Why the pistol shooting more than the rifle? Sweet and Sour have taken over.
But it's like we're sitting with 4 players over towards site when we still have control over towards main. Sure, you don't necessarily have ramp, you don't have CT, you don't have heaven. It's such a horrible position to not really be in, but put yourselves in, right? Because you saw Pyro go over to site to rejoin his teammates. It's not as if he had a weapon that would have been scary for Sweet and Sour to pick up because he only had that ghost. But it's just looking at that in general, they were boxed in like an absolute fish, and Sweet and Sour numbers overwhelmed and shots hit. Obviously starting off with a second kill for Defo walking out main.
Damn. You think Zero Tenacity have got a good start to the half? Think again.
Way back into the game.
They are indeed. Never out of it. Oh no, is it going to be another complete turnaround? Is it going to be another pistol round to take over? Oh, it might be. Disease had a chance there, but Paint Shawls just crack above him, tuck him to bed with a layer of paint. Yanto, all that remains, and I think you can already wave this round goodbye. At least he's got the best gun on the server. At least there's that. Looking at positives?
Yes, we can look at the positives.
Looking at the negatives, he's leaving.
Yeah, the money's not necessarily great. Defo's down to 0. They should be able to reinvest if they're able to keep this rifle onto Yanto, so it's super important that he actually lives here. And for the side of Zero Tenacity, I feel like in solidarity with eco rounds everywhere, or the lack of good anti-eco rounds, that there needs to be some sort of moment of silence for the teams that are unable to convert these rounds, because time and time again, not only on Haven, not only on Lotus, but now like 4 times already on Split, we've seen the lower, the lesser buy. Even, sure, we can talk about the half buys of the Stingers, but it's the Classics and the Sheriffs making themselves known, and it's not okay.
No, it's not okay. And look, to be honest,
Planted.
they have played a lot of rounds of Valorant today. This is very late into the day for them. High pressure situations, close matches, mistakes will happen. The thing is, these are the type of teams that will punish mistakes as well. So there's no wonder we're seeing situations like this today.
Early pick onto a player crossing into me, but I think Alexis might have gone overlooked. But he's spotted out, and he doesn't even get a kill off of it. Instead, he's the one who gets killed as he's lying in the vents.
It's gone wrong. I feel like none of these teams can change 2 rounds together. That's just their kryptonite, especially the second half. Sweet and Sour, on the other hand, are having a world of a good time. Especially shutting down the first 2 picks without any counteraction. Not a hint of damage taken overall. Ticey in a grand position. Upon that smoke dissipation, he'll be in a great spot. Spotted. But he also, similarly to his opponents, know of their presence. Calls for help. Drops in. Defo in command of a different front. No issue at all. Spike falling into Sweet and Sour's arms. Don't lose a player at that. This is a positive sign they can build an economy now. If they don't lose to pistols, this is Sweet and Sour on a highway towards success.
Can we start saying if they don't lose to Zero Tenacity pistols as well, given that caveat? But Admittedly, they do have a decent amount of funds that they should be able to invest a lot into this. There could be a Bulldog dropped over onto Lexix should he want. But also with the showstopper online for him, that could be one way to close the distance and make the sting that he's actually going with be deadly.
That's a great stun. Paranoia as well. Showstopper, though, to deny any sort of counteractions to Sweet and Sour. And we're back to even ground because Sweet and Sour get a pick and Zero Tenacity, well, Zero Tenacity get a pick and Sweet and Sour are able to inflict some damage.
Yeah, and it's just that reactive ultimate right off the back of being blinded and the presence pushed by Viti over into main. He does get a lot of damage done. So that is a positive for Sweet and Sour as they look towards the rest of this round. Albeit it is unconfirmed damage, it's going to soften those players up when they come in for this site hit especially. And with Defo holding this line over towards main, no player from Zero Tenacity can cross, at least without him knowing.
Well, the flash does deter Defo off the angle. Stun and pre-fire towards the direction. Because let's be fair, that's a choke point. If you just spray in that general direction, shoot in that general direction, you're bound to get a pick if you know your opponents are crossing. Sweet and Sour, I think the first team in this half to be able to put 2 and 2 together and get themselves a consecutive streak.
Yeah, you're not wrong. First 2 rounds we've seen back-to-back in favor of one team. And yeah, it starts...
In favor of Ecos, Summer. In favor of Ecos.
But this was a full rifle run though, so it is...
Yeah.
Maybe that's the reason why. Maybe if Zero Tenacity actually ecoed that one, they would have converted the round. I don't know anymore. Nothing's making sense at this point in the day, okay? We've gone on for a lot of these teams. But also a lot of these 2 teams in particular from the rounds that they've played from start to finish. But is the end in sight really for Sweet and Sour here?
Well, I think the fact that Zero Tenacity are able to get full access to the site and get the spike down, not lose a single player, that's a positive sign for them. Pyro playing aggressive. He's been shown by the dimensional drift. This is brilliant stuff from Defo. Just hanging around, chilling, showing that his opponent is still there, could potentially cause some more havoc with a flash to the backside. Zero Tenacity, though, have got extra layers to this. They've got a player hanging out in main, a player hanging out in heaven, and all of them are delivering with kills. Nice guarantees. Working like intended, and the final shot as well, finding the Scalper Disease from MSH, looking clean. Zero Tenacity not going to hand things to Sweet and Sour that easy.
Can I just say they had a lesser buy in that one, Pablos? They didn't have. They only had 2 rifles. They had a. They had a judge. They had 2 rifles, sure, but sheriffs as well. And all I'm saying is a round win. All I'm saying, it was a round win.
I think teams need to remember, especially Zero Tenacity and Sweet and Sour, that their performance is better on sheriff. So why buy rifles? You know.
Or remember, you're not supposed to lose to the sheriffs. The sheriffs are the ones that you're supposed to be able to pick up cleanly, start to extend your lead. Although Sweet and Sour do still have a lead, so you give that caveat to them that they are on double digits first, they are on the defense side, and ultimates are starting to come up online. Disease is one away, Yanto is as well, Ticey's starting to get there. Same thing, you can make the conversation about Prissy.
Going out.
Zero Tenacity starting to make waves in mid. Quite silent about it, not really notifying too much of their presence.
The thing is, they're starting to get into vent. They're going to be splitting upon the 2 players, the weaker defended side. The spike is going for a little bit of a wander.
It is, but I'm afraid that Pretty's just causing, you know, making noise. keeping players busy towards the left-hand side. That's what he's doing, and it's worked because
30
now there's only
seconds
one
left.
defender towards A.
But Disease is ahead of that smoke. He pushed through the smoke onto Heaven, taking the risk, making sure the information is there that the push is not coming B, it's going A. So it leaves the rotation to there, but it does not even matter. The 2 players that were A are gone.
Oh my god. You're right. The moment that Zero Tenacity wanted to lure presence towards the B site, Sweet and Sour took the bait. The timing worked out for them. The trades were clean, smooth. And now be it an early lead for Sweet and Sour. Zero Tenacity keeping close score. Making sure they're always in attendance. This is crazy what we're witnessing. There's a big desire to continue on the upper bracket here in the main Swiss stage. It exacerbates your chances on getting into the top 4, right? You get ever closer. It's like 1 win in the upper bracket is like 2 wins in the lower bracket, you know, to make it into the top 4. Or rather, 2 wins in the upper bracket is like 3 wins in the lower bracket.
He's just... Nobody wants to be dropping into the lower bracket anyway without even thinking about the implications of being in the lower bracket in regards to how many more games that you have to do to make it to top 4, to make it to the lower finals, to make your way back up and have the chance to be crowned the victors of Split 2. So that's definitely maybe not that far ahead in the future going to be in their minds, but it's not a nice situation to be put in. The fact that now you're in a situation where you've had a grueling map 1. Map 2 was very much back and forth in the sense of at one point we were like, oh, nice, Zero Tenacity, you've got this, it's an 8-0 lead, and then suddenly Sweet and Sour decided to say, no, you're not allowed to play anymore, we're just going to get the rest of the rounds. And now we're coming into Split. It's been really difficult for any of these teams to get more than 3 or 4 rounds string together, and especially in the last like 6. Look at how back and forth it is on the timeline. And now Sweet and Sour taking that timeout, Zero Tenacity 1 away from tying up with them. It's not a comfortable position to be in at all, especially with the money. Vit is down to a sheriff. There's half shields across the board. And while the side of Zero Tenacity, now their economy is starting to flourish.
Indeed. But when sheriffs are in play, anything can happen.
No, we can't see another sheriff round.
We can't do that.
Admittedly, though, Sweet and Sour do have a little bit more of a bolstered bite. It's only 1 sheriff, okay? The are a stinger and a judge involved.
2 rifles.
2 rifles. 2 ultimates as well. Ticey's close.
Ooh, not too bad. That's one of the rifles gone.
That's an important kill as well, especially with Alexic staying in vent. That is going to be so hard to recover.
Thing is, you've got an extra push from Sweet and Sour towards the left-hand side, right? You've got exploration to garage, knowing that this is not going to be an immediate push towards B. But the Euro Theft gives so much to Zero Tenacity. And the tech and tick is the most important of it all. Knowing where Viti is holding is a pre-fire potential for Pyro. Sure, Ticey gets an aftershock pickup, but Zero Tenacity have got clear motives to move into this B site. Somehow Ianto is interrupting them, so anyone's getting still.
He was able to thread the needle between the utility over towards stairs, catch a kill in the back, and now it makes it a little bit more believable. Still, it's not the best weaponry to be dealing with, especially Defo and Ianto retaking. Looking at Ticey to be the difference maker.
Indeed, Ianto putting that stinger to good use. The Rolling Thunder affecting 2 players. Armageddon's quickly dropping in. And another Armageddon in the same exact position, trying to hold off the backside. This is crazy. This is maniacal. But still, Ianto sticking the defuse halfway, forcing Zero Tenacity to take the peaks here.
Remaining.
Ianto is so very low, but can't be spotted! The ninja defuse! Ianto gets away with it!
The spike wasn't planted enough in the corner that you could see it completely from main, and you talk about the delay that they were able to get with the Armageddon, with the salvos, and then also with the 2 players being pushed in main. Lokia gets the kill, fine, goes for the Y swing, but it's not far enough in the corner for them to be able to see it completely from main, and that might be their undoing in this game.
It just might. This might be the beginning of the end. 2 rounds away for Sweet and Sour if they can get it done. Cross through the Viper's Pit. How do you have the confidence to do that? The cojones. It's crazy. Zero Tenacity might have completely switched the entire script.
Flip the script, flip the map, and now from mid to B is their domain. And the issue is, Sweet and Sour, we're talking about how back and forth this has been, and that's Zero Tenacity were the ones with a thriving economy, especially after winning the last one. Sweet and Sour are left with a lack of funds, and especially with Ticey falling, this could be an opportunity for Zero Tenacity to pounce on, to be able to get this into an 11-11.
Oh man. Just might. Just maybe.
Just think of the implications if these guns get hunted.
Oh.
Alexis, don't do it to them.
Oh, he makes noise. Oh, Yanto can't recover his shots on time. That's odd. They know where Viti is. He's stunned. Oh, he's dead. Oh, never mind. It's a cosmetic. The fault line is a cosmetic.
So is the ultimate, really. But sure, one gets hunted, but I just want to pull attention to the rest of the economy. You get the first weapon that has been saved over, and especially here, the fact that only one gun was able to be saved over. Look what it does to the money. 2k onto Yanto, who hasn't even invested anything yet. You have a Stinger, harsh shields for disease, and you're looking at this now. What is your play? Do you go for a heavy invest into this one to win in regulation or to try and push yourselves onto 12, or do you risk getting up into an 11-11 position with a thriving economy of Zero Tenacity, with ult starting to come back online again? It's definitely an interesting situation for Sweet and Sour to ponder about while one of the players charge their headsets. There's a little bit of a technical pause. I will admit, mine is starting to die. I've had a little bit of a warning signal of low battery because, well, we have seen so many rounds today, and I wouldn't have it any other way, right?
Yeah, 100%. It's great. It's some close games, close action, and exciting gameplay all across the board for sure. And look, this game means quite a bit, you know. You can only afford one loss in playoffs. One loss, that's it. And the goal for both of these teams is that top 4. Hey, even top 2. Look, it's not the first rodeo of either of these rosters. Sure, in some ways, some of them are newer than others. Some of them maybe debut, but you know, you look at world champions with Defo on one end. You look at Alex Sick, who has been to Ascension before, who has won the Challengers League. You look like players on the Sweet and Sour side, like Ticey, who have beaten Apex on their way to Ascension. You know, it's teams and players who have got aspirations of making it to the top of EMEA play. And currently, Zero Tenacity stands in Sweet and Sour's way, and vice versa.
It's gone for as much investment as they can around this Phantom. An ultimate for Alexic, one for Ticey. Depends if they can be placed in the right place for Sweet and Sour to turn this around. Yanto on the jump, you gotta be careful.
Alex Sick only finding the clone early. Oh, you're making it work with a Bucky. This is actually a light at the end of the tunnel here for Sweet and Sour. A saving grace, because with that early pickup, they deny full entry, and therefore Zero Tenacity have to switch their plan.
Not only switch their plan, but it's now also 2 rifles for Sweet and Sour to work with. Definitely's been able to upgrade, and especially if Yanto wants to get that shotgun back up. What is it with the sheriffs, man?
It's not over till it's over. Zero Tenacity have got 3 players with rifles, but they need to find the right timing. 45 seconds on the clock, but they've run out of utility. 2 flashes for Pretty. That's what you can account for. That's what you can account on. And Sweet and Sour all around, ready to flood in. That stun is superb. I think it catches 2 out of the 3 players at least. There's Pretty, goes down. Sweet and Sour are poised to win this.
Left.
There's nothing Zero Tenacity can do. The boys in yellow are all aware, while the boys in red and black have found themselves splat into the ground. A thrifty round for Sweet and Sour that has put them on map and series points.
Portal closed.
I didn't believe we would have another round like this where it comes down to shotguns towards elbow, a missed showstopper going for the clone, and then some nasty sheriff shots hit over towards heaven. Ticey didn't even have to invest his ult into that one. It was just a thrifty, pure and simple, which means if they try and use the Defo ult and Ticey, you can see a lot of things get a little bit nasty.
Oh, Defo needs to go aggressive here, given the fact that the guided salvos went in his direction. Couldn't drop back, otherwise it would have been a dead man. So he's able to get a trade, get away with his life, and it's still a trade in the initial vestiges of this round.
Take 1 for 1. Losing Alexic early on, at least traded back out with having this equal numbers of people, but Pyro over towards main. It's looking like Zero Tenacity are gearing up for this B hit. Sweet and Sour don't have the read. They split up 2-2. But there's an ult on either side in these pairings.
Zero Tenacity's game plan is clear. They've already walked onto the B side, made the first moves. Ticey, the moment he realizes someone around, Rolling Thunder usage is superb. Double kill to nothing. Now to the side, they try to break through. The useful damage from Gramic is insane. Defo is all that remains. 20 seconds on the clock, but Zero Tenacity can get the spike down. What can Defo do about this?
Spike planted.
He's got the Dimensional Drift, but do you really want to use it? I think the important kit is that flash, but look how Pyral has gone all the way around as Defo expect this looks to drop, tries to mask his situation, but Pyral approaches like a shark from the depths, rips his opponent to pieces. 11-12, overtime still very much on the cards.
I love the setup from Sweet and Sour though. Sure, they didn't necessarily have the read. They made the gamble of keeping 2 pairs on either side, but it was the proactivity with Ticey's ultimate. Like you said, as soon as there was any sort of sign or moment of aggression from the side of Zero Tenacity, rips the ultimate, peeks out towards getting the kill over towards Raptors, getting the kill towards Hell. The only issue is Zero Tenacity answered back in kind twofold.
Well, Defo is able to find the first pick in this round, but we know that that isn't the end of the story, especially with Alex Sit crossing into the site and dealing with a solo defender of B. Spike going down, 4v4.
Planted.
That's why you hold on to the Dimensional Drift. That's why you make sure you can use it in a round like this.
So much info.
Flash, backside. That's going to completely deter Zero Tenacity from the back of the site, but they play aggressive. They want to play into the smoke, concealed for a little longer, but the Siege gets to the random spray down. Alex Sick close to the action, though. I think that's the only player that can do anything now. MSH, no more. Smoke, Sweet and Sour. They're just so close to sealing the deal. Vitty closes up the gap with a classic. That's all that was required. Of course it's a pistol to end up giving Sweet and Sour the W in the end. 13-11 is the score. What a labored effort. What an incredible series. But of course, it's the youngsters of Sweet and Sour to make it work in the end.
I really need to know what's going on with the pistols in both of these camps and what they're eating for breakfast to make that happen, right? And like
Yeah,
you
mine
said,
don't work like that.
well, that might be for another reason, but I'm not going to say anything. But yeah, it is poetic that the last kill that comes through in this, not only just map, but series, is a right click from that classic. So yeah. I think it's a great way to end off in the sense of from our side, but for the side of Zero Tenacity, you have to be feeling for them in the sense of how this actually transpired, right? You go through a grueling map 1, you go to those countless OTs, and then you have the momentum boost. You have such a great start into Lotus, an 8-0 start. And over the following next bunch of rounds, all the way until Sweet and Sour were able to get 13, you win 2. And then you come onto this one, highly contested, but towards the tail end, it's just Sweet and Sour stretching their wings.
Imagine losing a 44-round overtime, then going ahead and reverse sweeping. That's exactly what Sweet and Sour did. This narrative has been all about comebacks, but also all about perseverance. Maintaining your status in the game as you go, keeping your stature up there next to your opponent, keeping a leash on them, and keep dragging yourself across even when fatigue is in play. Now, looking at the players, what a tremendous game from Alex Sick. I think, rightly so, MVP of his own team. And I think he had a standout performance when it comes to the previous couple of maps. But it just wasn't enough for Sweet and Sour. All of the team stepped up, I think, massively. Everyone had their timings, everyone had their moments, but Defo was the one to take the better ACS score from his team in this one.
Yeah, and I think it was a good opportunity for him to have a map, right? Because he struggled in the first 2 maps of this entire series, right? He was, I think, he was something around that 40-60 mark. And sure, it's a hard job to be the duelist going into the setups that Zero Tenacity do have going for them, but it is nice to see that he finally had an opportunity to be in the limelight and have that MVP towards the last map of this series, and being able to drag the rest of his team over the line as well after such a grueling series.
Indeed, indeed. It was a really close one all across the board, and honestly, it could have gone either way. And I feel like there were so many swing rounds, so many opportunities that Zero Tenacity could have kept things going. But those pistols, man, those pistols, it's just, you know, we're just, you know, becoming a broken record, repeating it at this point. But it was so prevalent throughout that series that I think both of these teams will be a fear factor. Zero Tenacity on that lower bracket is something to be fearful of, even though, you know, close scores on the main Swiss, the 3-2 barely making it through, but again being dangerous in every matchup they play. Sweet and Sour, on the other hand, continue their streak into the upper bracket, meeting Enterprise up there. I'm not sure if they'll be matching up against each other. I guess we'll have to take a look at the bracket to know that in just a bit. But yeah, I don't know. Look, this is your first season here in Challengers Northeast. You've gotten a bit of a taster from these teams, but has your perception changed a little bit? Have you gotten a bit of a better idea of these rosters today?
I think, obviously, with the Eco rounds in general, it's giving me like flashbacks to what we have in GC, with the GC Classic, GC Sheriff, right? And sure, we can talk about the Northeast Eco rounds, but for me, it's more of Sweet and Sour continuously proves to me that they do not give up. Right, and I think that's one of the main things that I want to take away from not only what I've seen in the upper Swiss stage, but also in this matchup today. They do not give a flying damn what the scoreline is, what the economy situation is like. They are going to put as much heart and soul into that round as possible, and a lot of the times are able to transfer it into a win.
Well, today we only saw 2 matches from the playoffs take place with 4 teams competing, but we've got another 4 looking to see what they can do as they try to prove themselves tomorrow, right? Those 2 matches that take place are going to be GoNext versus Pixel Lumina, and for the next, I mean, that's an exciting matchup in and of itself. Rolling into the second matchup as well. Yeah, I'm excited about it as well. We've got Bitfix versus ESC, which, you know, Bitfix making it into the main switch, making it into playoffs is quite a substantial result. But seeing as well ESC trying to do what they can with this roster revamp is also a very interesting aspect for tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, I think that's definitely one of my games to watch, not only for tomorrow, but from the entire upper quarterfinals. We've been treated to a lot of rounds in the Haven. So maybe get a little different map, guys, for tomorrow, please. Just ban that one away. Take it out of the map pool. Like, just get it gone, at least for tomorrow, because I do want to see a little bit of a different. Yeah, gone. Out.
Well, didn't want to leave. That's Haven. It just didn't want to leave my hand. Haven's just loving us right now. Normally I love Haven, but we've had a lot of it. But you're right. We've had some epic games today, some epic series, and it's just a testament to how close and competitive this region is. Challengers Northeast is really bringing the heat and, yeah, delivering. And I'm only expecting that to continue as we go on for tomorrow's matches as well. So, guys, again, thank you for joining us today, and I hope you enjoyed the matches as well as our commentary. We'll be back for more action tomorrow and see how these playoffs progress.
Loading, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. And when I listen, but I told him one more time. Your favorite MC's bronze or silver. These vibes here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folders. Spit bars at the club, zoning. TikTok, come to London, get ripped off. Man, get pissed off when I start lift off. Sweet like flavors, cookie and biscuit. Round here, yeah, the bars I get ripped off. Picked up my song, yo, every time I tripped up. Little petty the big rock. Me and my G's do everything mix up. Full circle, that everybody linked up. That's irrelevant, maybe like an elephant. elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating and boom, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Icon, yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Psycho, head to head, bar to bar, turn a mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, it's clear, it's evident. Yeah, I don't mind, I'll do it for the hell of it. Yeah, elevate bars, I regulate. Yeah, UK wheel up the tune, just meditate. If it didn't get it by 9, then you're kinda late. Man thinks he's a bad man, but he's kinda bait. Live every day like it's my last. Celebrate, mind on the task, we calibrate. Loaded, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. Didn't wanna listen, but I told him. One more time, your favorite MC's bronze or silver. Too bad these vibes here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit more than a clown, zoning. That's irrelevant, make me like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating them boom, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire in the track again. Turn the music on, vibe like an icon, yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho, head to head, bar to bar, turn a mic on, turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Who's the icon?